Against the backdrop of the evening city, the philosophical thought sounds that everything in this world has its price. The young man wakes up at 5 o'clock in the evening and turns off the alarm because he has to go to work. His name is Chen Yang. He is 23 years old and he lives in a mid-level city in the south. Chen Yang is preparing for work at the Shine nightclub, which is located in the city's entertainment district. As a manager, he has a small sitting room next to the ladies' room. An attractive blonde approaches him as fifth brother and asks him to take care of her tonight. The woman complains that yesterday the damned Jiang put her group at the very end. He touches her buttocks, thinking about the amazing feeling while she praises his girls. Hugging him, she insistently demands that he let her have a good rest tonight. He notes her stunning body, pale skin, and attractive office lady vibe. She offers to help him relax, but he asks her to stop teasing him. He says he has guests who have booked the room and hints that it's time for her to leave. He recounts his career path from busboy to one of the club's 4 executives. A red-haired man appears, older than Chen Yang, but looking young and perpetually dissatisfied. The girl with pink hair asks the red-haired man why he is so late, and he offers her a smoke. Chen Yang greets Sister Feng and she informs him that Big Boss Ma will be coming tonight. Sister Feng asks Chen Yang to keep an eye on her today, as this is one of his tasks. Chen Yang confidently promises that she can rely on him, and the red-haired guy frowns. He tells the red-haired man to sit and count the money, but Sister Feng insists that they need fifth brother. He thinks about the problem with the 2 red cards, but decides it doesn't concern him, and goes to the shower. Girls in red dresses greet guests entering the club with smiles. The mustachioed man and his friends laugh happily as they greet the club staff. The club does very good business, and all the private rooms are filled by 9 o'clock. His job is to drink beer with customers, build relationships, and manage staff. Tired after work, Chen Yang falls onto the bed in his room and sighs. Suddenly Mary appears above him, and he asks in surprise if something has happened. Mary leans towards him and asks with a grin if she can only come on business. She sits on his lap and he puts his arms around her waist, making a soft sound. He presses himself against her chest and asks if she came here just to seduce him. She gently hugs him around the neck and invites him to join her for the evening. Her expression turns serious, and she says that she needs to tell him something. Mary asks him to help because 2 ladies from Zhao Feng's group want to switch sides. Suddenly, he abruptly changes their position and ends up on top, pressing her to the bed. She says she still has a lot of work to do, and they can't do it right now. She calls him a monster for turning her on so much and now leaving her so aroused. She ends up on top again and playfully places her hand on his thigh, taking the initiative. They are interrupted by a scream from behind the door, informing them that something has happened downstairs in VIP Room C. The employee reports that the guest had drunk too much and tried to take off Xiaodi's clothes. Another employee reports that the guests are refusing to pay and demanding to see the manager. Chen Yang asks what layer the guests are from, but the subordinate replies that they don't recognize anyone. Chen Yang decides to deal with the new guests who don't know the rules himself. Entering the room, he is confronted by an aggressive guest who asks who is in charge. The bearded man yells angrily at Chen Yang for keeping him waiting. Chen Yang calmly offers his guest a cigarette and politely asks if this is their first time here. The guest knocks the cigarettes out of his hands, shouting that he came here to have fun and not to put up with this. Chen Yang remains calm and promises his guest a glass of wine and a gorgeous lady for company. He orders his subordinates to bring fruit and wine, charging the expenses to his personal account. The guest agrees to the proposal, but demands that the girl who started the conflict join him. The guest's friends agree and demand that he call the girl so as not to upset their brother. Chen Yang explains with a smile that this girl is an ordinary waitress, not an escort lady. The man gets angry again and shouts that he doesn't care. He wants this girl and no other. Chen Yang, glass in hand, reminds the guest that the establishment has rules, but the guest only yells back. The guest states that since the girl entered his room, he has rights to her and will not pay. The angry man calls the place shitty and is about to leave with his friends for another club. Chen Yang stops him and asks him to pay the bill, which is 3,000, including tips for the girls. The guest angrily shouts that his mood has been ruined and refuses to pay the bill. The man pushes Chen Yang away, and Chen Yang asks with an icy gaze if he is sure he won't pay. His 2 friends, angry, grab bottles and prepare for a fight. One of the friends shouted and swung the bottle, aiming it straight at Chen Yang's head. Chen Yang blocks the blow with lightning speed and delivers a powerful kick to the attacker's stomach. The bearded leader attacks Chen Yang from behind, grabbing him and shouting insults. Using a combat technique, Chen Yang easily throws his opponent over himself. He throws the bearded man to the other end of the room, where he crashes into the furniture with a bang. The second friend runs up and smashes a bottle on Chen Yang's head. Chen Yang staggers from the blow, blood streaming down his face and his eyes full of rage. An enraged Chen Yang delivers a crushing kick to the last attacker. He shouts at his subordinates who have run up and orders them to seize the troublemakers. He orders the beaten guests to be taken out through the back door and for the check to be collected from them. Colleagues run up to the wounded Chen Yang and ask with concern if he is okay. Later, Chen Yang is standing on the street with a girl named Xiao Di who is eating ice cream. Xiao Di apologizes, believing that today's incident happened because of her. She explains that she came to thank him for standing up for her this evening. He says it's not her fault and suggests she call him fifth brother like everyone else. He sends his subordinates back to the club, instructing them to find a certain Zhang to sort things out. Chen Yang irritably refuses the offer to walk him home, saying that he is not a girl. Xiao Di volunteers to see fifth brother off, considering it the least she can do in gratitude. He asks if she is afraid of him, but the girl replies that everyone considers him a good person. The girl adds that she heard him called the best of the four leaders. Suddenly, Chen Yang feels pain, and ahead on the road he sees a group of rowdies waiting for them. The beaten and bandaged hooligans recognize their offender with surprise and fear. Chen Yang, his head bandaged, grabs the girl's hand and shouts at her to run. A crowd of hooligans chases them down a dark street, shouting threats. The pursuers trip over the bicycle and fall screaming onto the asphalt. Chen Yang and Xiaoai run to the taxi, and he hurries her to get inside. Once in the car, he panics and shouts at the frightened driver to drive faster. He gets angry at the driver who doesn't move and warns him of the danger. The hooligans watch in rage as the taxi drives away, taking their target away. The sudden movement of the car caused Chen Yang to fall straight into the surprised Xiaoai's lap. The girl blushes deeply and shyly asks the fifth brother to get off her. He notes to himself that this girl has a pure heart and her innocence is real. He decides to get to know her better and asks her name and how long she has been working there. She replies that her full name is John Di and she has been working for 3 years. Yandi notices that his headband has become loose and reaches out to adjust it. He offers to take her home first, but she insists that he is more important. He says he lives in the Old Town, which is famous for its complex and unsafe environment. Arriving at the place, he explains that he chose this area because of the cheap rent. The girl asks the fifth brother why he decided to stand up for her this evening. He replies that she is not like other girls who work only for tips. He adds that he is obliged to look after her as an official employee of the company. He cuts her off abruptly, telling her that she is wrong and that he is not a good person at all. They approach his apartment, and the girl curiously asks if he lives here. Upon entering, he apologizes for the mess as the room is filled with boxes. He explains that he is moving soon, and she kindly offers him a rest. He agrees and lies down, tiredly closing his eyes and touching the bandage on his head. She remembers her mother's words and asks if he is hungry after drinking. He tells her to take a taxi home, promising that the company will pay for her fare. She asks him with a smile not to worry and just get some sleep. He falls asleep and dreams of his childhood, feeling that he slept very well. In his dream, he remembers the intense kung fu training and the master with the bamboo stick. But after the beatings, the master always prepared them a delicious rib soup for dinner. Waking up in the morning with a smile, he notices that the headache is almost gone. Brother Juan calls him and asks him worriedly if he was injured last night. He replies that he is fine, and Juan advises him to be careful because he values him. Brother Juan gives him a day off and advises him to shift some of his responsibilities to his subordinates. Huang asks about a certain A Jian, but fifth brother replies that he is not one of them. He says that of all the leaders, he only considers Brother Juan to be his man. He reflects on his boss, Brother Juan, the owner of the Shine Center and a legend in the city. He recalls that Juan owns restaurants and a taxi company and considers him a hero. The boss is saying that the company always takes care of its people comes to mind. Lying on the sofa, he remembers how he was born in this city, but left to find a master. He recalls that after the death of his parents, he began working at the Bless Company. Brother Juan gave him wise advice and made him a leader, for which he is grateful. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, still with a bandage on his head, he went to the business street. The address turned out to be correct, but he was looking for a residential building, not a commercial one. Deciding that since he was here, it was worth going and seeing what was inside. The elevator failed to open on the 22nd floor and continued to rise, causing him alarm. He thinks with irritation that it is simply a shoddy foreign product. As he steps out of the elevator, he realizes that even a commercial building shouldn't look so strange. He looks around in shock and cannot understand what this strange place is. Realizing he's on the roof, he curses the realtor and looks around for the administrator. He is greeted by a smiling administrator wearing glasses who asks how he can help. He explains that he came to rent an apartment and is interested in the options on the 22nd floor. Embarrassed, he decides to leave, but the administrator asks him to wait. The administrator assures him that since he came, they really do have a rental business. He offers to sit down and promises to call a business agent to discuss the issues. The same man introduces himself as a business agent, which leaves the hero perplexed. He realizes that he is dealing with a shell corporation and some kind of deception. Sensing a catch, he says that perhaps it's time for him to leave. He tries to calm down and still asks what they can offer him for rent. The agent confirms the availability of apartments and offers to see what they have to offer. The agent says that renting is not their main business, but he has one request first. He explains that the company's main income comes from another product, the purchase of which provides membership. As a bonus for membership, rent can be waived entirely. The hero suspiciously asks whether purchasing one product will solve his housing problem. He asks what ideology they represent and whether they are terrorists. The agent assures that their business project is environmentally friendly and benefits society. Suddenly, a large box appears on the empty table, confusing the hero. A whole pile of boxes appears on the table, and he has the urge to refuse immediately. The agent shows him the ring, calling it a luck regulator for controlling life. He promises that the company's product will help make all his dreams come true. Finally convinced that it was a scammer, he decides not to waste any more time and leaves. The agent stops him by asking if his parents hadn't taught him to be respectful. The mention of his late parents offends him, and he looks very upset. His face freezes in an expression of cold, controlled anger. The agent is frightened, remembering that he was testing his luck and should not have gotten into trouble. He grabs the agent by the collar, warning him not to use his hands unless he wants pain. He lifts the agent and holds him over the abyss, and he screams that he is afraid of heights. He sarcastically asks if the agent checked to make sure he wouldn't fall off the building. The agent panics that a heart attack won't leave a bloody mess, but he's afraid of heights. Throwing the agent aside, he says that he doesn't care, and he's just leaving here. A man with a bandaged head vows to find a real estate agent and beat him up. The frightened agent asks if the client really doesn't want to improve his luck. The agent pathetically states that everything in life comes at a price. The client leaves, reflecting on the reasons for good events in this world. The agent stops him, asking if Mr. Chen believes in luck. Mr. Chen assumes the agent is a missionary, but claims he is an atheist. He claims that he does not follow any religion and believes only in his own strength. The agent agrees, but insists on the real existence of luck and fate. Mr. Chen doubts how something that is completely intangible can exist. In response, the agent gives the example of air, which also cannot be seen or touched. He states that many people believe in luck and is going to give an example. He begins his explanation, standing next to a disgruntled Mr. Chen with the equipment in the background. Mr. Chen counters by urging people not to confuse luck with intelligence and brain development. The agent asks if intelligence guarantees business acumen, and Chen makes a sarcasm about novellas. The agent compares the brain to a radio receiver to explain his theory. Mr. Chen lights a cigarette and asks to explain what kind of substance represents luck. The agent also lights a cigarette and, to the client's surprise, honestly admits that he doesn't know. Mr. Chen explodes with indignation, and the agent justifies himself by saying that he is just a salesman. He explains that as a salesperson, he only needs to understand the basic concepts. The salesperson hugs the client and offers to introduce him to the company's product. He displays a shining ring that is said to enhance one's ability to attract good luck. The agent promises that with this ring, good luck will follow Mr. Chen every day. He urges him to buy the product, promising to make all his dreams come true, but Chen remains cold. Mr. Chen calmly asks the surprised salesman if he has a license to sell. Having received a negative answer, he inquires about the availability of a business permit. Mr. Chen concludes that they are trying to sell him a completely illegal product. The agent tries to give a scientific explanation, but admits that it will take too long. He cries out in despair why people are so stubborn and do not accept new things. The salesman grabs Mr. Chen by the collar and begs him to just try the ring. Chen calms down a little and finally asks how much this miracle product costs. The agent explains that the product has not yet gained recognition in the market, so their policy is to provide it completely free of charge. He reminds that this is a trial version, and the first batch should be monitored closely. In exchange for the ring, Mr. Chen will be required to provide monthly reports. The salesman hands a surprised Mr. Chen a package containing a ring and documents. He drags Chen towards the exit, explaining along the way about the reports on the first of each month. Mr. Chen rushes into the elevator, and the salesman waves goodbye. As the elevator doors close, the agent bows and rejoices at the completed sales task. He decides that upon returning to headquarters, he will propose abandoning the product. The agent recalls that in order to buy the apartment, Mr. Chen had to buy a lot of goods. A man in white informs a client with a bandage on his head that he cannot use special services. As a final thank you, he offers to give him a recommendation. As a senior salesman, he can see from the customer's face that his future is uncertain and unreliable. He predicts that after a recent misfortune, a bloody misfortune awaits the client, but this is a trifle. The seller advises to beware of betrayal on the path to fame and to remember this. In the elevator, the customer wonders whether the man was a real salesman or just a fraudulent fortune teller. He comes to the conclusion that even if he is a fraud, he did not steal anything from him. He thinks he's encountered strange things before, but this year was too much. He remembers the prophecy of a bloody misfortune, and at that moment, something falls from above. Blood and debris fly, confirming that the prophecy has come true. Bandaged again, he mutters under his breath words about a bloody misfortune. The doctor states that the young man was hit on the head both yesterday and today. The patient asks how he ended up here, and the doctor says he was lucky. He looks in the mirror and complains that he is wrapped up like a rice dumpling. The man who entered greets him, and the patient thanks him for his help. The man wonders who caused him such a severe injury that he collapsed to the ground. He screams in rage that a flower pot fell from a skyscraper, and he will not let it go. The man nervously asks if Mr. Chen would like to resolve the issue confidentially. Mr. Chen agrees, and the man hands him his business card. Chen realizes that he is speaking with a representative of the management of that very building. The manager explains that an employee dropped the pot and asks that the incident be kept secret. He assures that they will not limit themselves to just paying the medical bill. He also offers to cover any salary Chen misses due to injury. The manager offers 10,000 yuan in addition to the medical fees. Chen complains about the bandages that prevent him from appearing in public. Sweating, the manager increases the compensation to 20,000 for the damaged image. Chen talks about possible complications, and the price rises to 30,000. Chen then points to his ruined uniform and demands another 5,000. The manager sighs that Chen has become 35,000 richer, and he agrees. Chen suddenly asks if their management team is responsible for more than just this building. He says with a sly smile that he was actually looking for a new place to live. The manager realizes with horror that he is faced with a real extortionist. Lying in his hospital room, Chen thinks that news of an accident would be a disaster for the new building. He is glad that the blow to the head brought him a small fortune and solved his housing problem. Later at the club, some guy with brown hair notices him and says, "Who's there?" His friends notice his bandage and ask what happened, advising him not to drink today. The brown-haired guy is introduced as Ajai, an art academy graduate. The blue-haired guy's name is Muto. He is a surgeon with a one-track mind. The girl with pink hair is called Chow Chow. She is the beauty of the class. Chow Chow says that her heart hurts when she sees him so hurt. Chow Chow introduces her friends and invites the guy to play billiards to see her skills. She takes aim with confidence, preparing to deliver the decisive blow to the ball. Having won with one blow, she tells the loser that the drinks are now on him. The losing guy gives her the money with a smile and praises her for playing well. Chow Chow is indignant that Muto's punishment was too light. She offers Ajay a new bet. If she wins, he will strip down to his underwear. The girl confidently shakes the cup with dice, accepting his challenge. Ajay bets the ring, and Chow Chow makes his bet in a game of dice. She opens the cup and the dice come up with 3 sixes. The crowd cheers. Ajay calmly lights a cigarette and says that, unfortunately, he cannot fulfill the condition. She laughingly admits that she can't either because she didn't wear a bra today. He calls her a liar, and she consoles him, saying that it's too late. Chow Chow approaches him seductively and offers to stay with him for the night. He leaves silently, and she shouts after him, asking if he is scared. Ajay stops and coldly tells her that she is beyond his capabilities. Another girl greets him joyfully, calling him fifth brother. He is surprised to see her at his door, and she replies that she just finished work. She says he needs to be taken care of while he's injured, and she doesn't have a number. He tries the food she brought and happily notes that it is very tasty. The girl seriously informs him that she wrote a letter of resignation today. She found a new job selling lottery tickets in the city center. He doubts the legality, but she assures him it is a state lottery. She thanks him for saving her last night, admitting that she is getting scared. She heard another girl being drugged while Ajang was on duty. She says she would be lost without him, and he shockedly denies knowing about it. He only knew that the girl started working for Sister TZ after a successful month. He becomes gloomy, thinking to himself that Ajang is becoming too insolent. The girl notices his anger and asks worriedly if she said too much. He strictly orders her not to tell anyone else what she told him. She gets into a taxi and asks him to call if anything happens, and he waves his hand at her. An elderly man in a red suit says on the phone that he will sort everything out. Ajay calls Awei and orders him to gather everyone in the company an hour earlier. He sits at the head of the table at a meeting and asks if everyone is in place. Ajay turns to Awei, who is standing nearby, and asks where Ajiang is. At this moment, Ajiang enters the hall with a girl, surprised that everyone has already gathered. Ajay is furious when he sees Ajiang arriving late. When Ajiang tries to sit up, Ajay asks in an icy tone who gave him permission to sit down. Ajay starts the meeting by saying that the company has always had good business. He states that everyone wants to make money, but to do this they need to follow the rules. He shows everyone the financial documents that he asked Akon to give him. Ajay, with documents in hand, asks Izyan why he doesn't explain the expenses amounting to more than 60,000. Izyan replies that they are both managers, and Ajay has no right to question him about the amounts he wrote out. Ajay claims that half of his expenses were for Mr. Ma, who spent 400,000 last month. Ajay points out that Izyan's clients spent less than 40,000, but he claims that it was for guests. Izyan gets angry and shouts that Ajay doesn't command them even if he is one of Brother Huang's men. Ajay calmly agrees and asks the next question about who opened a few drops last month. Izyan recalls rumors that Ajay used to be a famous male escort, but he grew old and came here to work. Izyan panics and screams at Ajay not to frame him and demands proof, but he only looks at him coldly. Suddenly, Ajay screamed and punched Izyan in the face. Two men in suits grab Izyan and force him to the table. Ajay approaches with a bottle in his hand and is about to ask the question again, while Izyan begs him to stop. With a scream, he smashes the bottle on the table right next to Izyan's hand, who screams in horror. Holding the broken bottle over Izyan's bloody hand, Ajay asks again whether it happened or not. Izyan breaks down in tears and admits that it happened, promising to tell everything. In the flashback, Ajay is playing dice with a girl and makes a small bet. In another flashback, Ajay complains about the bandages and is offered 10,000 in compensation for his damaged image. The staff discuss new guests who don't know the rules, and Ajay says he'll handle it himself. On the phone, Ajay tells someone that he is not one of them and is not special in any way. He thinks about the charming girl who tidied up the apartment before leaving, but he is interrupted by a phone call. The voiceover states that Ajang's leg was broken that night and he never returned to the club. Ajay reflects that he did not touch Xiaofeng and is surprised that she decided to continue working as a lady. Looking at the city at night, he thinks that it is easy to fall from this world, but difficult to get out, and he is tired of such a life. Ajay, awakened by the call, shouts into the receiver that he will take revenge on the one who woke him up. The protagonist, wearing a headband, ponders whether to call Chow Chow, assuming she will react like Ajay. A girl wishes her colleague good luck, and then is surprised to notice someone behind his back. She joyfully recognizes the protagonist and exclaims that she did not expect to see the fifth brother here. Sitting on a bench, the girl is surprised by the number of people wanting to buy tickets, and the fifth brother remarks that everyone wants to get rich. The girl says with envy that many have won big prizes, but the fifth brother only smiles silently. The fifth brother gives her money for tickets for the two of them, saying that he must support her on the first day. She asks if he wants to win too, and he replies that he needs money to find a wife. While he waits, the girl runs towards him, and the ring on his finger suddenly flashes brightly. The girl runs up with a pack of lottery tickets and joyfully hands them to him, saying that it will give him money for a bride. They agree that she will erase the protective layer, and they will split the winnings in half. Suddenly, the girl looks at the tickets with a shocked expression on her face and asks what happened. He announces that all 30 of their lottery tickets were winning ones. The girl says it's just incredible, and fifth brother also looks surprised. A crowd gathers around them, looking at the winning tickets with disbelief. While the people around cannot believe what has happened, the fifth brother asks if they can get their prizes. The elderly organizer apologizes for the delay, explaining it by checking the large number of prizes. The organizer confirms that all tickets are valid and asks whether they would like to receive prizes or their cash equivalent. The girl joyfully greets the fifth brother. The fifth brother lists the prizes he has won, including cars, equipment, and money. He gives her the winnings, saying that all the money is now hers. The girl tries to refuse, but he insists that it is her merit. He offers her his card to transfer the remainder, and she gratefully accepts. Delighted with the wealth, the girl offers to treat the fifth brother. He agrees and offers her to choose a place, and she jumps happily. In a cafe, she feeds him with a spoon, and for the first time he experiences the taste of happiness. While they are talking, breaking news about a fire appears on the TV screen. The announcer reports a serious fire in a residential area of the city. The girl notices the report and points anxiously at the screen. The fifth brother jumps up from his seat, horrified to realize that his apartment is on fire. She screams that he needs to hurry there, but he is frozen in shock. He looks at his ring and wonders if it was luck or a curse. They stand in front of a burning house, and the girl comments on how badly everything is burning. At night, he walks with a suitcase, and she worries about where he will live. He says that he will live with the company for a couple of days and will soon start looking for new housing. In his temporary room, he unpacks a box of things that survived the fire. He finds a burnt brochure and decides to search for information about the company on the internet. Sitting at his laptop, he decides to find out if the ring really does affect his luck. On the internet, he finds a group researching mysterious substances. The search reveals many types of rings, and he is amazed by their variety and high price. He reads that luck is a matter that researchers divide into 4 types. He remembers the ring flashing red when he won, and doesn't understand why disaster happened later. He comes to the conclusion that the ring operates according to rules, the violation of which leads to bad consequences. Looking at the ring, he realizes that it is essentially a time bomb. He decides to remove the dangerous ring and lock it in a box until better times. Once he changes into the suit, he feels like he is being controlled by an invisible hand, and he doesn't like it. His boss calls him and tells him to get ready for the evening trip. Downstairs, he is met by a man in a suit named Jing at a black limousine. Jing He turns out to be Brother Huang's trusted assistant, driver, and bodyguard. The car takes them to a luxurious, brightly lit estate. Jing He walks him to the door, informing him that Brother Huang is already waiting inside. Brother Huang greets Fifth from the pool in a relaxed manner. The fifth one greets politely and asks the reason for the late call. While drying himself with a towel, the boss asks Fifth's opinion about this place. Brother Huang explains that all the elite of southern China gather here. Taking a sip of wine, he declares that he wants to hand over all affairs to the fifth. The boss asks how he felt about Five during the 4 years they worked together. The fifth one replies that Brother Huan was very kind to him and treated him wonderfully. Brother Huan tells Fifth that it is time to find out about the affairs he has been involved in. Huan asks about the most profitable business, and Five suggests that it is arms and drug trafficking. But Huan counters that there is nothing more profitable than trading in power and money. He explains that by combining them, incredible influence can be achieved. Huan invites Fifth to change clothes, promising to open his eyes to the world this evening. Already dressed, Huan asks the assistant if Miss Yang has arrived. Huan in the red suit asks Five if he likes the place, and he replies that it's great. He introduces the fifth, Chen Yan, to the girl and asks her to show him everything, giving him chips for the game. Huang tells Chen Yan that someone will come and pick him up in an hour. The red-haired girl addresses him as Mr. Chen and asks him to follow her. She says it's an honor to be with Brother Huan's guest, but he just wants to look around. The girl introduces herself as Chang Yue and allows others to call her simply Yue. Yu shows Chen Yan the casino, where he sits down at a card table. Another player at the table shouts that he's betting $1,000 just to see his cards. Chen Yan wonders if Brother Huang just gave him $10,000 to play with. In an hour, he tried out different games, and out of $10,000, he was left with only a few hundred. He thanks Yue for staying with him at the casino for so long. Ye replies that being by his side is already a reward, and she cannot accept his gratitude. She explains that he seems to have misunderstood her, since she works here as a manager. The girl repeats with a smile that she cannot accept anything from Brother Huan's guest. Chen Yan tries to give her chips as a tip, but she firmly refuses again. At the bar, Yue notices that he has been watching others more than playing himself. She calls him strange, because people of his status usually ask for beautiful girls for company. He replies that he just asked her to accompany him, and Yue asks if that's a compliment. Chen Yan says with a grin that this is not a compliment, but simply a statement of the truth. In response, Yue coquettishly remarks that she is already getting old and asks if he knows her age. A man approaches them and informs them that Brother Huang has sent for Mr. Chen Yan. Chen Yan says goodbye to Yue, saying that it was nice to meet her. As he says goodbye, he whispers to her that he is not really rich at all. He enters the room where Huan is at the table, complaining about his bad luck at the game. Chen Yan replies that he was also unlucky and lost all his chips worth $10,000. Huang is surprised it took so long, and Chen Yan admits that he was mostly watching others. He calculated that 4 such tables could bring in at least $40,000 an hour. With roulette and other games, the outside room earned about $200,000 in an hour. Huan praises Fifth because he understood why he was left in the hall and showed observantness. Now Huan invites him to meet Miss Yang, his important business partner. A girl with a sweet smile greets and introduces herself as Yang Wei. Chen Yan also introduces himself to Miss Yang in response, looking at her. Huan invites Five to sit down and tells Miss Yang that he is his most trusted man. Miss Yang agrees to their proposal, noting that it is their money anyway. Huan tells Miss Yang that he makes the rules here, not her family. He reminds that it is his money, so he has the right to make demands. Miss Yang smiles and tells Mr. Chen Yan that she looks forward to working with him. As she leaves, she asks Huan not to skimp on pleasantries, and he smiles slyly. The fifth, remaining with Huan, says that then he will not be modest. When they are alone, Huan sighs with relief and takes some pills. He tells Five that he planned to give him a couple more years, but time is running out. Huan admits with a serious expression that he doesn't have much time left. But then he smiles and assures that he is not worried and will not fall so easily. Huan asks Fifth to listen to him very carefully, without interrupting or asking questions. He admits that everyone thinks of him as just a small-time rich guy who got rich by accident. Huan begins to tell the story in order, mentioning the casino and the hotel under his name. The casino's annual revenue is enormous, but he himself owns less than 10%. There are powerful organizations behind the casino that ensure security. Huan says he is just a representative and doesn't even know who is behind all this. He trusts the fifth, but doubts whether it is worth introducing him into this dangerous circle. Huan gives Five a choice, offering to follow him into this environment. The fifth one replies that everything in the world has its price, and he is ready to pay it. He says his life belongs to his brother Huan, who saved him from poverty. The fifth one declares with determination that he will not hesitate and will follow his mentor. Huan is pleased, saying that he knew about his choice because he himself was once the same. He explains that Miss Yang Wei represents a family that secretly owns a Las Vegas casino. Suddenly, the intercom on the table beeps, interrupting their important conversation. The assistant reports that Miss Young's people won $2 million in 10 minutes. Huan calmly orders her to be allowed to play and win as much as she wants. He explains to Five that Miss Young seems to simply want to express her dissatisfaction. Her family wants to cooperate, but the girl herself seems to be against this union. Huan lets Fifth go for the evening, promising to show him something else tomorrow. That night, Yang Wei won 10 million and then lost it all, showing her character. The assistant escorts the Fifth to his room and says that he will pick him up in the morning. Left alone, Five wonders what brother Huan has planned and what he wants from him. He goes to the window and looks thoughtfully at the night city, holding a glass in his hand. Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl wearing only a towel appears in his room. The fifth one recognizes her and asks in surprise if she is the twin sister of the one who was with Huan. The girl shyly replies that she is the older sister. The fifth one says that he is very tired and the only thing he wants is to take a bath. The girl readily offers him her help to fill the bath. Suddenly, she trips and falls onto the bed right in front of a stunned Five. He rushes to her aid and she, opening her eyes, asks if he has returned. The girl pulls him onto herself and starts screaming, exposing him. The fifth and the girl are lying in bed and she is moaning loudly, creating the appearance of passion. Suddenly he stops and the girl begs him to leave her older sister alone. With despair in her eyes, she promises to satisfy him if only he agrees to her conditions. Suddenly, another woman in a towel enters the room and Five is shocked by her appearance. The fifth one, getting dressed, asks in confusion what is happening, seeing two sisters in front of him. He sternly asks them to stop crying and asks if someone forced them to come to him. The fifth one turns to his sister in a towel and asks point blank if this was her first time. Enraged, he puts on his jacket and throws both girls out of his room. After leaving the hotel, Five walks alone through the lobby of a large medical center. As he steps outside, an expensive sports car drives up to him at high speed. There is a blonde woman behind the wheel who asks him if he has any cigarettes. He shows her the pack, and the woman imperiously orders him to get into the car. She looks at him intently and says that she is very curious about him, Mr. Chen Yang. Sitting in the car, he listens silently as she discusses his deal and her curiosity. She explains that she knows about Ye Huang and his men, and she was curious who he would send. The money will go to a casino in Las Vegas, and she is surprised because she has no information about it. He wonders if Brother Huan wants him to run a casino she knows nothing about. She says the local casino is not up to standard, but he can learn a lot. The girl abruptly changes the subject and asks directly what connects him with Ye Huan. She looks at him and states that she doesn't really need to ask him about it. She boasts that in just one day all the information about him since childhood will be on her desk. He asks with cold logic why she even took him along for the conversation. She makes a bold guess that he might be Ye Huan's illegitimate son. His abrupt reaction takes her by surprise, and she defiantly asks what's wrong with that. She asks what's strange about this, hinting that she herself might be in a similar situation. He tries to stop her, saying that's not what he meant, but she's already getting out of the car. They stand by the car on a dark road, and he thanks her for the cigarette, and she thanks him for the ride. She mentions that she heard about some personal problems that Mr. Yewan has. She clarifies that these are personal issues that he must take care of personally. She suggests that his organization has no interest in these issues coming to light. Suddenly, she interrupts the conversation, declaring that it is time to stop chatting. Suddenly, he shouts at her to watch out and pushes her sharply to the ground, saving her from something. As she falls, she notices a knife flying past, and he loudly asks who is there. Several suspicious men emerge from the darkness, surrounded by the rustling bushes. One of the attackers rushes at the fifth with a scream, while the girl screams in fear. Another bandit swings his club, but the fifth has already managed to take out his knife. The third attacker grabs the blonde, who screams in fear, attracting the attention of the fifth. While he was distracted, the first attacker with blonde hair managed to grab him from behind. The fifth one, with a deft movement, throws the opponent over himself, sending him flying. The bandit holding the girl is shocked to see the sheath of Five's knife flying towards him. The man in the white shirt acknowledges the boy's fighting skills, but the boy confidently replies that he can handle him too. The guy in black rushes into the attack, trying to strike his new opponent. However, the enemy is faster and delivers a crushing blow to the chest, throwing the guy back. The guy in black doubles over in pain, realizing that his opponent is no ordinary thug, but a skilled fighter. The man takes out a gun and, pointing it at the guy, orders him to stand up slowly. He grins and praises the boy's fighting skills, but threatens to fill him with lead. The villain grins and delivers a powerful kick to the guy's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Meanwhile, his accomplices continue to hold the girl, ordering her to shut up. The lead bandit looks at the girl and confirms to his partner that it is indeed her. Suddenly, the girl headbutts the bandit holding the gun, taking him by surprise. The guy takes advantage of the moment, grabs the girl and jumps off the cliff with her, escaping from the bandits. Upon landing, the guy is breathing heavily, his head is bleeding, and the girl is lying unconscious. He examines his injuries, realizing that he is lucky to be alive after such a fall. The girl comes to, and the guy explains that they were lucky not to be seriously hurt in the fall. She notices his injured arm, and he assumes it is probably broken. He grits his teeth as he thinks about the attackers and their motives that brought them here. The girl desperately asks where she should go now, and the guy doubts that they were the target. She gets to her feet and says with a serious look that she understands everything. The girl finds a stick to support the wounded boy and declares that they cannot give up. She helps him walk and asks about his bleeding head, to which he sadly jokes about his bad luck. The girl begins to take off her jacket to change the bandage and asks him to turn away. She tears off a strip of cloth from her clothing and carefully bandages the wound on his head. While changing the bandage, she notices his wandering gaze and sternly asks where he is looking. They continue on their way, and the guy asks why she was followed so far from home. The girl claims that her family has no enemies who would persecute her for the purpose of killing her. He asks if anyone knew about their plans, but she suggests that her car might have been followed. She comes to the conclusion that they were being watched from the moment they left the hotel. The guy suggests that it could have been someone local, and the girl thinks about this version. He puts forward a theory about an internal conflict within the organization that is causing them to want to kill her. The girl admits that this is just her guess, and she is not sure of anything. The guy notes that the attackers were skilled with weapons, unlike her personal security. She thanks him for saving her and asks curiously how he knocked down the bandit so easily. The guy sheepishly admits that at that moment he had something in his hand. He is angry that she could have been shot, but she counters that she wouldn't have fallen if he hadn't pulled her. Suddenly, the girl hugs him tightly from behind, taking him by surprise. She explains that she just wanted to keep warm and threatens to kill him if he moves. They decide they need to look for help, but they can't get back to the car with the GPS tracker. The girl's stomach is growling from hunger, and the guy asks her with a smile if she is hungry. She sheepishly admits that she left her hotel in the middle of the night to try some local street food. He tells her she's lucky to have run into him, but she coldly replies that she's already thanked him. The girl asks him why he needs money, and he replies that it's a long story while she's worried about his wound. He tries to reassure her, telling her that he's not that badly hurt, but she still looks worried. The guy compliments her, noting that she would be more feminine if she tried less to show off. Seeing her silence, he awkwardly offers to tell a good joke to defuse the situation. The tension finally subsides, and from the loss of blood, he feels himself beginning to feel sleepy. At the hospital, a doctor informs a man in a suit that the patient's injuries are not life-threatening. A man named Juan sits by his bed and says that he already knows everything that happened. Huang relays Yang Wei's words that someone from their organization could have been behind the attack. He tells the guy not to worry about it and, as he leaves, advises him to accept the situation as it is. Left alone, the guy remembers with annoyance that he forgot to ask about Yang Wei's condition. He calls the nurse for some water, and at that moment there is a knock on the door of his room. A smartly dressed and perfectly healthy Yang Wei enters the room, surrounded by flower petals. She reports that her family is furious and has put the deal on hold, and that she is returning to America tomorrow. The girl suddenly leans very close, making him feel embarrassed and confused. She whispers in his ear that his intelligence does not guarantee his survival in this circle. Yang Wei kisses his forehead tenderly, and a tear rolls down her cheek. Immediately after she leaves, he jumps out of bed and excitedly asks the nurse for the phone. Receiving the phone, he looks at it with a cold and determined expression on his face. He explains to the nurse that he has some guesses, but first he needs to find proof. The nurse jokingly complains that he always picks out indecent articles for her, and he flirts with her. A striking woman with red hair enters the room and notices that Mr. Chen has completely recovered. The red-haired woman admires the nurse's beauty, and Chen asks her to buy him some newspapers. Chen addresses the guest as Miss Chang Yu and asks if Brother Huang sent her to check on him. He recalls how Huang asked him to take charge of everything because of the deal that was broken due to Yang Wei's fault. He is worried that Huang left suddenly without leaving him any specific instructions. Chang Yu reassures him, saying that Huang simply asked her to take care of him. She hands him a check from Brother Huan and her business card in case he needs anything. She reports that in the morning, Huan's place at the hotel was taken by someone else on the orders of the boss. Chang Yu touches his cheek and advises him to avoid this circle for now, since he has become the successor. She continues to say something to him, looking at him with a mysterious smile. After giving him one last look, the red-haired woman leaves. Returning to work, he meets Sister Mary, who asks in surprise why he is there. He complains that he only missed a few days, but everyone looks at him like he's a ghost. A Kang approaches him and formally calls him Chen Yang, which makes the guy suspicious. He is angry and trying to understand what could have happened during his several days of absence. A Khan informs him of his dismissal and shows him a letter signed by Brother Huan. Chen is shocked to learn that his severance pay has already been transferred to his account. And Kan coldly says that his things are in the break room and asks him to leave, citing that he is busy. Chen says goodbye to his sister Mary, and she sadly asks if he is leaving for another nightclub. He replies that he has decided not to work in this field anymore, but is ready to leave with her if she says the word. Mary sadly says that she and the girls decided to help him as a farewell gift, even though they don't have anything special. She hands him a credit card, explaining that they all chipped in together. Because of his silence, she asks with offense whether he really considers this money dirty. In anger, she waves the card and shouts that she will burn it right now if he doesn't take it. Chen reassures Mary that he didn't think anything bad and asks her to come to him for help. Later, Chen hugs a green-haired girl named May, and May declares that she will live with him because she has already been paid and she is ready to sleep even on the floor. Chen, who has a broken arm, receives a call from a realtor who happily informs him that he has found an apartment for him. The realtor shows them the apartment and offers to sign a contract on favorable terms. And May stops him and begins to list in detail all the shortcomings of the apartment, from the ecology to the lack of light. As a professional negotiator, she demands a huge discount and free services, and the realtor agrees. May happily jumps on the sofa, and Chen says that since she will be living here, she must clean. She objects that she is his nurse, not his maid, and leaves on company business. Left alone, Chen grumbles that this little money grabber didn't even help him with the cleaning. He reflects on his fickle luck and looks at the ring, wondering if that is the reason. He studies the report related to the ring, but finds no mention of a luck meter. Chen decides to fill out the form and email it in hopes of getting responses. He counts his money and realizes that the remaining amount should be enough for him to live for 6 months. He gets a call from a girl who calls him her 5th brother and asks him to wait a bit because she is at work. Chen listens to her with a tired expression, holding the phone to his ear. Jan-di excitedly asks why he didn't answer, and says that she even looked for him at the club. He replies that he no longer works there and changes the subject, asking about her current job. She happily announces that she works at the mall, and he immediately agrees to meet her. Arriving at the place, he sees Jan-di surrounded by men and jealously thinks that they want to seduce her. Jan-di notices him and asks with concern in her voice what happened to his hand. She doesn't believe his explanations and persistently asks him what really happened to him. She looks at his bandaged hand again with concern, repeating her question. He teases the blushing Jan-di, and she, embarrassed, suggests that they hurry up and go to dinner. Suddenly, she apologizes and says that she cannot go because she promised to help her friend. She says her caregiver friend asked her to help with a client who made her do laundry. Chen asks with a grin if her friend's name is Ame and describes her appearance accurately. Jan-di is surprised by his guess, and he, nervously, awkwardly tries to explain something. At the apartment, they are met by an angry Ame, who demands an explanation from Jan-di about how she knows Chen. And May stands between them, defending her friend and advising Chen to look for girls at the bar, not here. She then turns to him and asks him point blank if he has feelings for Jan-di. An embarrassed Jan-di says that this is too much and turns away, while May smiles slyly. But May doesn't let her leave, reminding her how she constantly complained about her 5th brother's silence. She again demands a direct answer from Chen about whether he likes Jan-di, calling him indecisive. Blushing, Chen finally admits and shouts out that he really likes Jan-di. And May is pleased that they finally confessed, and Chen says with a grin that she forced him to. An embarrassed Jan-di leaves to cook dinner, and Ame calls her shy. Ame says that she trusts Chen because, while she was taking care of him, she realized that he is an honest guy. Chen smirks and provokes Ame by asking if he is just an idiot who wants to get Jan-di. Ame seriously replies that the world is dangerous, and it is time for Jan-di to find a good man. Chen jokingly asks if she is mommy, to which Ame angrily shouts that she is only 20 years old. Because Jan-di was worried about Chen's injury, she moved in with him to take care of him. A few days later, the action moves to the hospital. The doctor tells Mr. Chen that his arm has fully recovered. Miss Chang-yu calls him and congratulates him on his recovery, mentioning the reports from his nurse. Chen asks her seriously if there is any news from Brother Huan. Chang-yu offers him a job as an assistant to his girlfriend, noting that the salary is not bad. She asks him to come to the company today, and Chen gratefully agrees. Chen Yang arrives at the company and introduces himself to the girl at the reception. The secretary informs him that the manager is waiting for him and invites him to come in. Walking through the office, Chen is surprised to notice that the company is staffed entirely by women. The girl takes him to the manager's office and asks him to come in. The secretary announces that Mr. Chen Yang has arrived for the meeting. He thinks the lady boss has problems because she only hires women and just draws something. A woman with purple hair and glasses looks up at him and asks if he is Mr. Chen. He confirms, and she introduces herself as Fang Nan and asks him to call her Miss Fang. Miss Fan says she needs an assistant, but she doubts she can trust him. Chen answers honestly that he is afraid she cannot trust him at the moment. He explains that strangers cannot trust each other when they first meet, and she agrees. She says he made a good impression, and she trusts Song Yu's recommendation. Miss Fan warns him that she is strict with those around her and advises him to know his place. Chen confidently declares that he can handle it, and she notes his sense of decency. She explains that he will be her personal assistant with a salary of 80,000 a month. When asked about work, she replies that he will have to solve difficult cases and communicate with different clients. She throws him the keys and tells him to take the car from the parking lot and wait for her at the entrance to the company. When Chen leaves, she says on the phone that he really does look like him. A little later, Miss Fan emerges from the building wearing a business coat. Chen asks Miss Fang about their plans, and she mentions meeting soon. She reminds him that he must carry out her orders during working hours. Miss Fan looks thoughtful and a little embarrassed for a moment. She looks at him again and thinks to herself how much he resembles that man. She answers his simple question hesitantly, clearly embarrassed. He asks her to call the elevator and wait, and she looks down, still nervous. A hostess greets them at the establishment, but Miss Fan says that they will have to wait for someone. She orders herself a regular drink and turns to Chen Yang. Miss Fan invites him to try the rare Blue Mountain coffee, which is not served anywhere else. Miss Fan says with a smirk that Chen Yang is as ignorant of Blue Mountain coffee as most young people. She explains that real Blue Mountain is almost never exported to China and is only available in 10 coffee shops. Chen Yang replies that he cannot distinguish this coffee from Nestlé instant coffee. Miss Fan finds him interesting and asks if he can play billiards or poker. He confirms that he plays well, and she explains that his job is to accompany a male client. She strictly orders him to lose to the client, but to do so in such a way that the victory appears fair. A customer, Mr. Jin, arrives with a girl and they greet Miss Fan. Miss Feng introduces Chen Yang as her assistant for today. Mr. Jin invites Chen Yang to play a few rounds of billiards, and he agrees with a smile. Mr. Jin gives Chen Yang advice on how to seduce a girl, thinking that he works at the establishment. Chen Yang says he's just curious, and Mr. Jin decides he's not interested in girls. Mr. Jin suggests playing snooker. He confidently rubs the cue with chalk and takes the first shot. Chen Yang is surprised to realize that Mr. Jin is a real professional player. Chen Yang picks up the cue, noting that Mr. Jin made a mistake by not pocketing the fifth ball. Mr. Jin makes a difficult shot. Mr. Jin tells Chen Yang that he needs to practice, but he thinks that he needs this job. Chen Yang thinks that he needs money because he supports 2 girls and his girlfriend. They continue playing billiards. Suddenly, the black 9-ball flies off the table, surprising Chen Yang. Mr. Jin is furious and shouts what's going on, and his companion states that it's a loss. Chen Yang smiles and suggests that Mr. Jin calm down and play blackjack for a change of scenery. Mr. Jin agrees to blackjack, declaring that he doesn't want to play stupid pool anymore. Chen Yang thinks he should lose at cards to cheer up the client, and hopes that the effect of the lucky ring has worn off. He looks at his cards in horror, realizing that he has been incredibly lucky again. In a panic, he suggests that Mr. Jin play something else. Mr. Jin suspects deception, says that he has never seen such a lucky person, and leaves. In the car, Chen Yang asks if he can get his salary before he quits. Miss Fan thanks him, saying that he helped close the deal, and this is his reward. Suddenly the car jerks, and Miss Fang asks Chen Yang if he is okay. She yells at him to be careful. Later at the office, Chen Yang asks if his car is being repaired, and Miss Fang confirms it. She lists damage to several cars, but tells him not to worry about hers. Ms. Fang said she paid 300,000 yuan in compensation for the damage he caused. She states that she will deduct half of his salary, and he will have to work for her for at least 6 years. Chen Yang is surprised that he wasn't fired for such a mistake on his first day. She explains that Mr. Jin asked for a meeting that would help her business, so he is staying. In the hallway, another employee asks Chen Yang if he was scolded. She says that Director Fang is actually friendly, but she must be careful because of her responsibility. She introduces herself as Chen Pan, Miss Fang's secretary, and she and Chen Yang get acquainted. Chen Yang wonders why a company with only female employees hired him, a man. Returning home, he says that he has arrived, and a girl meets him with a ladle. She is happy about his new job with a salary of 8,000 yuan and a good boss. He adds with a smile that he has screwed up big time and will now have to pay off the debt from his salary. The girl encourages him, saying that everything will be fine. At night, his attention is drawn to the sound of the computer and he notices new emails. He leafs through the directory in confusion as he cannot find the country by its strange number. He calls the number and asks if the ring has any effect on luck even when it is not worn. They explain to him with the help of a diagram that the ring does not influence luck if it is not worn. The following graph compares the luck of ordinary people and a user of a ring with a meter. Chen Yang guesses that without a luck meter, bad luck can strike at any moment. He wants to buy the meter separately, but he is told that this is not possible. The interlocutor agrees that rich people will not be interested in a dubious ring. Despite the product's failure, Chen Yang says he admires the invention. They explain to him that the ring changes luck, thanks to a special metal from meteorites. The interlocutor reports that only 2 people in the world, including him, use this product. Chen Yang is shocked that there are only 2 of them, but the project was cancelled due to budget overruns. The second ring belongs to a wealthy European magnate, Mr. Heritus. Chen Yang is desperately wondering how he can find this European tycoon now. Miss Fan calls him and invites him to go with her to a charity auction and party. Chen Yang sits behind the wheel of the car, waiting for Miss Fang. At the auction, he sees the finished product, that very ring, and realizes that this is his chance. He regretfully realizes that he doesn't have the money even for the starting bid at the auction. He looks at Miss Fan, realizing that she is his only hope of getting the ring. He brings Miss Fan home and is amazed at the luxury of her home. He wakes up Miss Fan, who dozed off in the car on the way home. She asks sheepishly if she looked ugly while she slept, but he says he didn't notice. She invites him inside, mentioning that she has a job for him. She asks him to wait in the living room and offers to get drinks from the refrigerator. In the refrigerator, he finds Little Panda's cigarettes and wonders why she needs them. He thinks for a moment that she bought them for him, but immediately pushes the thought away. Miss Fan confirms that she did indeed buy these cigarettes especially for him. She lights a cigarette and advises him to relax, imagining that he is visiting a friend. He reminds her that she is his boss, and besides, he owes her 300,000. He feels the atmosphere become awkward as she is about to say something. He breaks the awkwardness and reminds her about the promised job. She says that the cabinet door in the kitchen is broken, and the girls are not good at repairing it. Chen Yang starts repairing the cabinet door under Miss Fang's supervision. After fixing the door, he learns of new problems with the kitchen lights and switches. She asks him to mow the lawn, but he refuses because he doesn't know how to use a lawnmower. Miss Fan says with a smile that the gardener comes every week. Chen Yang is angry, not understanding why she made him work. She apologizes and says she has a reason. She gives him a new shirt and asks him to go with her to the auction. He sees that the shirt is expensive and fits perfectly. He puts aside the idea of seduction and simply thanks her. He thinks that such a rich and beautiful woman has no reason to fall in love with him. He assumes that he is similar to her ex, which is why she acts this way. She notices his disheveled appearance and offers to help. He politely declines and says that they need to have a serious talk. He lists all her good deeds, including gifts and compensation for damages. She lights a cigarette and asks if he really thinks she's a weird boss. He reminds her that yesterday she said that he looked like someone. He offers to listen to her if she wants to share. She pours wine and says that he is her first guest in a long time. She admits that she is not seducing him, but simply feels warmth next to him. Crying, she remembers the man who left and will never return. Losing her balance from the drink, she falls right on top of him. She asks in tears why her older brother didn't look for her for 10 years. He is completely confused by her words about her brother and sister. He's worried about how she manages her business if she gets drunk so easily. Remembering the auction, he decides to find her a hangover cure. He brings the pills, but after drinking them, she falls on him again. In an awkward fall, his hand accidentally ends up on her breast. He turns away shyly as she hugs him, half asleep. She comes to, and he quickly explains that he was just helping her. She apologizes for getting drunk and making a fool of herself. He is irritated by the ringing, but then he notices the time on the screen. He screams in panic that it is already 7 o'clock, and they are late for the auction. She is also worried, and says that she urgently needs to change her clothes. As she leaves, he notices a telltale stain on her skirt. He realizes she's on her period and waits 20 minutes. She appears in a luxurious evening gown, ready to go. He kindly advises her to take a jacket so as not to catch a cold. Touched by his concern, she shyly hurries him, saying that they are late. In the car, he agrees, and she looks at him thoughtfully. At the event, they are met by another couple, and he is glad that he did not take advantage of her condition. A familiar man greets Miss Fan and is surprised by her early arrival. The girl introduces Miss Fang and Chen Yang to her boss. A boss named Zhu Yijing greets Miss Fan with a smile. Chen Yang suspects that the new boss, Kang Yu, has taken his brother's place and is in love with Fang Nan. He sees the new boss flirting with Fang Nan and recognizes the familiar tricks in his gaze. Mr. Zhou tells Fang Nan that he forgot to tell her something important, and she listens with interest. He compliments her, calling her the most charming woman he has ever met. She advises him to save his compliments for his companion, but he says that Shang Yu is just a colleague. Chen Yang realizes that Zhou was subtly hinting at his bachelor status and working relationship with Kang Yu. Fang Nan interrupts their conversation and asks Chen Yang what time it is. After finding out the time, she hints to Mr. Zhou that the party is about to start and it's time for him to go to his table. Zhu reports that he asked to be moved to her place, and Chen Yang is impressed by his persistence. Chen Yang continues to watch their long conversation, noting how skillfully Zhou conducts the conversation. Chang Yu appears, and Zhou asks if she knows Fang Nan's assistant, Chen Yang. Chen Yang realizes that Kang Yu lied about how they actually met. Zhou tells Chen Yang that he envies him, and Chen Yang replies that Miss Fang is simply an excellent leader. Chen Yang thoughtfully offers Fang Nan some water, reminding her of her headache, which angers Zhou. Fang Nan wants to rest, and Zhou immediately offers to take her, but he is interrupted. Chang Yu coquettishly takes Zhou's arm and asks him not to refuse her company. Fang Nan notices that Zhou Jing seems to be very interested in Chen Yang. She admits that she doesn't need someone who is only interested in beauty, but a man for a long-term relationship. Embarrassed by her frankness, she asks Chen Yang if he understands her. Fang Nan abruptly changes the subject and asks why Kang Yu hid their acquaintance. Chen Yang panics, thinking that Kang Yu is afraid for him because of Zhou's feud with his brother. Seeing his confusion, Fang Nan says that he doesn't need to explain anything. Chen Yang apologizes and says that he needs to step away for a while, leaving her alone. He catches up with Chang Yu, assuming she wants to talk about his brother Huang. Sang Yu is surprised by his appearance in the ladies' room and asks what he is doing. She gets angry and says that he is interfering with her work and is meddling in things that are none of his business. Suddenly, they see Mr. Jin through the half-open door, hugging the actress. Chen Yang watches in shock as the passionate scene unfolds outside the door. The man behind the door whispers vulgarities to the actress, unaware that they can be heard. Chen Yang mentally calls the couple animals and asks Kang Yu again what she wanted to say. She asks him to be careful and not to do anything against Fang Nan. Song Yu says with concern that she may have made a mistake in offering him this job. She confirms that Zhou Jing is on the side of brother Huang's enemies, and Chen Yang asks where his brother is. Song Yu replies that Huang is underground and they should also be very quiet. Chen Yang guesses that she is also on her brother's side, and she confirms it. She tells him to return first so that they are not seen together, and leaves. Upon returning, Chen Yang meets Mr. Jin, who offers to play again. Jin offers to teach him poker, and someone whispers to Chen Yang about lipstick on his collar. Mr. Jin bids farewell to Fang Nan and Kang Yu, announcing that he and the actress are leaving. He waves goodbye to Chen Yang and says that they will see each other next week. Chu invites Chen Yang to smoke, but he declines, suspecting that the man is trying to pick on him. Chen Yang decides that this is a good chance to talk to him alone, despite his suspicions. The man apologizes to the ladies and takes Chen Yang away for a short conversation. Chen Yang directly asks Mr. Zhou about the purpose of their conversation, which earns his approval. Mr. Zhou smiles and admits that he likes straightforward people, after which he asks for help. He sits down and explains that his request concerns Miss Fan, to whom he is very partial. Zhou wants to know what Miss Fang saw at the auction, hinting at expensive jewelry. Chen Yang asks Zhou if he wants to buy the item she chose, and he confirms his intentions. Chen Yang smirked, deciding to take advantage of this persistent guy's offer. Zhou offers Chen Yang a check for 300,000 for information about what Miss Fang liked. The man hands over the check, declaring that he never allows anyone to help him for free. Chen Yang reports that Miss Fang's first target is the diamond brooch, the third lot in the auction. Zhou says that he knows about this brooch and its price, after which he asks about the girl's other goals. Smiling confidently, Chen Yang names item number 5, a diamond double ring. Mr. Zhou notices that the ring doesn't look like a woman's ring, but decides that's not a problem. Zhou thanks him for the information and asks him to keep their conversation secret, giving him a business card. He thinks that he can't buy the ring himself, but he will let this idiot do it for Fang Nan. Returning to Fang Nan, he hears the waiter asking for some ginger water. He serves the girl a drink and tells her that it is his job to take care of her, to which she thanks him. Suddenly, Chen Yang cries out in pain as Kang Yu subtly pinches him from behind. Song Yu asks to borrow an assistant for a few minutes, and Fang Nan suggests that she ask him to dance herself. During the dance, Song Yu says that he regrets meeting her and warns her not to flirt with Fang Nan. He replies that he is an ordinary guy with no money or past, so he is unlikely to be able to please her. He says that Fang Nan will realize that he is not the one she is looking for and advises her to be wary of Zhou Jing. Chang Yu is sure that Zhou has no chance because he doesn't know about Fang Nan's past, which intrigues Chen Yang. The girl asks him to calm down and live a normal life, as her brother wants for him. He assures that he will not touch Fang Nan, but in his mind, he is already making a plan to take the ring from Zhou. Chen Yang wonders if he will be able to live a normal life at all once he receives this ring. Chang Yu notices his thoughtfulness, but he brushes it off, saying that he simply saw someone he knew. The auctioneer announces the start of the auction, mentioning that all proceeds will go to charity. He stands on stage in front of the guests and announces that all the items for the auction were donated. The presenter bangs the gavel, announcing the sale of the second lot for $1,200,000. The next lot is the same brooch from the French house with a starting price of $200,000. Mr. Zhou immediately raises his sign and places a bet of $1 million. The auctioneer excitedly announces a generous bid and asks if anyone is willing to bid more. Fang Nan looks dissatisfied, and Kang Yu thinks suspiciously about Chen Yang. Bidding begins for the fifth lot, a ring, with a starting price of $1 million, and the bids quickly rise. Suddenly, the man with the ponytail raises the bet to $2 million, causing Zhou's displeasure. Zhou Jing doesn't give up and confidently raises the bet to $2.2 million. Suddenly, someone in the audience outbids him, offering $3 million, shocking Zhou. Yang Wei decisively raises the sign, entering the auction. Chen Yang notices Yang Wei and realizes that his guess was correct. Zhou Jing shouts out his bet of $4 and $1 million in anger. He nervously raises the bet to $5 and $1 million under Yang Wei's cold gaze. The lot sold for $5 and $1 million, and Chen Yang doubts Zhou's romantic motives. He speculates that Zhou's persistent bargaining is connected to some gesture by Yang Wei. Miss Fang asks Zhou if he knows the lady who congratulated him with a gesture. The girl with red hair guesses that the gesture meant the end of their calculations. Zhou Jing apologizes and leaves, and Chen Yang suggests that Miss Fang also leave the auction. Miss Fang looks at Chen Yang as he suggests that she leave. As they exit, they are stopped by Mr. Zhou's driver with 2 boxes in his hands. Chen Yang notices the man's rough hands and realizes that he is not just a driver. He continues to watch the bodyguard as Miss Fan asks him to take the boxes. She hands him the gifts with a smile, but he remains serious. Chen Yang ironically suggests that the boxes contain jewelry. In the car, Miss Fan asks not to take her home, but just to drive around the city. She answers him sharply, and he does not understand what has caused her displeasure. Miss Fan was offended that he called Song Yu by her first name and her so formally. He feels tension when she asks directly about his closeness with Song Yu. Chen Yang calmly replies that he has only seen Song Yu twice before this evening. She recalls him leaving at the same time as Chang Yu before the auction. She accuses him, saying that she noticed his strange behavior and unnatural appearance. He tries to remind her that their relationship is strictly work-related. To his surprise, Miss Fan begins to cry, and he offers her a handkerchief. Opening the box, she is amazed to see an expensive gold brooch inside. She angrily asks if he was the one who arranged for Mr. Zhou to buy the brooch. She is sure that only he could know about her desire to buy this brooch. She directly accuses him of helping Zhou by telling her about her plans. He denies everything, but she reminds him that he saw the catalog with her notes. The thought flashes through her mind that Sang Yu might have been involved in this. Chen Yang insists that he doesn't like Zhou and has no reason to help him. Her gaze softens, and he utters an ambiguous phrase about his heart. He panics internally, realizing that his words sounded too ambiguous. She refuses the gift, but he convinces her that the jewelry will suit her very well. In the second box, she finds a ring and doesn't understand why Zhou sent it. She speaks dismissively of the ring, but he reminds her of its enormous price. She offers a beautiful ring to Chen Yang, but he refuses to accept such a valuable gift. Then Miss Fang asks him to help her return the ring to Mr. Zhou the next day. She smiles shyly and asks him to call her by her first name when they are alone. He offers to take her home, but she admits that she is hungry and wants to eat. She sheepishly admits that she is a little hungry and would like to eat something. The girl explains that she doesn't want to go back because she'll be bored and lonely at home. He takes her to the night market, admitting that he doesn't know much about fine dining. She orders fried chicken wings, fish, and 2 bottles of beer, though he's unsure if she should drink. After trying the wings, she finds them very tasty, and he admires her. He thinks she's much more charming now than she was at work when a friend calls out to him. A group of guys, led by the red-haired Wang Ajiang, approaches their table. Wang Ajiang insults his companion and makes an indecent proposal to her. Wang Ajiang continues to mock him, suggesting that he return to his old business in Guangzhou. He grabs Chen Yan by the collar, shouting about old debts and accusing him of arrogance. Wang Ajiang tries to kick him in anger, but Chen Yan calmly blocks the attack. Chen Yan grabs the chopsticks and stabs them into the attacker's hand, causing him to scream. Wang Ajiang's friends become furious and rush at Chen Yan with screams. A fight breaks out, and Chen Yan dodges blows from a bottle and a stool. One of the attackers smashes a bottle on his head, causing him to wince in pain. Despite the blow, he immediately strikes back at one of the thugs. Fang Nan asks Chen Yan with concern in his voice if he is okay. Suddenly, he notices that Fang Nan has injured her leg during the scuffle. Seeing her wound, Chen Yan becomes enraged, and his appearance frightens the remaining bandits. He single-handedly quickly deals with all the attackers, leaving them lying on the ground. He approaches the defeated Wang Ajiang and reminds him that he broke his leg last time. With these words, he steps on Wang Ajiang's other leg and breaks it with a crunching sound. Leaving the bandit screaming in pain, he turns to Fang Nan and examines her wound. She insists that the wound is not serious, but his fierce gaze frightens her. He asks the waitress for iodine and gauze to treat her cut. He carefully bandages her leg and asks her to bear the burning for a little while. After finishing the bandage, he picks her up to take her to the hospital. At that moment, the police show up and announce that he is accused of inciting a fight. He explains that his friend is injured and asks permission to take her to the hospital first. She is worried and wants to go with him, but he asks her to go to the company to get his documents. He asks her to come and pick him up at the police station as soon as she receives the documents. Another policeman reports that there are seriously injured guys lying on the ground. The captain asks his subordinate Xiao Chen what's wrong, and he looks worried. Xiao Chen says that one of the guys, Wang Ajiang, is causing trouble, and the hero suspects something is wrong. He is brought to the district police station. Chen Yan is handcuffed to a radiator and does not understand what they want from him. A man enters the interrogation room, and a police officer orders Chen Yan to behave himself. A policeman with a folder in his hands sternly reminds him where he is. He understands that they are trying to play games with him, but he remains calm. When asked about his name, he calmly and clearly dictates all his personal information. The policeman yells at Chen Yang, demanding that he answer only his questions. Chen Yang yawns and claims it was self-defense, but the officer has his doubts. He gets angry and asks why they put handcuffs on him since he is under arrest. Another officer asks if he had a bad relationship with one of the beaten men. The officer threatens him, seeing his stubbornness, and orders Xiao Wang to put him away. The captain enters the room and suggests using force since Chen Yang remains silent. The captain says the man he beat was his brother-in-law and lists his injuries. Chen Yang mocks the captain by insulting his wife, and he becomes furious. The captain orders water to be brought, holding a stun gun in his hand. Xiao Wang forcefully pushes Chen Yang's hands into the basin of water. The captain uses a stun gun, and Chen Yang screams in unbearable pain. He threatens to keep him here for 48 hours if he doesn't confess. A policeman enters with a message about an urgent visit, but the captain drives him away. Suddenly, a lawyer appears and introduces himself as Mr. Chen Yang's defense attorney. The lawyer reports that all procedures have been completed and invites Jan to go with him. Fang Nan runs up to him and asks why only he was arrested. A military man bursts in and angrily asks who dared to hurt Xiao Nan. The soldier without hesitation delivers a crushing blow to Wu Gang's face. The police understand that they cannot control him because he is a high-ranking soldier. He ignores the police and kindly offers to take Xiao Nan home. The girl coldly asks why he is here and who gave him permission to come. He explains that CEO Zhou told him about looking for her. Yan notices the military insignia and wonders about Fang Nan's origins. Fang Nan wants to sue, but Yang asks her to forget about it and thanks the lawyer. The lawyer modestly says that this is Ms. Fan's fault, not his. Chen Yang refuses to go to the hospital, saying that he is fine. She says they'll pick up the car tomorrow, but he insists on being independent. At her house, he is about to leave, but Fang Nan shyly invites him in. An inner voice warns him of the danger of the situation if he enters. He refuses, citing the late hour, and she offers him her car. The military man appears and asks what his relationship is with Xiao Fang. The man offers him a new job so that he leaves Xiao Nan alone. Jan sharply replies that he earns his own money and does not need her patronage. The military man grabs him by the shoulder, but Chen Yang easily blocks his sudden blow. In response, Chen Yang delivers a powerful and accurate kick straight to his face. The soldier calmly stops the fight and says that he is no longer worried about him. He explains that Xiao Nan is not an ordinary girl, and the smart Yang must know his limits. The man tosses him a military token, and Yan realizes that Fang Nan is from an elite family. As he leaves, he reproaches himself for babysitting others while having a girlfriend at home. He remembers how generously Fang Nan threw him $1 million, as if it was nothing. Chen Yang screams in horror as he falls down the collapsed elevator along with the boxes. Jan Di tells him that he made the news, and he complains of a headache. She explains that the elevator cables broke and he was taken to the hospital unconscious. Jean Di says he's lucky, but he immediately asks excitedly about the box. She wonders why the box is so important and says that she took it from the scene of the accident. Another girl, a Mei, enters the room and greets him happily. And Mei trips and falls right on top of him, and he apologizes for making her worry. An embarrassed Yang Di calls them unbearable, and Chen Yang asks them to bring him the boxes. He is in a panic that Fang Nan's boss will come, but Yan Di calms him down. He thanks her with relief, jokingly calling her a money grabber. Suddenly, his boss, Fang Nan, bursts into the room and calls out to him excitedly. She leans towards him and reproaches him for not calling her immediately after waking up. Shen Yang awkwardly introduces his boss Fang Nan to his friends. Fang Nan immediately asks if Yan Di is his girlfriend, creating tension. She introduces herself as Yang Di and tells Chen Yang that she has reserved a room for him. Fang Nan asks him to get well soon and return to work, after which he leaves. And Mei says that she understood everything, and now she is his girlfriend, and he tries to object. In the corridor, he hears the nurses discussing a beautiful lady who ran out in tears. The girls bring clothes and tell that the elevator repairman won $5 million. He guesses that the winnings are connected with his ring, and urgently asks for the boxes to be brought. He yells at John D to bring the boxes from home as quickly as possible. When he opens the box, he sees that the ring has been stolen, and there is talk of a robbery on TV. The reporter reports that the winner was robbed, and the suspect fled the scene. Chen Yang realizes that the thief is unlucky because the ring has a side effect. He laughs, holding the meter, and says that now even a fake will work. He remembers that the ring is just an amplifier, and the meter is needed to test luck. He decides to immediately check his current luck level using the device. He is shocked to see that his luck is legendary, remembering the ranks from the instructions. He imagines a luxurious life full of money, success, and beautiful women. He smugly decides that he has been lucky lately because of high base values. An angry Miss Chow calls him and says she will be at the hospital in a second. He asks to postpone the meeting, but she shouts that it is very important for her whole life. 15 minutes later, she bursts into the room and demands that he greet her. She immediately starts flirting with John Di, calling her a hot nurse. Hugging Yang Di, she dubiously asks Chen Yang if he is really injured. He assures her that he is fine, and then she sits down and declares that she is going to get married. She shouts that same-sex marriage is prohibited in their country and demands that they help her. After finally leaving the hospital, he decides to immediately report to Fang Nan's company. At the office, he is informed that Miss Fan has left the country, but has arranged for him to get a new job. She congratulates him on his appointment as manager, but he refuses in shock. The employee says that Miss Fan trusts him and asks if he can let her down. He agrees to the job, determined not to let Fang Nan down, and the employee sends him off to rest. 10 minutes later, his friend Chow Chow meets him, and he is surprised by her revealing outfit. Chow Chow asks Chen Yang if he has a plan, and he briefly confirms that he does. At the restaurant, Chow Chow introduces Chen Yang to his classmate Tang Fang. Tang Fang compliments Chow Chow's appearance and suggests ordering French cuisine. Chow Chow asks for steamed egg buns, and Chen Yang tries to figure out her plan. The waiter explains that there are no Chinese dishes on the menu, but Tang Fang orders him to buy some. Chen Yang asks Tang Fang about his job, and he replies that he works in finance. Chen Yang clarifies with a grin that he is actually an underground moneylender. He deftly cuts meat with 2 knives, hinting that he usually uses them on living creatures. Tang Fang is scared, and Chen Yang is calmly eating meat when someone approaches their table. 2 of her friends, Mumu and Jia, appear and start complimenting her. Chow Chow introduces them as friends, and Jai asks who should be killed, scaring Tang Fang. Jai lunges at Tang Fang with a knife, causing him to scream in horror. Mumu takes Tang Fang away, calling off the marriage, and Chow Chow suspects that they are a couple. Chow Chow is considering a sham marriage, and her friends ask her to buy them dinner in exchange for her help. The next day at the office, the boss gives Chen Yang his first important assignment. He is tasked with organizing a lingerie show to promote a seasonal sale. A colleague named Ning Yan asks him how the show is going. Ning Yan says the agency's models have been hired, and she will start working on the program soon. Chen Yang thanks his colleague and says that he will help, since this is his first assignment. Ning Yan notes to himself that the seemingly shy Chen Yang has excellent leadership qualities. Suddenly, Ning Yan panics and announces that the agency models will not be able to come. Chen Yang is worried that he will fail the first task and will not be able to meet Fang Nan. Ning Yan asks him to find 10 beautiful and open-minded girls to participate in the show. She looks at him hopefully, repeating that they urgently need 10 participants. Chen Yang realizes that finding a group of girls is not a problem for him, but a real jackpot. He calls his friend Mary, and 20 minutes later, she arrives with a whole group of girls. The girls claim to be the best in their field and ask what kind of clients to entertain. He asks them to become models for a lingerie show and offers to pay double the usual price. The girls are hesitant, as they are not models, but one of them compares it to dancing. In the end, they decide that there is nothing to be afraid of and agree to help their friend. Ning Yan is surprised where he got the models from, but then discovers to her horror that they are barmaids. He calmly confirms that all the girls are barmaids, and Ning Yan thinks he's crazy. The host announces the exit, and Ning Yan despairs, thinking that the company's prestige will collapse. The girls take to the catwalk in their underwear, delighting the audience. The manager gets angry when she shows him a newspaper with a provocative headline about their show. She screams that the company's image will be ruined, but he interrupts her, pointing to the phone. The manufacturer calls her and tells her that sales after the show exceeded all expectations by 300%. The manager informs Chen Yang that the manufacturer has signed a 2-year contract with them and is offering him a bonus of 10,000. Chen Yang considers this an unexpected reward and decides to buy something for Yan Di later. A stranger approaches him and says that he has finally found him. At his house, he is met by a blonde he hasn't seen in a long time in a provocative pose. Chen Yang, shocked, asks why she is at his house, and she replies that she was just visiting. She says she came back for business, and that is the serious reason for her visit. Lying on the couch with a drink, she adds that she needs to tell him something. She mentions a certain Zhou Jing, who pulled the strings last time. The woman explains that her family ordered her to contact Jing, but he wanted to use her, and she refused. She says she noticed they were following her, and went out alone to find out who was threatening her family. He realizes she was bait, but she says she is grateful to him for saving her, and was touched. She angrily recalls that someone ambushed her, and her family terminated the contract. He accuses her of using him, but she denies it, saying she was thinking about the good of the family. She turns to him sadly and asks if they are still friends. In another scene, a girl asks a pale guy what happened, and at that moment, the doorbell rings. The guy answers the phone, and on the other end of the line is Chen Yang, who has business with Jing He. 2 men are talking at night. One of them is worried about a certain Brother Juan. His interlocutor explains that Brother Juan has gone into hiding and asks for help, handing over a sealed envelope. The camera shows a cheerful schoolgirl in uniform posing with a school bag. A female voiceover says that she thought Chen Yang had called her to catch the student. Chen Yang, in a car with a girl, denies that he is looking for a partner, and she asks about the purpose of his visit. He asks what 18-year-olds like, and she lists clothes, money, and guys. A schoolgirl named Duo Duo rudely rejects a suitor with a bouquet, saying that she has a new husband. She pushes the guy away and notices Chen Yang, who realizes that this is the same girl. Chen Yang introduces himself as her father's envoy from America and says he has evidence. Duo Duo is angry that her father, who abandoned her, is suddenly worried and yells at him to get out. Chen Yang's companion asks him what to do now, and he decides to follow the girl. In the car, the woman wonders why he was looking for such a girl, but he thinks she is normal. She objects that such people lead wild lives, and she wouldn't be surprised if that drug addict sells her body. Chen Yang replies that he sees traits in her that are all too familiar to him. He remembers how his parents died, and he, like her, grew up alone. He says he saw himself in her, remembering his past, full of fights and broken places. He was like this until he met his master. He thought that the master pitied him and did not need mercy, continuing to fight. He ended up seriously injuring a man and was sent to jail for 10 days. It was very hard in prison. He was constantly beaten and humiliated. But the worst thing was the realization that he had disappointed his master. In a flashback, the master angrily slaps him for his misdeed. The master takes him home, and from then on the boy never did anything bad again. The companion asks if he thinks Duoduo needs the same love as his master. The guy doesn't believe that the girl was born like this, and his companion agrees to help him save her. They see a girl getting into a car and decide to follow her. A girl gets out of a car on the dirtiest bar-filled street in the city. The girl and the guy seem suspicious, and the heroes decide to follow them, but quickly lose sight of them. They ask the club employee where a couple of students are, and he points to the first room on the left. The guy overhears one of the attackers advising the other to use an aphrodisiac on the girl. He understands that they want to sell the girl and asks Chow Chow to find her, and he approaches the guys. One of the guys angrily asks who let the uninvited guest into their room. The protagonist apologizes and says he's in the wrong room, after which he attacks the guy with a knife. He grabs a bottle and smashes it on the head of an opponent who is trying to hit him. The second attacker in a t-shirt attacks him from behind with a broken bottle, threatening to cut him. The hero disarms the attacker and, holding a knife to his throat, recognizes him as one of the leaders of Blesk. Duoduo appears and shouts at the hero in a rage, demanding an explanation for what he did to her companions. Two boys kneel and repent, admitting that they should not have tried to sell their classmate. Duoduo shouts at him for what right he has to interfere, and he asks if she knew about their plans. He puts Duoduo on his shoulder and asks Chow Chow for a car to take the girl home. He throws her on the sofa and introduces himself as Chen Yang, saying that her father is his older brother. She asks in amazement if this means that he is her uncle, since her father is his brother. Chen Yang angrily threatens her not to insult his brother anymore, and the girl becomes frightened. The girl is outraged by his invasion of privacy and asks how he found out where she lives. He gets angry again that she called his brother a bastard and spanks her, and she screams about harassment. In response to this, Duoduo grabs a small knife and rushes at him in a rage. Chen Yang easily intercepts her hand, stopping the knife strike. He disarms her and sarcastically asks if she could find another weapon. He suggests just talking, and she, smiling slyly, agrees. Suddenly, she hits him with a stun gun she was hiding in her hand. She sprawls on the bed and provocatively invites him to rape her to finish it all. He says he is disappointed because from the photograph, he imagined her as a sweet girl. Chen Yang admits that he is no better than her, but at least he can protect himself from her friends who want to drug her. She replies that her life has long been torn to shreds, and she no longer has anything to fear. He asks why she says that, and remembers an elderly woman who, unfortunately, died. Looking at the photograph, he remembers that she lived with her grandmother several years ago. When he asks when his grandmother died, the girl coldly replies that it is none of his business. Hearing her stomach rumble, he offers her something to eat, then teases her with a card with $1 million from her father. He says he will keep the money for her because he doesn't believe she is responsible, and she tries to take the card away. In a modest noodle shop, she reproaches him for being petty, and he is surprised that she eats in such places. The girl eats noodles and replies that she has been going to this establishment for many years. In a flashback, she remembers eating here when her grandmother was in the hospital and didn't know how to cook. He asks if she ate here 3 times a day, and she confirms that she had no other choice. Amazed, he offers her beef from his plate, and the girl looks at him in surprise. The girl tastes with pleasure the piece of meat that he offered her. She stands up abruptly and declares that she will not eat anything he touched. She leaves the diner, and the guy follows her silently. She accuses him of stalking her, and he replies that she looked back herself. He comes closer and wipes her mouth with a napkin, telling her that she is being sloppy. She indignantly pushes him away, demanding that he stop worrying about her. He agrees and she runs away, telling him to leave or go upstairs. The guy says he's hungry and suggests finding a place to eat. After eating, she sends him away again, but he suggests going to an ice cream shop. With ice cream in hand, she listens as he offers to buy her clothes. She tries on a new outfit in the store, and he approves of her choice. He suggests going to a spa, promising to leave immediately after the procedure. He asks if she wants him to go away, and she screams at him to disappear. After the transformation, she thinks she looks stupid, but he compliments her. He asks how she knows his boss, but she is interrupted by a phone call. She happily arranges to meet this evening at the same place. He asks to see her garage and, despite her refusal, points to it. When he sees the racing motorcycle, he realizes that she is a street racer. They arrive for the night races, and he is surprised by her outfit for such a place. The blonde guy accuses her of pretending to be innocent. The stranger calls her companion a pimp, and he takes the cigarette from her. The blonde-haired man mocks the guy, surprised that he forbids her to smoke. The guy coldly tells him to get lost, and he recognizes him as the one who offended his friend. A bald man in a racing suit appears and greets the protagonist. The girl is surprised that he is the fourth brother, but he says that he stopped drinking a long time ago. He quietly confesses to the girl that it was he who broke the leg of that bald racer. She assumes that he won the race and that he tried to beat him up. He explains that Four is a gambling boss and she is betting on the favorite. The girl watches the racer with delight, admiring his technique. She bets on the Fury racer, but the guy stops her, choosing the NSR. He offers her a bet: if Fury wins, she will have to drive a lap. He ponders the simple conspiracy at the races and the possible losses of the fourth. The race ends and the green motorcycle crosses the finish line first. She is shocked by the NSR's victory and asks how he found out, and he says that they know each other. The winner takes off his helmet, and the girl is amazed to recognize him as the bus driver. The hero asks if he crashed the bike again, and the rider complains about the fourth. The fourth one pays the racer only $5,000 and offers to work with him. The bald man shouts that his leg hurts in the cold, but the protagonist shows no interest. The girl offers to have a drink with him if he feels bad, but he refuses to give the child a drink. He recalls the past, the death of the master, and his long-standing love for street racing. The hero recalls how, in his youth, he and his friends were carefree racers, a real family. Years later, the first, third, and Fluffy quit racing and opened their own car dealership. Only the fourth continued to drive and tried to involve the brothers in his affairs, but they refused. He explains that in racing, courage alone is not enough because an amateur cannot beat a professional. The news reported that 2 motorcycles crashed. One rider died at the scene and the other in the hospital. The girl asks if it was the first and third brothers, and he confirms that it was the fourth who persuaded them. Upon hearing the news, he rushed to the hospital and in a rage broke the fourth brother's leg. Later, he learned of the fourth's debts and sold his house to help, but their friendship ended. He asked the girl if what happened was worth 2 lost lives and 1 maimed one. The hero reminds her of their bet and asks her not to enter into dangerous company anymore. He doesn't want her to become a nerd, but simply asks her to think about her loved ones before acting. He touches her nose gently, and she smiles shyly, accepting his concern. The next day, he comes to the office and sees his subordinate Ningyan sleeping at her workplace. When she wakes up, she apologizes, and he asks why she stayed after work. She talks about the upcoming auto show, and he suggests they discuss it on the way, looking around the center. He asks if her boyfriend would mind working after hours. As they inspect the car, an angry guy appears and yells rudely at Ningyan. He grabs her hand and she tries to explain that Chen Yang is just her colleague. The guy doesn't believe her and shouts that there shouldn't be any men at her work. Chen Yang grabs the guy's hand, declaring that he will not sit idly by while he touches his wife. The guy mocks him, and Ningyan, shocked, calls him shameless. In tears, she reminds the guy that he promised to stop harassing her. The guy demands $100,000 to avoid being charged with rape, and Chen Yang asks if he will accept the check. Instead of money, Chen Yang deals the guy a crushing blow to the face. He says he despises men who beat their wives, and Ningyan asks him to stop. Chen Yang looks at the guy with an icy gaze and threatens to crush him if he sees him again. The beaten boy runs away, shouting that he will make Chen Yang pay for what he did. He reassures Ningyan, and she thanks him and asks him to meet the client in her place. At the airport, he is met by a woman he knows with pink hair, and is surprised that he is also here. He explains that he is meeting a client, and she says that she has come to pick up her father. The girl, in a panic, tells that her father brought her a fiancé from Singapore, with whom their destinies are intertwined. She suggests trying the old trick to scare off the Singaporean guy. Her father appears with a young man named Li Wenjing, the son of a family friend. Li Wenjing greets Chen Yang politely, noting that Chow Chow mentions him often. He says he is honored to meet them, and Chen Yang is surprised that they are talking about him. Chow Chow's father invites Chen Yang to visit, and says goodbye as he leaves with Li Wenjing. Chen Yang thinks that Li Wenjing has no shortcomings, and Chow Chow will be fine with him. He discusses the plan with Fu's supervisor, who is generally satisfied, but asks to double-check the materials. After the meeting, a drunk Mr. Fu hugs Chen Yang and asks about his plans for the evening. Chen Yang asks the girls to entertain Mr. Fu, and he delightedly calls him the best. Chen Yang smokes after the meeting, thinking that everything went quickly and the girls are insatiable. Leader Fu asks Chen Yang if he is new, and he confirms that he used to be Leader Fang's assistant. Fu admires Fang, the boss, saying their company was chosen largely because of her extensive connections. Fu praises Chen Yang's potential, and Chen Yang, citing business, says goodbye and leaves. Chen Yang says goodbye, but suddenly freezes when he hears a familiar voice. He sees Li Wenjing and Zhou Zeng, and wonders if Li Wenjing is also Brother Huan's opponent. Chen Yang approaches Li Wenjing, who is surprised to see him, and makes small talk. Li Wenjing explains that he is here because of a misunderstanding with Miss Chow Chow, and Chen Yang realizes that they are just business partners. Over tea, Li Wenjing asks Chen Yang directly whether he came here only for marriage plans. Li Wenjing admits that he is against the marriage, shocking Chen Yang, who spits out his tea. Chen Yang realizes why he didn't like Xiao Xiao, and Li Wenjing shows him a message from her. Chen Yang chuckles, saying that his phone is dead and Xiao Xiao must be going crazy. An enraged Xiao Xiao appears and yells at Chen Yang for ignoring her and talking to Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing offers to introduce her friends, and Xiao Xiao agrees since she doesn't know anyone here. At the club, Xiao Xiao's friends look at Li Wenjing with interest, and he introduces himself to them. One of the friends turns out to be a moneylender and offers his services, and Chen Yang thinks that this is usually his line. The moneylender boasts that he cuts debtors into pieces, and Chen Yang clutches his head in horror. Li Wenjing calmly calls his methods old-fashioned and offers his boss's business card for professional help. Another guy suggests they have some fun, and Chen Yang remembers that Xiao Xiao called it torture and feels sorry for him. The guy offers Chen Yang to try a white powder, which he calls snow. Li Wenjing refuses, but with a smile gives advice on how to get high from medical dextrose. Xiao Xiao, in despair, thinks that nothing can scare Li Wenjing away and looks for his weak points. The guy asks Li Wenjing if he is a dealer, and he replies that he did it when he was younger, but stopped. A new guy shows up and says that everyone used to dabble in illegal activities, but he, for example, is an arms dealer. Li Wenjing recognizes him and notes that the arms trade in China is strictly regulated by the government. An arms dealer boasts of his underground dealings and invites Li Wenjing to discuss joint business. Li Wenjing refuses, and Xiao Xiao is mentally glad that they finally made him tense up. The arms dealer laughs, insisting his business is legal, and Li Wenjing tries to explain himself. Li Wenjing calmly claims that the largest arms trafficking group in Asia is a branch of his uncle. Chen Yang thinks Xiao Xiao is about to explode, and Li Wenjing offers to walk him to the hotel. Li Wenjing says he is glad of their friendship and asks him to tell Xiao Xiao that he is postponing the marriage for 2 years. Chen Yang jokes that Xiao Xiao loves women and suggests that his friends become her boyfriends as a cover. Li Wenjing calls the idea shameful, but invites everyone to have tea with him, calling Chen Yang the first friend in the city. As soon as Li Wenjing leaves, Chen Yang receives a call from Xiao Xiao, yelling at him for failing the plan. Xiao Xiao is glad that Li Wenjing is also against the marriage, and says that now she won't have to castrate him. Chen Yang asks his friend why he hesitated, and he replies that Li proposed that they marry Xiao Xiao. The friend laughs that it is better to give up 10 years of his life than to marry her, and Xiao Xiao is furious to hear this. Xiao Xiao grabs Chen Yang by the collar and shouts that the number of people who want to marry her would fill an entire city block. Chen Yang says she likes girls, but they see her as a tomboy, and Xiao Xiao gets upset. Xiao Xiao goes to the car, and her friend notices her strange behavior and shows Chen Yang the newspaper. A friend makes fun of Chen Yang when he finds out his lottery number in the newspaper. Chen Yang announces that he has won 8 million, and his friends are delighted. He realizes that he has actually won, and that can only mean one thing. The bank tells him that after paying taxes, he will receive about 6 million. A friend warns them that reporters are waiting outside, attracted by news of the prize. Back home, Chen Yang passionately kisses the girl who calls him fifth brother. Jiandi is surprised by his behavior, and he says that he brings good news. She happily hugs him, telling him that she has prepared his favorite dishes. Chen Pan calls him and asks him to meet Miss Fang at the airport the next day. Chen Yang is surprised since he is no longer an assistant, but they tell him that this is an order. At night he lies in bed and thinks about Miss Fan, feeling indebted to her. A girl runs into the room and screams in panic that Ning Yan has been kidnapped by bandits. She tells how men accosted her and her friend and forcibly took Ning Yan away. Chen Yang is furious when he recognizes the kidnapper and decides to deal with everything himself. He calls away and orders him to gather people to bury someone today. Chen Yang notices one of the bandits on guard and realizes that they are professionals. He quickly attacks the kidnapper and deals him a crushing blow. Threatening with death, he demands that the beaten bandit tell him how many there are in total. The kidnapper, with a bloody face, admits that there are only 3 of them, including him. Awei appears with his men and urges them not to hold back for the sake of the fifth brother. One of Awei's men forcefully slams another bandit into the glass wall. In the lair, the main bandit hits Ning Yan, irritated by the knock on the door. His accomplice opens the door and immediately receives a powerful punch to the face. Chen Yang strangles the leader and asks Awei on the phone to clean up this mess. He angrily scolds the rescued Ning Yan for going with them. Awei inquires about the girl's condition, and Chen Yang says that he took her to the hospital. Chen Yang interrogates Ning Yan's attached husband, demanding that he sign divorce papers. He accuses the man of beating his wife and not giving her a divorce because of her money. Chen Yang says that he understands his pathetic nature and his intention to hold on to her. He orders Awei to bring 2 thugs hired by her husband for a conversation. Chen Yang informs the bandits that their employer is bankrupt and leaves them to deal with it. While the bandits are beating her husband, an upset Fan Nan calls him. Chen Yang yells furiously into the phone, angry that his time is being wasted. He orders his husband's leg to be broken, and he screams in horror that he will sign everything. He calls Chen Pan and finds out that Boss Fang has not returned and is upset. Chen Yang enters Fang Nan's apartment and sees a mess of empty bottles. The footage again shows the interrogation, where he demands that the tied-up man sign a divorce. The scene where he accuses his husband of gambling addiction is repeated again. Chen Yang looks for Fang Nan and is shocked to see her naked after taking a shower. She screams, slips on the wet floor, and falls right in front of him. Chen Yang catches the falling naked Fang Nan, who is crying from embarrassment. She reproaches him, and he explains that he came in because he was worried about her. He carries her in his arms, apologizing for barging in without permission. He puts her on the bed, but she angrily drives him away, not wanting to listen. He proves that he was not hiding by showing a parking receipt from the airport. Chen Yang apologizes for losing her things and offers her a 6 million card. She refuses the money, but he insists, claiming he won the lottery. He adds 300,000 to the debt for the accident, saying that he owes her too much. Looking away sheepishly, Chen Yang tells Fang Nan that he wants to quit his job. She asks the reason, and he replies that she is too good for him. He understands that she made him a leader just so that he would be near her. He says that they are adults and should be able to separate reality from emotions. Fang Nan, shocked, asks if he really thought she saw someone else in him. With tears in her eyes, she screams that his words sound like a cruel joke. She is already 30, and she is afraid of getting old, noticing every new wrinkle. She talks about her loneliness because no one is ever waiting for her at home. No one hugs her to comfort her when she wakes up from nightmares. She admits that on the day he came to do the renovations, she had a plan. Smiling shyly, she says directly that she wanted to seduce him. She knew it was low, but she just wanted to hug a warm body. In despair, she exclaims that she is not really a vulgar woman. She remembers how he carried her back in his arms and realized that he was not bad. She recalls how he beat up bullies while protecting her during dinner. All this made her want to win his heart until she met his girlfriend. She asks him to stay, promising not to compete with his girlfriend and not to ruin his life. He says he's not such a good person, but he agrees to give her hope. After his consent, she pulls him towards her and kisses him tenderly on the lips. Breaking away from the kiss, he says that it's late and he has to go home. As he steps outside, he thinks that he should have left, otherwise he would not have been able to restrain himself. He approaches his door and wonders why he doesn't want to see girls. The next morning he looks at the high romantic scale with surprise. He decides to leave before John Dee wakes up, as he feels guilty towards her. Yandi greets him with breakfast, and he thinks what a terrible person he is. He hugs her and thanks her, mentally wanting to slap himself for his actions. At work, Fan Nan also offers him breakfast, but sees that his girlfriend has taken care of him. She whispers in his ear about the business with Director Jin, and he tenses. She says Director Jin asked to take him with him to discuss business. In the car, she asks him if he knows an elite area in the eastern part of the city. He remembers this place from the time of Brother Huan and says that one must be careful. Fang Nan emphasizes that Director Jin is very influential and their plans are important. Director Jin welcomes Chen Yan and Fang Nan, as well as the gambling king who has arrived. Director Jin introduces his friend, a famous professional gambler named Pulong Da. Jin introduces them to another friend, who, to Chen Yan's surprise, turns out to be Li Wenjing again. Li Wenjing and Chen Yan shake hands, surprised by the unexpected meeting. Li Wenjing introduces himself to Fang Nan, and Jin is looking forward to some serious fun with such experts. Chen Yan asks if Mr. Li likes to play cards, to which Jin calls him a maniac. Jin praises Li's talents, who is skilled in everything from horse riding to chess. Fang Nan suggests they discuss business first, but Jin says he has an interesting proposal. Jin offers to cover 5% of the deal if Chen Yan can defeat his friends. Chen Yan wonders if he can use his romance meter to win at cards by relying on the luck ring. Fang Nan whispers that these 5% will almost complete the project, and Chen Yan agrees to give it a try. Everyone sits down at the gaming table, and Jin asks what game they will play and what chips they will use. Li Wenjing suggests playing a simple game with bets and dollars. Chen Yan counters by saying that he doesn't have enough money to play on equal terms with them. Li Wenjing asks how low the stakes should be to keep the game fun. Chen Yan confidently bids 1,000 yuan. Jin is surprised by such a small bet, but Chen Yan replies that he just needs to win. Li Wenjing agrees, and Pulong mumbles something in Korean, calling Chen Yan a poor man. Jin says with impatience that he has been waiting for this battle for a long time. The players' cards are laid out on the table, and Li Wenjing is analyzing the possible combinations and chances of winning. Li Wenjing explains to Chen Yan that even with a flush, Boss Pulong can still beat him. Chen Yan thinks that his luck meter is low and using the ring will have consequences. He remembers hiding the luck ring in his pocket, not knowing how important this decision would be. Chen Yan decisively goes all in, putting all his chips on the line. Li Wenjing folds, not wanting to take any risks, and Pulong says in Korean that Chen Yan will lose without the ace of hearts. Chen Yan asks what Pulong said, and Li translates that without the ace of hearts, he has no chance. Chen Yan grins as he turns over his last card, revealing it to be the ace of hearts, making him a royal flush. Jin is delighted and offers to lend Boss Pulong some money to continue the game. Li Wenjing gives up again, acknowledging Chen Yan's incredible luck, and Pulong concedes Jin's victory. An enraged Pulong suggests betting on something else, surprising Chen Yan. The waitress offers to bet on a football cup or a horse tournament under handicap rules. Li explains the handicap rules and suggests betting on the edge since they're out of money. They are watching a football match, and Li doubts that Chen Yan will be able to win much on this bet. Chen Yan confidently bets on the Chinese football team, which shocks Jin. Pulong laughs, saying that the Chinese will never defeat Korea, so he is betting on his country. The Korean team scores 2 goals, but then the Chinese suddenly score a goal back, shocking Pulong. The Chinese score 2 more goals in a row, making an incredible comeback, and Pulong can't believe his eyes. A shocked Jin yells at Chen Yan, demanding to know how he did it. In the car, Fang Nan asks him how he managed to win so many times, and he thinks about his ring. Fang Nan suggests they go out to eat, and Chen Yan decides he should be careful with his ring. Chen Yan tells Fang Nan that he has a headache, but she suspects that he is afraid of his girlfriend. He denies it, but in his mind he worries about the consequences of using the ring and hurries home. He remembers how the last time his apartment caught fire because of the ring and hopes for the best. When he comes home, he finds a Mei in her underwear and, in shock, says her name. An object flies past his head and he recoils in horror. An enraged A Mei, holding a knife and cleaver in her hands, screams at him to die, calling him a pervert. Chen Yan runs away, screaming that it's a misunderstanding and thinks she's gone crazy. He tries to calm her down, explaining that it was an accident, but she is still angry and holding the cleaver. She furiously suggests that he also strip naked, so that they can be even. He gets angry at her violent reaction, and says that if she is uncomfortable, she doesn't have to live with them. And Mei, stunned, asks if he is kicking her out, and he remains silent in response. He wonders if he was too harsh, and attributes her behavior to the effects of the ring. On the phone, he discusses the quarrel, and suggests that A Mei cannot get used to them and will move out. His girlfriend asks him to forgive A Mei on the phone and promises to talk to him at home, begging him not to kick her out. A flashback shows an awkward situation when A Mei caught him hugging his girlfriend. The girl offers to find another house themselves if A Mei doesn't want to move, and he agrees. Suddenly, Duoduo calls him in a panic, asking for help, saying that she is in trouble in the East District. The call ends, and he remembers the casino in the wealthy East End, wondering what she's doing there. He fears that her identity has been exposed and rushes to his car to go to the rescue. In the Eastern District, a security guard approaches him and asks where he lives, as his face is familiar. Another guard says dismissively that only the rich man's mistresses live in this area. Seeing the light and hearing the noise, he assumes there is a party and opens the door. What he sees shocks him. He thinks he has stumbled upon an orgy, and he is very worried about Duoduo. He bursts inside, screaming her name and vowing to kill himself if anything happens to her. He sees a guy harassing a girl in a school uniform and thinks it's Duoduo. Taking a closer look, he realizes it's not Duoduo, but her frightened classmate with her blouse unbuttoned. He notices a syringe on the floor and multiple injection marks on the girl's thigh. The kidnapper angrily asks who he is and threatens to kill him. Hearing Duoduo's scream from the top floor, he pushes the boy away and rushes to help. His path is blocked by a bald man, whom he recognizes as the guard from the entrance. Without wasting a second, Chen Yan enters the fight and neutralizes the guard. Running into the room, he sees a girl on the bed and screams her name in horror. He sees a blonde man with another girl and realizes that he was mistaken, but it was Duoduo's voice that he heard. Suddenly he hears Duoduo calling his name with tears in her eyes. He finally finds her on the floor, handcuffed, gagged, and with her clothes torn. In a rage, Chen Yan pounces on the blonde man and delivers a powerful kick to him. He frees Duoduo from the handcuffs and tells her they are going home, but she doesn't recognize him. The beaten blonde man gets up and threatens to rape the girl right in front of him. The villain taunts him, boasting about his influential father and threatening to take away his women. In response to the threats, Chen Yan mercilessly kicks the villain in the groin. Chen Yan delivers a crushing kick, causing the blonde to scream in pain. Chen Yan carries the girl away as the guards come running at the screams and decides to escape through the back door. In the car, Chen Yan reflects on the girl's irresponsibility, suggesting that she was drugged. He furiously scolds Duoduo, demanding an explanation and reminding her of her promise. To bring her to her senses, he pours a bottle of water over her head. The girl cries and makes excuses that her friend lied to her about the party. He shouts that she was lucky to escape violence, and she says that her friends dragged her there by force. He says her friend was high and expresses his disappointment in her. Chen Yan warns her that they are in trouble and tells her to change her clothes immediately. She doesn't understand why they're running, but he explains that being saved doesn't change the thirst for revenge. He remembers that he promised to call in case of trouble, and now he is forced to ask for a favor. He calls the pink-haired girl and tells her that he's in trouble. Chang Yu, busy with her affairs, tells him that she also has problems and cannot speak. He wonders why Chang Yu is busy today of all days and urges Duoduo to change. He tells Duoduo to drop his clothes because they are not on vacation and need to leave. Duoduo, wearing a new dress, explains that she wants to keep the old clothes as a memento of his gift. Chen Yan brings Duoduo to his home and calls a certain Yang Di. In the living room they are met by two women, one of whom, Fang Nan, was looking for him. He introduces Duoduo as a friend's daughter and asks John Di to help her with her things. Fang Nan explains that she came to check on him because he complained of feeling unwell. He assures her that he is fine and asks her to leave, to which she reluctantly agrees. When Fang Nan leaves, Yan Di apologizes to him, which surprises him. She explains her straightforwardness, and he hugs her tenderly to reassure her. She is afraid that he will leave her, but he gently reassures her, promising that this will not happen. Song Yu calls him and orders him to immediately go down to her alone. She claims she's come to tell him about the chaos he's caused, and he knows she knows. Below he sees Chang Yu with Fang Nan and listens to the order not to interrupt. Song Yu predicts a terrible death for him and lists his recent misdeeds. She says she was brought there by force and she only called Fang Nan to make her leave. She strongly advises him to escape, claiming that death is better than captivity. Kang Yu shouts that they found his number in Duoduo's phone and now someone named Zhou Jing is looking for him. Chen Yan asks who the people he beat were and what Zhou Jing has to do with it. She replies that those people are not important, but even powerful bosses bow before their leader. The guy he crippled turned out to be the young owner, the son of the main boss. She screams that he made the boss's only son a eunuch and won't be able to get away with it. Fang Nan intervenes and declares that he will beg his old man to protect Chen Yan. Kang Yu calls her crazy because defending Chen Yan will be seen as rebellion. Chang Yu insists that Chen Yan's only way out is to escape and asks Fang Nan for a favor. She tells Chen Yan, Duoduo and Yang Di to get ready and go with her immediately. Fang Nan, in tears, asks where he is running and whether he will return, and he asks her to take care of Yan Di. Chen Yan reassures the girl, promising to settle everything, and asks her to make a promise to him. He bursts into the house and shouts at Jan Di to pack her things and leave immediately. Jan Di is confused and asks what happened, but he only urges her on, promising to explain everything. Duoduo panics and asks if they have been found, and Chen Yan tells her to get dressed for the journey. Duoduo apologizes, but he says it's just a precaution. Jan Di asks why he is not going with them, but he again postpones the explanation. He hugs Yan Di and asks her to find a new job and stay close to Fang Nan. Chen Yan hands her an untraceable SIM card bought on the black market. Yan Di, with tears in her eyes, asks him to promise that he will definitely come back for her. He remembers with longing the happy moments in the house he is forced to leave. Duoduo begins to blame herself for what happened, but Chen Yan sharply orders her to shut up. Duoduo despairs and says that now they are left alone against the whole world. At the station, he leaves Duoduo to wait while he goes to buy train tickets. There are no tickets at the box office, and he notices that a suspicious person has been watching him for a long time. The pursuer calls to say he has found him, and Chen Yan starts running. A crowd of armed bandits rushes towards him, shouting to stop him at any cost. Chen Yan deftly dodges the knife strike, throwing the attacker over himself. He sees in horror that he is surrounded by more and more pursuers, and continues to run. He is knocked down, and another bandit swings a heavy baseball bat at him. He parries the blow, but his left arm goes numb and he runs on, overcoming the pain. In a desperate attempt to escape pursuit, he jumps from a high flight of stairs. He lands hard, wounded and exhausted, realizing that his pursuers are close. Wounded, he realizes that he is being tracked by 14 professional killers. Suddenly, someone grabs him from behind and he freezes in tension, expecting a blow. The stranger turns out to be a simple robber who threatens him and demands money. Chen Yan is relieved to realize that these are not his pursuers, but a random bandit. He kicks the screwdriver away from the robber with a lightning-fast kick and disarms him. The guy begs not to beat him, explaining that he has run out of gas and no money for food. He shouts that he works for a transport company and is simply in a desperate situation. Chen Yan realizes that this is his chance and offers the guy money for a trip to Shanghai. In the car, Duoduo is worried about his wounds, and the driver is frightened by his appearance. He advises the driver to use local roads to avoid possible ambushes on the highway. They stop at night, and he decides to find an unregistered motel to spend the night. Duoduo apologizes again, but he tiredly asks her to stop and go to bed. He is about to wash the wounds, and Duoduo offers to help him, asking if he knows how. She wants to get some water, but he stops her, not trusting even vending machines. Duoduo hugs him in tears, telling him how scared she is, and he promises to protect her. He asks her to respect his efforts, not to think about the bad, and just go to bed. When she falls asleep, he takes out his phone to call the number Jing he gave him. On the other end of the line, they say that his name is known in the south and promise to help with his escape. He is told to call tomorrow at the same time to arrange an escape route, and he thanks them. Jing He says that this guy is causing a lot of trouble, and his enemies will not be satisfied even if they cut off his head. Chen Yang thinks that he used Jing He's connections and worries that brother Huang might interfere in this matter. He decides not to fantasize and call John Di to say that he is okay. He calls, but the phone is answered by Jan D, who had been waiting for his call all night and now excitedly asks where he is. He assures that he is fine, but cannot say where he is and asks to call Fang Nan to the phone. Fang Nan picks up the phone and says that Zhou Jing hired someone to paint his portrait. She adds that they found her and Yan Di, but they didn't dare approach them because they were in her uncle's military district. Fang Nan says that this is all the information and offers to pass the phone to Yang Di, who has not rested since last night. He asks to pass the phone to Jan Di and tells her to take care of herself and stay safe. He promises to visit her when he returns and angrily warns her not to lose weight or a hair. After the conversation, he angrily punches the wall, calling on everyone who needs his life to come to him. The next day, at Shanghai Station, two men approach him, offering him a room and a lottery ticket. He tells the seller that he doesn't need tickets, but will give him 300 if he does one thing for him. He hands over 2 ID cards and asks to buy 2 economy class tickets to Luoyang on train number 638. He holds 4 tickets and thinks that Zhou Jing's men will follow the false targets in Luoyang and Fuzhou. He returns with fried chicken, and the girl apologizes, admitting that she was wrong. He says that the past cannot be changed, and now they need to find a way to get out of here. He replies that he has bought several train tickets in advance, but needs to wait for specific instructions. She asks if he will go too, and he suggests that she can leave the country as she wanted. He worries about what brother Juan will do to him, and she says that her father has his own plans for her. He reflects that he has betrayed his boss and is now afraid that brother Juan, one of his men, might kill him. He tries to calm down by remembering that brother Juan has always been like an older brother to him. Meanwhile, brother Juan looks at his photo on the phone and says his nickname, Fifth. He gets a call that the route planning is complete, and he tells the girl that he'll be stepping out for a bit. The girl wants to go with him, but he tells her to stay, as 2 people are too visible a target. As he leaves, he thinks to himself that Ni Duoduo has been acting very strange since yesterday. An hour later, he returns and says that they will leave for Guangzhou in the afternoon, but receives no answer. He panics, thinking that she has run away alone, and realizes that if she is found, it will all be over. Hearing a splash from the bathroom, he gets angry, wondering if she's trying to give him a heart attack with her silence. He knocks on the door, assuming the worst, and worried that she might be trying to commit suicide. Opening the door, he sees her completely naked and, in shock, asks what she is doing. She suddenly throws herself on his neck and kisses him passionately. He pushes her onto the bed and shouts angrily, asking if she has gone crazy. She confesses her love to him, saying that this is not a reward, but simply gratitude for his kindness. He coldly asks her what she knows about love and asks her not to throw around such words. She cries, saying that she didn't let anyone near her, and he understands that she is simply afraid that he will leave her. He sits on the edge of the bed and calmly explains to her that this is not love, but just dependence. He tells her to stop messing around, get ready, and says he'll go out for a smoke while they leave. Meanwhile, their adversary spots the couple on surveillance cameras at the Shanghai train station. Zhenyang asks Duoduo to look after his things while he goes to the smoking room. In the smoking room, a stranger approaches him and asks where he is going, to which he replies that he is going to Guangzhou. The man is delighted by the coincidence and offers Zhenyang a very good job as a salesman. He assures that he is not a scammer and offers to show his goods to prove his honesty. The stranger takes out a condom and describes a multi-level sales system that promises wealth. Zhenyang coldly declines, citing his busy schedule, and walks away from the persistent recruiter. When he returns, he sees a bald man in his place and politely asks him to leave. Zhenyang grabs the insolent man by the shoulder and with one word forces him to immediately vacate the seat. Arriving in Guangzhou, he notices people looking for him and is confused about what is going on. He decides to leave so as not to be noticed and sees the same seller who has gathered a crowd. Zhenyang approaches the seller and, hugging him, says that he has changed his mind and wants to join. The seller is happy and decides that the guy and girl cannot be police officers and accepts them. The pursuers approach them, but the seller stands up for Zhenyang, calling him his own. The blonde stalker menacingly asks the seller if he is looking for trouble. His bespectacled partner offers to let them go, but the blonde guy looks down on them. The seller gets angry, calling them sick bastards, and realizes that they have a serious organization. The group boards a minibus, and Zhenyang decides that they will be safer from pursuers. While other people are looking for him, he decides that staying with this group is the safest option. The salesman proudly points to the building and declares that they have arrived at their prestigious company. Zhenyang notes that everything looks decent on the outside, but suspects that everything is bad on the inside. The seller promises newcomers quick instruction and assures them that they can easily earn money. Another employee shares a success story, claiming to have started making millions here. Zhenyang notes that everything looks legitimate and decides that this is a safe place to hide. The employee continues to praise the company, promising food and shelter to the newcomers, and Zhenyang listens. A woman appears and is introduced as the company's chief salesperson, Specialist Miss Liu. Zhenyang is surprised to recognize her as Xiaofeng, whom he once kicked out of the nightclub. He worries that she will recognize him and kill him while she is giving a lecture on achieving wealth. Shofeng announces that to join the club, everyone must purchase products worth $1,800. After the lecture, the newcomers are taken to see the living quarters intended for employees. Duoduo whispers to Jenyang that he doesn't believe that such a squalid place costs so much money. The guy with the bruise tries to take Duoduo away, but Jenyang sharply asks what he's doing. He intercepts his hand and firmly declares that the girl will stay only with him. He understands that they are being separated to prevent communication, and notes the organizer's cunning. The other newcomers urge him to calm down, saying that they are all one big family now. Jenyang punches the wall in anger, shouting that he is here for money, not for moral lessons. One of the guys tries to calm him down, assuring him that they have good intentions and everything is for his good. In the dining room, Duoduo looks at the boiled cabbage with disgust and says that he can't eat it. Jenyang thinks about the people who were deceived and remembers that he needs to contact someone. He takes out his phone, but is stopped, told that it is prohibited, and he lies that he is trying to make a sale. The guy believes him and encourages him, and at this time, Jenyang manages to call and say his name. Jenyang says on the phone that he won't be able to get to Guangzhou and suspects that his problems are not accidental. The other party is offended by the suspicions, and Jenyang thinks that he should not doubt Brother Huang's people. His thoughts are interrupted by a scream, and he turns around in shock to hear Duoduo and Chen Yang calling his name. Duoduo screams that the woman is trying to take their luggage and documents, and Chen Yang runs into the room. Jenyang pulls Duoduo away and threatens the woman, who claims she just wanted to save their things. That night they lie in the same bed, and Jenyang explains that he couldn't let her sleep alone. A loud knock wakes them up, and a stranger at the door demands that Jenyang come out. Jenyang panics and wonders how they know his real name since he used a fake one. The guy says their boss just wants to see him, and Jenyang is worried about Duoduo and the escape. He enters the room and sees a woman with a glass of wine who calls him her fifth brother. Jenyang coldly asks what she wants from him in the middle of the night. The woman reminds him that he is on the run and says that he would already be dead if she had turned him in. He can't believe they were discovered so far away and demands that she get down to business. She chuckles, saying he still acts like the big brother everyone looks up to. She offers to help him, mentioning an escape route, but sets some conditions. She says she admires his courage, but he thinks he doesn't want to earn dirty money. He wants to build an honest business and asks her point blank if she is trying to recruit him. The woman asks if he thinks this place is too small for him and says that she has changed. He asks about her team and accuses her of cheating, but she only laughs at the word karma. She screams that she sold her body since her youth, and Brother Huan used her, and asks where is the karma in this. She promises to get him out by tomorrow, but he refuses, not wanting to take such a risk. She smiles maliciously and gives him until the morning, and he calls her disgusting and promises to remember it. He leaves with Duoduo, and the woman warns him of the danger he is exposing the girl to. Jenyang asks Duoduo not to listen to her and promises to protect her, to which the girl agrees. Walking down the corridor, he suddenly notices police officers ahead and cries out in surprise. The woman screams in rage that she paid a huge amount of money to a guy named Zhang to keep him quiet. She wonders out loud if that guy could have turned her in to the police. Duoduo suggests calling the police, but Jenyang doubts they are real cops. Seeing the police cars, he realizes he has no choice and decides to act. He calls someone, and the person finally hears him and asks him to tell him where to pick him up. Hiding, Duoduo asks why he didn't accept the offer, and he replies that he doesn't sacrifice the future. He says that otherwise, he would be no different from a scumbag, and he is confident that he will be able to understand what Da knows. An hour later, someone calls him, and he tells Duoduo to hide and run if anything goes wrong. Jenyang approaches the man in camouflage, hiding a knife behind his back. The man introduces himself as Fang Dahai, or Big C, and suggests calling him Pang. Pang gives him a friendly hug, and Jenyang notices that he has military-brand cigarettes. The man named Pang smiles kindly as Jenyang looks at him with a cigarette in his mouth. Pang says he needs to go to the market to buy vegetables and laughs at Jenyang's caution. Pang assures him that no one will catch him at the farmer's market, but Jenyang remains wary. Pang explains that he likes the atmosphere of this place because he himself once got out of here. Jenyang thinks that Pang might be a comrade of Jing He, a war veteran. An acquaintance of Pang's notes that Jenyang has no bloodlust and appears to be a normal good guy. Pang places his hand on Jenyang's shoulder, telling him that they should go, and he hesitantly agrees. In the car, Pang says they are going to the safest place in Guangzhou. Jenyang is shocked to realize that they have been taken to the police station. Pang explains that he runs the precinct cafeteria, so no psychos can break in. Pang leads them to his room and invites them to settle in, noting that it is too big for one. Pang gives Jenyang a rare medicine for his knees that can't be found even in the hospital. Pang offers the girl to rest, saying that he himself will help Jenyang with his wounds. Left alone, Jenyang asks about Brother Huang's plans, and Pang offers to discuss everything. Pang admits that he helped because of Jing He, but he doesn't know Ye Huang's plans and doubts his strength. Yang asks when he will meet with brother Huang, since Pang promised this on the phone. Pang lights a cigarette and notes with respect that Yang has managed to anger many gods. Pang talks about the boss of the Qinghong Group, an organization that has been around for hundreds of years. Yang is surprised, and Pang confirms that Qinghong has existed since the Tsarist dynasty. Pang emotionally declares that even Hong Kong punks cannot compare to the power of Qinghong. He explains that Yang is young and has not heard of them, as such groups interfered in politics. Pang describes their connections with the Japanese, Americans, and British in the arms and drug trade. He adds that the Qing gang controlled the country and supported the revolution against the dynasty. Yang asks with a smirk whether he really angered boss Qinghong. Pang corrects him, saying that they always have a couple of bosses, and Yang angered one of them. Yang asks about brother Huang, but Pang says that he is only a subordinate and cannot help. Pang honestly says that he can't pull him out, but Yang thanks him anyway. Yang clarifies that he thanks him not for himself, but for saving the child. He explains that he was assigned to protect her and was not supposed to check the background of the attackers. Pang, based on Jing He's words, guesses that the rescued girl is Ye Huang's daughter. Yang replies that if he thinks about value, he will not have time to act. Pang laughs, saying that if Yang dies, then she will die too, and that would be a shame. As he leaves, Pang advises Yang to get some sleep and not to leave the house under any circumstances. Left alone, Yang checks his life meter and sees that he is in no danger for now. He decides that Pangu can be trusted, despite their recent acquaintance, and goes to bed. At night, he suddenly wakes up and jumps out of bed, seeing a stranger in a suit in the room. Yang attacks first, but the stranger easily blocks the blow and introduces himself as the fifth. Yang is surprised that his attack was blocked and asks how long Five has been here. The fifth one reports that he has already taken care of Duo while Yang was sleeping. Yang can't believe the girl was taken right from under his nose. Five explains that he made him sleep, and Duo has already met her father. Yang asks why he was drugged, and Five thanks him for helping Duo. The fifth one reveals a plan in which they found Duo's double and sent her corpse to the enemies. Yang understands that the hunt for his head will continue, and his enemies will not rest until he dies. Yang laughs hysterically when he realizes they are trying to kill him, and asks if he really has to die. The fifth one says that Yang is too kind and innocent, so his early death in this circle would be inevitable. The fifth concludes that Yang must die before it is too late, and he listens to him in a daze. Jinghe says with tears in his eyes that he thought about death, but he never imagined that he would die at the hands of brother Huan. He shouts that he trusted brother Huang more than anyone in the world, and now he is going to sell him out. Jinghe wearily says that fifth has nothing more to say, and suggests that they just get it over with. The fifth one reports that there is $1 million bounty on Jinghe's head and advises him to run, while he can't do anything. He promises to wait an hour, and then find Jinghe and give him a painless death if he survives. As fifth leaves, Jinghe reflects that he always looked at brother Huan as his own. He lived like a dog, but retained his will, and now his brother Huan, who abandoned him for his daughter, wants to kill him. As he leaves, he cries out in despair, asking if he was just a stepping stone and why he must die after fulfilling his destiny. Clutching a knife, he screams that he will not accept such a fate and intends to continue living no matter what. He decides that he must stay alive, and the first thing he needs to do is leave Guangzhou, but not by public transport. In an alley, he is met by bandits, one of whom orders him to be cut into pieces. A brutal fight ensues, and one of the attackers swings a bat at him. He dodges the blow, and in response, plunges a knife into his opponent's throat. In the heat of battle, he stabs another, bald bandit in the side with a knife. The wounded enemy falls down with a scream, while the other two continue to attack Jinghe. He blocks the opponent's knife-wielding hand, but his own weapon gets stuck. Taking advantage of the moment, another bandit stabs him deeply in the back with a knife. Despite the pain, he pulls out a knife and plunges it into the stomach of the bandit who attacked him. Covered in blood and wounds, he furiously screams at the remaining enemies to come to him. With 2 knives in his hands, he prepares to fight against the 3 remaining bandits. He screams furiously as he fights off 2 opponents and strikes one of them. Surrounded by a red aura, he looks forward with determination, holding bloody knives in his hands. In close combat, he stabs another attacker in the stomach. The last opponent cuts him deeply on the arm with his cleaver. Despite the wound, he strikes back and cuts off the arm of his last enemy. The stranger finds a badly wounded Jing He and tells him to hold on, as it's time for them to leave. The man tries to calm him down, but he is moaning in pain, his body covered in wounds and bandages. The savior shouts to the doctor that the boy won't survive if he doesn't come, and he continues to moan. The doctor asks about his blood type, and he replies that he has type A, so the doctor decides to use 2 bags. The doctor grins as he remarks on the boy's courage, and his savior explains that the doctor will simply wash the wounds. Gritting her teeth in pain, He says that she remembers everything and intends to repay her offenders. The doctor calls him a cockroach and says he was shot with steel balls from a homemade gun. The doctor removes the pellets from his back with forceps, saying he will need more morphine and money. The savior asks him to calm down so that the bandits don't find them, while he moans from unbearable pain. 2 days later, the doctor tells Jing He, who is lying in bandages, that he looked like a training dummy. The savior asks how he feels, and he replies that he is better because yesterday he wanted to die from pain. The savior asks whether it was worth helping Ye Huan, to which Jing He, lying on the bed, replies that he does not know. The savior says that in this world, except for parents, nothing is worth as much as his own life. Jing He can't believe he risked his life for Ye Huan's daughter, who now wants to kill him. Chia reassures him, saying that the place is safe because the doctor is his comrade in arms and the house is difficult to find. Hearing the knock, Chi thinks that he forgot his keys and notes Jing He's iron will. Suddenly, the wounded Jing He appeared behind him with a determined and angry expression on his face. Chi orders him to lie down and not move, and then finally allows the newcomer to enter. A man in a suit named Five bursts into the room and aims a gun at the doctor. The fifth points his gun at Jing He, stating that he has no choice but to carry out his orders. Chi angrily asks Fifth if he really believes Ye Huan's words. The fifth one talks about hopeless situations, but Jing He jumps out of bed and shouts that there is no way out. He angrily yells at Five for justifying himself when he himself almost died. The fifth coldly declares that these will be his last words and cocks his pistol. Chi sharply points his gun at Five's head, saying that he has changed. He yells at Fifth, asking why Ye Huan's daughter can't die instead of Jing He. He reminds them that they have a stunt double for Duo and offers to do the same for the guy. He explains that Ye Huan does not want to leave witnesses and does not trust anyone. Chi offers to ask one question and promises not to interfere if the fifth can answer it. He asks if Ye Huan would have killed the fifth himself if he had been in Jing He's place. The fifth one lowers his weapon, hands Chi a credit card, and says that he will consider Chen Yan dead. He leaves, promising to compensate Chi for everything, and the doctor shouts after him about additional payment. The doctor furiously yells at Chi for not firing and reveals that the gun was empty. Chi tells Jing He to pack his things to take him to another, safer place. Supporting the weakened Jing He, Chi says that they better get out of here quickly. Jing He asks if they are still in danger, even though the fifth has already left. She replies that he was simply lucky, since the fifth's indecision was only momentary. He gloomily suggests that he may no longer be able to stay in this country. She takes him to a new shelter and says that the guy can stay here for now. Jing He is surprised, and Chi, smiling, assures that it is safe here and many have escaped thanks to this place. He says that many influential people used to stay in this very house. Chi adds that all these people were once the same rebels as Jing He. He recalls how a year ago he brought here a mafia boss from Hong Kong who was on the run. Jing He asks what Chi's job actually is, since he is not just a cook. Kai explains that he is a go-between who takes care of his brothers and is paid well for it. The mafia boss he helped fought his way back and is now in the top 3. When asked if he makes a living from this, Chi replies that money is not the main thing. He helps his brothers in need and does not refuse money if they offer it. Jing He, lying on the bed, wonders how long Chi has been doing this. She replies that it has been 10 years, and Jing He realizes that the fat man has been helping all the gangs in Hong Kong. Jing He thinks the gangs owe a lot to the fat man, but he calls it just a hobby. Lying on the floor, Jing He comes to the conclusion that the fat man is still quite secretive. Lying on the floor with an injured back, Jing He is told to wait for the medicine to take effect. Jing He replies that he doesn't care, he just wants to move and feels an itch all over his body. He finally gets out of bed and starts to stretch, and his friend notes that he still has some fire in him. Jing He says he hasn't trained for a long time and is rusty, and his friend invites him to lunch. Over dinner, a friend warns Jing He that despite the silence, he is still in danger. He explains that a certain Ye Huang will not let him go so easily and may kill him on the way out of this place. Jing He remains silent, and his comrade suggests several risky routes and connections for escape. The friend suggests the first option. He will ask someone to change Jing He's personality for a normal life. However, from now on, Jing He will have to live peacefully, and he asks about the second option. The second option is to go abroad, where a friend has an acquaintance in Canada who is ready to help. He places a pistol on the table and warns that there will be no turning back from this path. Lighting a cigarette, the friend says that the only person Jing He can trust is himself. Jing He thoughtfully repeats that the only one he can trust is himself. Jing He, resolutely taking the gun, announces that he chooses the second path. His friend chuckles and says that Jing He remains young until the very end. He offers them a drink, because today they have a farewell meal, and tomorrow Jing He is leaving. The friend gets angry and shouts that he wouldn't have stayed here for so long if he could have found someone to take care of Jing He. In anger, Brother Fang smashes the glass in his hand, and he looks at him in surprise. Jing He, with a cup in his hands, vows that he will never forget Brother Fang's kindness and will repay him. Brother Fang is surprised that such a young boy is performing the old-fashioned blood oath ritual. Jing He confirms the sincerity of his words and proclaims that from now on, they are brothers. Brother Fang laughs and says that he will wait for Jing He to repay him this debt. Later, Fang introduces his brother, who will be driving with them today. The driver asks Jing He not to forget about him when he grows up, and the boy promises to remember. Fang places his hand on Jing He's shoulder and tells him to stay low when the car stops. A white van speeds along the pier towards a moored ship. Jing He is surprised that it is a small pier and asks if they are heading to Hong Kong. Jing He inquires about the plan, to which Fang, smoking a cigarette, replies that they will have a safe trip. Fang advises Jing He to sleep in the car because there will be no time to rest on board. In the evening, the boat arrives and Jing He remarks that it seems too small to him. Fang explains that they will transfer to a normal ship on the open sea and tells them to get into the boat. As he walks, Fang says he has prepared clothes, money, and a 4-word code phrase. He gives Jing He a code phrase, hell or high water, in case of trouble with his brother. Fang warns that their driver is from Vietnam and has a nasty personality, so it's best not to look at him. Fang shines a lantern and says that they will approach the ship only when he is sure that it is their own. The green-haired boatman puts his hand on Jing He's shoulder and tells him to go. Jing He thanks him, calling him brother, but he looks back silently. The boatman offers Jing He a bottle of water, saying something in Vietnamese. Fang laughs, saying that the boatman liked Jing He and advises him to take water. The snake appears, and Fang tells him that he trusts Jing He, then tells the guy to jump in. The snake gives Jing He a business card with a number to meet him at upon arrival. He says that he would feel sorry if a guy like Jing He died. Jing He thinks that he owes a lot to the person who helped him and does not regret his decision. On the smuggler's deck, Jing He sees the bodies of stowaways being disposed of. He understands that for smugglers the lives of stowaways are worth nothing. Jing He notes that even when they find new corpses, these people don't blink an eye. Suddenly, a strange sound is heard, and the guy tells Jing He that it's time for him to change the vessel. Jing He furiously asks why he wasn't warned about this before. He is taken to another ship, where he sees armed men who do not look like smugglers. The guy says goodbye to him, and Jing He mentally curses the snake for betrayal. He realizes that he has been deceived and clenches his teeth in impotent anger. Suddenly, he sees something that leaves him in complete shock. Inside the ship, he finds many people lying unconscious. Jing He hears a familiar female voice pleading for help. He recognizes the girl being harassed by the bandits as his friend Xiao Feng. Unable to watch this, he intervenes and grabs one of the men by the arm. In response, the impudent bandit points a gun at him, demanding that he not interfere. The man kicks Jing He hard in the stomach, sending him flying. Writhing in pain, Jing He thinks that without a weapon, he could easily deal with the bastard. He realizes that Xiaofei is in great danger on this ship full of men. The toilet door opens and a beaten Xiaofei appears on the threshold. The girl sits down on the floor and says with tears that she does not believe that they will meet at such a moment. She asks him for water to wash herself, complaining of pain from the beatings. Xiaofei bitterly says that she sold her body all her life, and now nothing has changed. She screams in despair, asking what she has to fear now after everything she has been through. Jing He silently hands her a bottle of water so she can wash her face. A few days later, the ship is rocked by an explosion, and Jing He jumps to his feet. One of the pirates drives everyone onto the deck, threatening to shoot them. On deck, everyone sees a warship approaching. The slave traders, in a panic, decide to get rid of the captives in order to cover up the traces of the crime. The leader orders everyone to jump into the ocean, otherwise they will be killed on the spot. The shooting starts, and Jing He grabs Xiaofei and tries to take cover from the bullets. He understands that he can neither jump overboard nor be seen by the military. One of the bandits discovers their hideout and shouts that they cannot escape. Jing He attacks the pirate, landing a precise blow to his neck. Having neutralized the enemy, he quickly takes his pistol. Suddenly, the leader appears from behind and points a gun to his head. Jing He turns around sharply and slits the bandit's throat with a hidden blade. He pushes the dying leader away, preventing him from shooting. Finding nothing useful, he jumps overboard into the dark waters of the ocean. In the water, he notices a lifeboat with 2 people and sees this as a chance for salvation. He understands that he will not be able to attack them from the water because there are only 2 people on the raft and one of them is armed. A quarrel breaks out on the raft, and an armed man threatens his partner, demanding that he throw the cargo overboard. He swims up to the raft and shouts for help, which makes things easier for the bandits who notice him. Suddenly, the blonde man stabs his partner in the back while he is distracted by the swimmer. In response, the hero accurately throws a knife, which plunges straight into the blonde man's neck. Finding himself on a life raft, he decides to check his bags first, not knowing how long he will spend at sea. To his amazement, all the bags were filled to the brim with wads of dollars, completely useless in his situation. He is complaining about the lack of food and water when he suddenly hears someone cry for help. He pulls a pink-haired girl out of the water, who immediately begins coughing up water. The exhausted girl barely raises her eyes to him and thanks him for saving her life. He grimly replies that they won't survive anyway and suggests that she inspect the raft for supplies. The girl looks into the bags and is disappointed to discover that there is only money inside. He states that money is useless on the high seas, and the girl starts coughing heavily again. He asks if she is sick, and the girl confirms that she has a fever. She says in despair that she is only getting worse and that she will not live more than a couple of days. Hysterically, she screams at him to throw away the money she despises, but he tries to calm her down. A few days later, he is thirsty and willing to trade millions of dollars for a single bottle of Coke. He covers his face with his hand in despair, realizing that without food and water, they will both soon die. The girl smiles ominously and says that she will be much better off if he dies with her. He is surprised by her hatred because he saved her, but the girl suddenly begins to cough heavily. She tries to get up, overcoming her weakness, and he asks her not to move so as not to harm herself. The girl says that she wants to take another look at this world, and he helps her get up. There is nothing around them except a vast, empty ocean that offers no hope. Losing hope, she falls on him and whispers that there is nothing around. He looks at her motionless body and thinks with bitterness that she died, leaving him alone. Suddenly, she jumps up with a scream, frightening him because he already thought that she was dead. The girl asks him for forgiveness, but he thinks that she is breathing heavily and will die soon anyway. She screams that he is a good man and does not deserve such a death, but must die with her. He calmly assures her that no one will die, while she begins to look behind her. She takes out a bottle of water, which he recognizes, and says she didn't use it to wash her face. The girl hands him water, saying that good people should not die like this and that he should survive. He is shocked by her self-sacrifice because she gives him her last water so that he can live. After this, she falls down without strength, and he, checking her pulse, realizes that she has died. Looking at her body, he admits that she was not a good person, but thanks her anyway. Taking a sip, he is struck by the strange, sweet, salty taste of the liquid. He recalls the words of a subordinate who said that this water would save his life. He is left alone on the raft with her body and does not want to watch it decompose. Having said his last goodbyes, he carefully lowers her body into the water, sending her on her final journey. He decides not to give up because a bottle of glucose can help him survive and reach Canada. He takes up the oars again, which he had previously discarded. Exhausted by thirst, he conserves water, taking only tiny sips. Soon the water in the bottle runs out, and the ground is still far away. He drinks the last drops of precious moisture in despair. He looks at the gathering clouds and realizes that a storm is coming. To make the raft heavier and prevent it from capsizing, he decides to tie up bags of money. He is thrown from side to side, choking and coughing. A giant wave engulfs him during a violent storm. Exhausted, he clings to the raft with all his might in the pouring rain. Suddenly, the storm subsides as quickly as it began. He is delighted to realize that fresh rainwater has collected in his boat. The collected water gives him hope to hold out for a few more days. Suddenly, he notices a ship on the horizon and desperately cries for help. On board the ship, two fishermen complain about a bad day and lack of money. One of them notices a man in the water and jokingly calls him a chick. The hero screams with all his might, begging God to let him be noticed. He realizes that he is saved, but at the same moment he feels his strength leaving him. Having lost consciousness from exhaustion, he falls from the raft into the water. He comes to his senses on a ship, where a muscular man speaks to him in English. The captain appears and learns from the assistant that their guest does not understand English. The captain laughs and says that he knows a little Chinese. He welcomes the rescued man on board and offers him a drink. Suddenly the captain changes his tone and asks if he is an illegal immigrant. The guy honestly admits that he is an illegal immigrant and asks if the police were called. The captain takes out a pistol, declaring that only criminals have that kind of money. The hero denies the accusations, but understands that the captain is targeting his money. He offers a deal, promising a reward for rescue and silence. He emphasizes that money is not a problem as long as he is not turned over to the authorities. He asks the captain directly if he agrees to his terms. The captain accepts the offer, takes the bag, and calls him an esteemed guest. Later, the hero, already dressed, asks where the rest of the ship's crew went. He asks Captain Wake to help him get to Vancouver. The captain agrees, saying that delivering him to the ground is part of the service. At the port, the hero, disguised as a worker, must leave the area unnoticed. They point him to a truck and tell him to climb into the back door. The truck driver reports that the captain asked him for a ride and left something behind. He finds a set of clothes and $1,000, reflecting on the captain's kindness. He finally arrives in Vancouver and gets off the truck on Hastings Street. Fearing the police and not knowing the language, he tries to find his way around the unfamiliar street. He goes around several houses and finally finds the right address. He arrives at an address on Hastings Street and sees a building that looks like a car shop. Climbing the stairs, he assumes that Fatso's friend might be on the second floor. Suddenly, a bullet flies past his head and he recoils in horror. He barely dodges a barrage of shots that pierce the walls around him. The guy realizes that he has found himself in the epicenter of a gang shootout between two groups. He hears the man in glasses shouting angrily at his opponents, calling them Vietnamese. The hero decides to help this man and thinks about the best way to do this, holding the fragment in his hand. Hearing the incessant gunfire, he worries that the man will soon run out of ammunition. One of the attackers tells his partner that their target is almost out of ammo and suggests they go. A man in a suit notices him and asks who he is, and the hero warns him of danger. He screams, distracting the attacker, who immediately opens fire on him. The man is worried about him, but the guy gestures for him to remain silent. He jumps out of cover and grabs the shooter from behind, pointing his pistol upward. Taking possession of the weapon, he aims at another enemy and shouts that he is on their side. The rescued man doesn't understand who he is, but his companion says that this guy saved them. Suddenly, an older man grabs him and holds a knife to his throat, scolding his man. The old man explains that one cannot trust strangers, because even the Vietnamese were recently allies. He remembers Fatso giving him a code phrase in case of trouble, hell or high water. The boy says the code phrase, and the older man freezes in silent surprise. The seventh uncle lets him go, and the boy suggests jumping out of the window to avoid an ambush. But seventh uncle reveals that he is in a wheelchair and cannot do it. Their companion shouts that he is down to his last clip, and the enemies continue to advance. The hero promises to get the seventh uncle down and begins to climb out the window himself. The young assistant orders his uncle to leave with the boy, promising to detain the pursuers. Once outside, he helps the old man and points to the car, suggesting that he quickly get into it. In the car, the seventh uncle urges the guy, shouting at him to step on the gas faster. The Vietnamese pursuers return, and seventh uncle prepares to shoot back. The old man shouts at the driver to press the pedal all the way down, aiming his revolver at the attackers. The seventh uncle hits one of his pursuers with a well-aimed shot through the car window. The uncle asks who he is, noting his skillful actions in a dangerous situation. The seventh uncle shouts tensely, giving some instructions during the chase. The uncle asks if he knows the city, but the boy admits that he just arrived from the boat. The old man admires his shooting skills and is glad that the fat man gave him a chance to pay back. Chen Yang introduces himself and confirms that he is looking for seventh uncle, who asks about his enemies. The uncle laughs, realizing that the boy has angered the boss from Nanjing and praises him for his courage. Chen Yang thinks he almost died, but he is glad that seventh uncle is not on the side of his enemies. He begins to question seventh uncle about the Vietnamese who attacked them. Uncle angrily says that the Vietnamese are the worst here and always shoot to kill. He swears that one day they will pay tenfold for what they have done. They arrive at a safe place where they are met by seventh uncle's men, who rejoice at his return. A man in a wheelchair asks for a push, and the guy is surprised that all the workers in the auto repair shop are Asian. They enter a room where they are met by another man who asks who the child is. The boy calls the man the eighth elder, but he laughs and says he just has 8 fingers. The man in the wheelchair explains that this guy saved his life, which shocks his interlocutor. He says that the Vietnamese attacked his headquarters, and without the help of this child, everything would have been over for him. The man explains that his name is Feng 8 Fingers, but allows the boy to call him 8th Elder. The man's smile and presence seem familiar to the boy, reminding him of someone named Brother Juan. The 8th Elder presses the button, thinking about the incident with the 7th uncle's family and the Vietnamese. He worries that news of the incident has already gotten out, and someone outside the door confirms his fears. The man asks Chen Yang to simply call him 5th, and the boy thoughtfully repeats the word. The 5th one explains that someone helped fake the guy's death so that people in his homeland would think he was dead. The guy understands that they want to kill him, and the 5th says that he has 2 options, since his business is illegal. The 5th one suggests the first option, pointing to the guy, a stable life in Chinatown under the protection of a lawyer. The guy is silent, and the 5th suggests a second option, to join them, but forget about a safe life. Chen Yang explodes in anger, screaming that he is being hunted because of the life of some homeless person. The action moves to a boxing gym, where several muscular men are training hard. The 5th one asks Chen Yang for his opinion, and he, a little nervously, replies that it is very good. The 5th one points to their most experienced fighter, who is currently furiously sparring with an opponent. The 5th one smiles smugly, continuing his story about the fighters and their skills. The 5th one invites the guy to show what he is capable of, and he agrees, saying that now he has a reason. The 5th one calls over a red-haired fighter named Luo Shan to come over for a second. Luo Shan asks why he was called, and 5 asks the guy to show how he trains differently. The guy considers whether to fight seriously, fearing that he will make enemies if he stands out too much. He decides to restrain himself a little, noticing the unfriendly look of the red-haired fighter, but then he changes his mind, realizing that this is not China and that force decides everything. In a flashback, the master teaches him a deadly technique called heavy palm. He recalls how the master refused to teach him other techniques because of his hot temper. Therefore, the master only gave him the heavy palm, which was inferior to the techniques of his older brothers. He hits the punching bag hard, thinking that at least he has a chance to show off. The 5th one looks unimpressed and says that at this level any of his brothers could do the same. Luo Shang notices something is wrong and asks the 8th elder to look at the punching bag. The 5th one asks Chen Yang to turn the punching bag over so he can get a better look at it. The punching bag is torn, and Luo Shan is shocked and asks how the guy managed to deliver such a powerful punch without warming up. The other fighters are also shocked, and Chen Yang explains the difference between boxing and Chinese martial arts. He explains that although it looked like one blow, it was actually the force of his entire body. The fifth one laughs and, putting his hand on his shoulder, says that he will become their secret weapon. The guy thoughtfully reflects on the words about the secret weapon, glancing sideways. He decides not to ask questions for now, but to focus on what awaits him ahead. The fifth one continues to enthusiastically say that he will find him a shooting teacher and make him a secret weapon. Chen Yang interrupts him, complaining of hunger, his stomach growling loudly in confirmation. Chen Yang eats greedily, remembering his recent hunger, and is glad that he can now eat his fill. He finishes everything down to the last crumb, and the red-haired guy offers to take him to his room. Shilo says that everything around, including the auto repair shop, is the merit of the eighth elder. Shilo says that one of his roommates has moved out, so there is a vacancy for Chen Yang. Shilo hands him the box, and Chen Yang thanks him, who then asks if it is a gramophone. Suddenly, a glowing gramophone appears in the room and Chen Yang says he likes it. Shilo explains that they are not used to foreign cigarettes, so they got Chinese ones for him. Chen Yang washes his car and thinks that the eighth elder hasn't spoken to him in 2 days. He works during the day, and after 3 o'clock he goes to the gym with Shiluo to hone his skills. He understands that these people are not bad guys, and communicating with them helps him feel in his place. Sometimes he teaches Shiluo techniques, but he cannot show him the heavy fist since it is a secret technique. A week passes, and the eighth elder still makes no attempt to meet with him. He uses training as an outlet to let off steam and begins to hit harder and harder. Shiluo asks what is happening to him because he has not been himself in recent days. Chen Yang apologizes and says that he has difficulty controlling the power of his attacks. He kicks the punching bag with all his might, and it explodes from the impact. At night, Shiluo wakes him up and tells him that they had a shootout with the Vietnamese. They watch the news about a shootout at a gas station involving Vietnamese smugglers. Shiluo smiles and says that it looks like they will have a lot of things to do tonight. At the auto repair shop, they take apart the blue car, and Chen Yang realizes that it belonged to those Vietnamese. Early in the morning, he looks at the dismantled car and thinks that now no one will find it. A man approaches him and says that the eighth elder wishes to see him. The eighth elder greets him, and Chen Yang wonders if he is going to give him a task. The elder hands him new documents and says that he is now an official member of the organization. He promises to take care of him since Fatty Feng sent him, and Chen Yang thanks him. The elder's face changes and asks if it's true that he's been having fits of rage lately. Chen Yang is indignant that he crossed the ocean not to wash cars, but for something worthwhile. The elder explains that there are many people in the workshop who have been waiting for tasks for years, and he is a newbie. He wouldn't single him out just because of Fang, otherwise the other brothers wouldn't understand. The elder acknowledges his skills and says that he invited him to give him the certificate and something else. He says with a sly smile that he will give him the opportunity to do something important. Chen Yang looks both happy and embarrassed as he thanks the eighth elder. He walks with the bag and wonders what the elder meant by the words "take care of 2 people." A white car pulls up to him and the driver, named Zheng Yang, tells him to get in. He sits in the car with 2 men and feels an overwhelming force emanating from them. One of the men gives him a phone number and says he will come every few days. They approach the farm, and he realizes that his job is to live here with these people. Inside the house, he is ordered to prepare food, and he is surprised how long it has been since anyone has been there. In the attic, he finds only canned fish, and wonders why there is no other food. He has prepared food from canned goods, and thinks that his companions are not at all in the mood for conversation. One of the men notices that the expression in their companion's eyes speaks of indifference, and compares him to a certain Jin He. The hero decides not to refuse the job, although he is unnerved by the presence of these 2, who are going off to rest. Left alone, the hero becomes angry at the disdainful attitude towards himself. At night, the hero hears a rustling sound and realizes that something is wrong when a gun is suddenly pointed at him. The attacker explains that he could have killed him 100 times, and the hero again remembers Jin He. The man gives the hero 5 minutes to get ready, and he wonders why they need to go outside so early. In the gym, they explain to the hero that, by Feng's orders, they must evaluate his fighting skills. The hero is surprised that the eighth elder did not warn him, and decides to show his best blow. After hitting the punching bag, the hero says that this is all he can do, but his mentor is not happy. The mentor orders the hero to learn all the vulnerable spots on the mannequin within 3 days. The hero begins the training by quickly pointing out the vulnerable points on the dummy, as indicated by the instructor. Suddenly, the mentor hits the hero, explaining that in a real fight he would have already died. The hero, in shock, asks why he was hit in a vulnerable spot, and receives the answer that it was for memorization. The mentor assures him that he will not kill him, and that the pain will help him develop protective reflexes. The hero is outraged that he was attacked in 2 vulnerable spots at once without warning. The second mentor intervenes, saying that in battle, no one will be given time to prepare. He rushes at the hero, shouting that they are simply teaching him killing techniques. After 3 days of grueling training, the hero is completely exhausted, and his clothes are in tatters. On the fourth day of training, he finally begins to be able to deliver accurate punches. The mentor says that he needs to continue practicing every day, and the hero obediently agrees. Once the hero has mastered the weak points, the mentors are ready to move on to the next stage of training. The hero learns that his mentors are named Old Cat and Old Kong, and Cat begins a lecture on ways to kill. The Old Cat explains that one must learn to use any available object as a weapon, even a toothpick. Over the next few days, Old Cat demonstrates to the hero his skills in killing using improvised means. The hero is amazed at how the Old Cat turns any object into a deadly weapon. He understands that to kill Kotu, all he needs is a rope, chopsticks, or even a spoon. The hero practices, and the mentor explains the importance of being able to quickly find a weapon in any situation. The Old Cat suddenly falls silent, trying to remember something, but cannot. The next morning, the hero is awakened not by the Old Cat, but by Old Kong. The hero curiously asks Kong what is in his big bag. Kong opens a bag filled to the brim with firearms, shocking the hero. Kong explains that marksmanship, unlike in the movies, requires a lot of preparation. For the first week, Kong forces the hero to train only the empty pistol stance. The hero feels that the mentor is constantly dissatisfied with him, judging by his suffering expression. He understands that it is impossible to master marksmanship in a short time. During a month of training, he only manages to become familiar with a few types of weapons. The hero feels a powerful recoil from the rifle shot. Kong says that the hero's level of proficiency with a pistol is now comparable to that of a police officer. The hero has been living on the farm for 2 months now, and supplies are delivered to them every week. When his subordinates arrive in 2 cars and without supplies, the hero realizes that his training is complete. Kong says goodbye to Five and wishes him a good life without dying too early. He gives Five a knife from Old Kong, explaining that he actually treats him well. Five asks what he can give in return, and Kong promises to fulfill his request at their next meeting. The fifth promises silently that if they meet again, he will call them his second masters. The man in the suit informs the fifth that the eighth elder is waiting for him. The eighth elder welcomes the returning fifth. The elder, cup in hand, asks if the fifth knows anything about tea. The fifth one suggests that the tea is of excellent quality, and the elder confirms its high price. The elder explains that the head of the organization must behave in accordance with his high status. He says that even though you appreciate the fifth, you must adhere to the rules he asks about. The elder says that Five must convince the brothers of his worth in order to join the inner circle. The fifth one understands that this is about the initiation ritual and asks what he needs to do. The elder reminds him of his first day in Vancouver and the incident with his seventh uncle. The fifth recalls how their business angered the Vietnamese, even though the details of the operation were secret. A shocked Five asks if the elder suspects there is a mole in their ranks. The elder furiously shouts that it was a local Chinese organization and that his uncle almost died. The fifth one is surprised because they are all Chinese and does not understand what benefit they get from this. The elder explains that their relationship with local underground groups has always been tense. He is outraged that they have gone too far, since his uncle has already retired and had nothing to do with this. He invited the heads of local gangs to talk, but they behaved arrogantly and indifferently. Therefore, they must strictly follow the rules, otherwise in the future, everyone will break them. The elder says that this is precisely why he called the fifth urgently. He shows the photo and orders that the man be killed within 3 days, otherwise the fifth will miss his chance. The target is an influential member of a local organization named Sand Snake. The fifth, in disguise, reflects on his mission, given to him by the eighth elder, to kill the Sand Snake. He understands that the serpent is not the main target, otherwise such a mission would not have been entrusted to a newcomer. According to the dossier, Zmei occupies a high position in the hierarchy of his gang, but is not involved in drug trafficking. He spent the whole day spying on the target and finally discovered something interesting. It turned out that the Sand Snake is a lustful man who often visits his mistress. His mistress runs a beauty salon, which is actually a functioning brothel. Sand Snake pulls up in a white car, and Five decides to wait a bit before entering. Inside, a girl meets him and offers him to choose a companion, but he asks for a busty beauty. The girl takes him to the bedroom and asks him to wait while she brings him company. As soon as she leaves, he puts on the white mask and realizes it is time to act. He doesn't find the serpent in any of the rooms and wonders where he could be. The fifth one finds a locked door and picks the lock with a hairpin, remembering his mentor. He finds Snake relaxing in a chair, waiting for his girlfriend, Lee. Suddenly, a blonde appears behind him and asks who he is. He reacts quickly and knocks out the girl who caught him off guard with a precise blow to the neck. The girl lies unconscious, and the serpent calls her from the room again, not understanding what happened. Masked, and with a cleaver in hand, Five looms over the Sand Snake, preparing for the kill. The snake looks at his captor in surprise, not understanding what is happening. The fifth one grabs Snake from behind in a chokehold, continuing to threaten him with the cleaver. With a cry of no choice, he plunges his victim's head under the water in the bathtub. During the struggle, he smashes a bottle of some purple liquid against the wall. Sand Snake lies lifeless on the floor, with the masked five standing over his body. He tries to wash the purple substance from the broken bottle off his hands. Having completed the task, he gets into his car and drives away from the crime scene. Left alone in the car, he rips off his mask in a rage. In a fit of anger and despair, he slams his fist on the steering wheel with a scream. Upon returning, he burns his clothes and mask to get rid of the evidence. After committing the murder, he feels sick and bends over the toilet. Looking at his reflection, he thinks in horror that he cannot wash himself off. He feels like the smell of blood is not going away, and he rubs his hands furiously with a brush. Exhausted, he sits down and wonders if he is still himself. He remembers that he had to kill before, but now everything is different. A memory emerges of a brutal fight where he was stabbed in the arm. He killed the serpent on orders, not knowing whether he deserved to die. The fifth doubts that he will ever be able to return to normal life. A sudden loud knock on the door startles him, and he jumps up. The man who came asks if the task has been completed and informs about a meeting with the elder. He wonders why the elder's right hand came to him personally. The man introduces himself as Taige and says that the fifth is now one of them. The elder praises him for his work and gives him a bank card with a large sum of money. The fifth one refuses special treatment and asks for permission to stay in the workshop. Returning to the workshop, he meets Shi Luo, who asks about the success of the mission. Shi Luo is happy for him, and the fifth offers to drink at his expense. They decide not to go to the bar and have a drink together right in the room. Shi Luo notices his friend's depressed state and asks why he is so sour. The fifth one suddenly asks Shi Luo if he has ever killed. Shi Luo reasons that in their line of work, murder is inevitable and is surprised by his friend's calm. He looks closely at Five and says that he feels a change in him. They show a frame of a hanged man, hinting at the consequences. The news reports a series of brutal murders of gang leaders in Chinatown. The next day, a report about the death of the Sand Snake is shown on TV. Police are under pressure after a wave of gangland boss murders across the city. Shortly after the murders, mass shootings begin in Chinatown. The conflict escalates and heavy weapons, including grenade launchers, are used. SWAT police are making arrests in an attempt to stop a gang war. A powerful explosion symbolizes the culmination of a brutal conflict. A few days later, Shi Luo is invited to watch a war report on TV. The news reports on a gang war, and the heroes discuss their side's advantage. The guy with black hair doesn't understand who is shooting on their side. The mysterious fighters of the group turn out to be well-armed and trained. They act like a hurricane and disappear without a trace before the police arrive. After the disappearance of the eighth elder, a fragile peace reigned in Chinatown. The brothers are forbidden to leave the auto repair shop, and Shi Luo is going home. It was their turn to go for supplies, but the red-haired guy had a bad feeling about it. He tells his partner that he feels like someone is following them. Red is panicking about a possible shootout, but his friend with a gun is calm. He orders Shi Luo to slow down and park on the side of the road. Their path is blocked by a car from which a man they know gets out. The man identifies himself as Vancouver police and demands to see identification. He assures me that this is just a routine check and takes the card that is offered to him. The policeman looks at the document and notices with a grin that it is about to expire. The black-haired guy calmly objects that the term has not yet ended. The policeman says he's just warning them and asks them to open the trunk. The red-haired guy tensely asks why this is necessary and what the problem is. The officer asserts his right to search on suspicion of drug smuggling. His partner, searching the trunk, calls him to look at the find. The hero realizes that he was distracted while the second police officer searched the car. The second officer smiles and holds up a bag of what appears to be marijuana. The chief police officer demands an explanation, and the guy realizes that they were set up. He considers shooting the officer, but realizes that this will only make the situation worse. The policeman is surprised by his calmness and offers to come with him for a talk. The guy advises his friend not to do anything stupid and to wear gloves so as not to leave evidence. In the car, he wonders why they were deliberately separated and what the officer was planning. He says his friend is already calling his lawyer, but the policeman offers him a cigarette. The officer introduces himself as Jeff, and they both light cigarettes in tense silence. Jeff reveals his real name, Chen Yang, and says he knows about his illegal status. Chen Yang decides it's a bluff and refuses to talk without a lawyer. Jeff whispers in his ear, threatening him with one call to the immigration service. He directly states that he knows about Chen Yang's connection with the Eighth Elder. Jeff offers a deal, a residence permit in exchange for information, but Chen Yang laughs. Chen Yang is relieved to think that the officer has nothing and pretends not to know. Jeff laughs in disappointment, admitting that he underestimated the guy's stubbornness. He explains that recent events have left him with no choice due to the Elder's secret resources. Jeff is angry, saying that their group has crossed a line and will not go unpunished. He connects Chen Yang's visa receipt with the start of the gang war, not believing it to be a coincidence. Jeff concludes that the Elder brought an army from outside and Chen Yang is part of it. Chen Yang realizes that the officer is thinking along the same lines as he is. He recalls how the Eighth Elder's soldiers struck Vancouver and brought back the glory of the Circle. Jeff admits that the police are willing to support the weakest in a gang war in order to suppress the rest. Suddenly, Jeff grabs him by the collar, calling on him to curb his arrogance. He whispers that he wanted to offer cooperation to their circle, since he himself has Chinese roots. Chen Yang doesn't understand the purpose of the threats, but Jeff explains that it was necessary to be on the safe side. Jeff warns that another officer who hates his gang is coming soon. He asks to convey to the 8th elder his desire to cooperate. An enraged, large policeman bursts into the room, shouting insults. Chen Yang calmly responds to the shouts, mentioning the planted weed and promising to file a complaint. In response to the threat of deportation, Chen Yang thinks that this officer is more stupid than Jeff. He looks at the policeman with a cheeky grin. The policeman accuses him of illegally crossing the border, but Chen Yang just laughs quietly. The enraged officer grabs him by the hair and slams his head hard against the table. Chen Yang provokes him by saying that the lawyer will document the beatings and punish the culprit. The policeman smugly declares that he is not a barbarian because beatings leave marks. He returns with a bucket of ice water, anticipating torture. The officer pours ice water directly onto Chen Yang's head, who screams in shock. He mockingly asks what he will say now, since this was just a warm-up. The policeman takes out a stun gun, promising to show what happens to disobedient gangsters. He brutally uses a stun gun, and Chen Yang screams in unbearable pain. The officer boasts that the stun gun, when used in tandem with a wet towel, leaves no marks. The exhausted Chen Yang thinks he can't take it anymore, but the tormentor promises more. Suddenly, he comes to his senses and sees an elegant man in glasses standing in front of him. The stranger introduces himself as the lawyer, Mr. Fan, hired to secure his release. His friend says he was the real target, and a lawyer was called immediately after Jeff left. A friend asks what to do, and Chen Yang makes a dark joke about murder and the lack of the death penalty. He seriously suggests sneaking into the officer's house at night and quietly slitting his throat. On the way out, they meet Jeff, and Shiluo attacks him in a rage. Jeff again asks that his message be conveyed to the 8th elder for their own good. Shiluo asks about the conversation, but Chen Yang waves it off and suggests going home. Suddenly, someone slaps the very policeman who tortured him. It turns out that it was a spectacular and aggressive blonde who did it. The lawyer explains that this is the daughter of the police chief, nicknamed Her Highness the Princess. In fact, she is the daughter of the head of the largest crime syndicate, the Angels of the Underworld. They say that even Hollywood stars pale in comparison to her dazzling beauty. The lawyer greets the girl, calling her Sophie, which surprises Chen Yang. Sophie notices Chen Yang and asks with interest if he is Chinese. She introduces herself to the boys, and an embarrassed Shiluo says hello in return. She explains that she had a falling out with an officer over bureaucratic delays. Chen Yang mentally jokes with the embarrassed Shiluo, who blushed at the sight of the girl. Suddenly, Chen Yang feels weak, remembering how he was recently tortured with electricity. Sophie calls out to him, and Chen Yang, having come to his senses, asks what she wants. The girl reproaches him for being rude for leaving without saying goodbye, and he sheepishly apologizes. Sophie says she will accept the apology if he, like a gentleman, offers her a seat. Chen Yang reluctantly agrees and invites the young lady to sit on the bench. A man in a suit appears and informs Sophie that all formalities have been observed. Sophie happily thanks everyone and says that they are very good people and she liked them. She then points her finger at Chen Yang and states that she didn't like him at all. Mr. Chen asks what he did to offend Sophie, but he replies that he was not in the mood. Mr. Suo advises not to anger this madam, because she is a princess whom no one dares to offend. Chen Yang wonders with a grin if she's angry, and suggests they go to the auto repair shop. Elsewhere, Five discusses with his boss, Officer Jeff's offer to shake hands. The boss cynically argues that the police often use criminals for their own purposes. He decides to report everything to the 8th elder and trust his wise judgment. During a sparring match, a guy runs up to the 5th and shouts that the 8th elder has returned. The elder asks Chen Yang if he had time to meet Sophie and upset her in any way. He says that he and her father have a joint business, and there was a misunderstanding between them. The elder orders him to go meet the syndicate and apologize to the princess. Chen Yang replies with a sly smile that he has no objections. The elder laughs, saying that he values him and that meeting his partners will be of benefit to him. He asks Chen Yang if he has a dress suit, to which he sheepishly replies no. Tiger gives him an expensive suit and a watch, calling it a reward for a mission accomplished. Looking in the mirror, Chen Yang thinks that the style of the suit resembles the gift from Fang Nan. He thinks about the girls left behind in Canada and wonders how they are doing. He decides not to worry about it and hopes that the meeting will go smoothly with his luck ring. The elder drives up in a luxury car and, noticing its appearance, invites him to get in. In the car, the elder orders the driver named Tiger to take them to the Hilton Hotel. Chen Yang expresses concern that traveling without an escort may be unsafe. Tiger reassures him, because at Mr. Suo Lin's party, no one will dare to carry a weapon. Arriving at the scene, Chen Yang thinks ironically about the criminals who organized the charity event. It turned out that all the people at this party were serious authorities of the underground world. The eighth elder introduces him to everyone as his nephew, but he only partially understands the conversation. For example, this seemingly harmless chubby guy turned out to be a representative of a clan of drug dealers. Sophie appears in an evening dress, and Chen Yang thinks that she is a completely different person. The man who came with Sophie warmly greets the elder and notes his thriving business. They exchange pleasantries with a double meaning, talking about peace but hinting at war. The man notices Chen Yang and asks the elder with interest who this young man is. The elder introduces him as his nephew, and Chen Yang understands that this is not without reason. The man jokes about whether the handsome young man is his illegitimate son. Mr. Suo Lin invites his daughter Sophie to go for a walk with a young man, and she politely agrees. Chen Yang understands that the eighth elder and Mr. Suo Lin are about to discuss important matters. Sophie sharply addresses the thoughtful Chen Yang, urging him to stop daydreaming. As men pass by, they admire Miss Sophie, and Chen Yang remarks on her popularity. Chen Yang tries to apologize for their last meeting, but Sophie is surprised that he is even capable of doing so. He does not understand her words about vanity, and she reproaches him for being inattentive during the conversation. Chen Yang pretends not to understand her well, and refers to his terrible English. Angered, Sophie calls him a smug chauvinist, which she doesn't like at all. Chen Yang thought irritably that he had already apologized as ordered and had no intention of being liked by her. He lights a cigarette, and Sophie immediately scolds him for his impolite behavior in the presence of a lady. Sophie screams in rage, asking if cigarettes are really more important to him than talking to her. Chen Yang covers his face in annoyance, finally understanding why the elder brought him here. She continues to scold him and asks where he came from, to which he replies that he is from China. Sophie sarcastically remarks that he is very different from the more well-mannered Chinese from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Chen Yang thought darkly to himself that this woman was clearly asking for trouble. Sophie decides to introduce him to another Chinese man so that Chen Yang can learn manners from him. She introduces him to a Chinese immigrant who considers himself a true Canadian and despises his roots. Chen Yang contemptuously thinks that this Canadian is just a clown who has forgotten his homeland. He sarcastically offers to teach her the proper manner of address for such gentlemen, and she agrees. Another man notices them and thinks about how to score points by showering Princess Sophie with compliments. The man approaches to greet her, and Chen Yang asks Sophie to give him a compliment he taught her. Sophie smiles and says a Chinese word that turns out to be an insult, and the man is shocked. Realizing she's been played, Sophie puffs out her cheeks angrily, while Chen Yang smirks. She demands a proper apology, but then remembers the speech and asks to be escorted outside. She leaves hurriedly, explaining that she doesn't want to meet an acquaintance who will be arriving soon. Chen Yang asks in surprise if she really hates the girl, and Sophie admits that she dumped her. Sophie states that she likes outstanding personalities, and a person's gender does not matter to her. At the exit, Chen Yang tries to stop her, saying that he cannot leave the hotel without the elder's permission. Sophie offers him a deal, promising forgiveness if he makes her happy that evening. Chen Yang is confused and wonders if this woman is too flighty and fickle. He remembers the elder's order that he must fulfill all the wishes of the stubborn Princess Sophie. They're speeding along in the car, and he's yelling at her for not even wearing her seatbelt. Her phone rings, and she assumes with annoyance that they are already rushing her back. She throws the phone out of the car at full speed, and Chen Yang screams at her in horror. Taking advantage of his confusion, she suddenly pulls him towards her and kisses him. He pushes her away, shocked, asking what that was and who just called. She teases him coquettishly, asking if there really aren't any real men among the Chinese. Enraged by her provocation, he shouts at her to shut up and roughly pulls her towards him. Later, he realizes with horror what he has done, because she is Mr. Suo Lin's daughter. She gently touches his face and says that she will not blame him for what happened. He notices a missed call from the eighth elder and worries that something critical has happened. The eighth elder urgently calls Chen Yang to his office, and he fearfully agrees. Meanwhile, Sophie coquettishly says that she hasn't played enough yet. They are met by a butler, who informs them that the gentlemen are already waiting for them inside. The eighth elder greets Chen Yang and invites him to sit down. Chen Yang is surprised that even Tiger has to stand, and thinks that they are going to promote him. The elder says that Mr. Suo Lin considers Chen Yang to be the best candidate for some role. Mr. Suo Lin agrees to his relationship with Sophie if the young man will protect her. Chen Yang is shocked because he and Sophie were just fooling around, and her father talks about marriage as if it was a done deal. Suo Lin asks Sophie to leave so they can move on to boring work matters. The elder praises Chen Yang to Mr. Fan, who is puzzled by what kind of work they want to entrust him with. Mr. Fan remarks with a grin that they left the young man confused. Mr. Fan explains that El Niño has caused the Angel of the Underworld to lose its supplies from South America. He says the Angel of Hell will use their Asian channels, and their circle will get 5% of the profits. The eighth elder confirms the plan and appoints Chen Yang as his assistant and the person in charge of it. Later in the car, the elder asks Chen Yang if he has come to his senses after hearing this. The elder raises his glass, calling El Niño a great opportunity sent by God. He sees the 5% profit as a golden opportunity to modernize their business. He explains that the criminal world has changed, with prostitution being replaced by cybercrime. However, many brothers, including the seventh uncle, vehemently deny this new reality. The elder asks Chen Yang for his opinion, calling him the fifth, and he agrees with his arguments. Chen Yang believes that in the long term, this is an opportunity to fundamentally change their reputation. The elder is pleased with the answer and says that this is why he appointed him as the leader. To cooperate with the angel of the underworld, you first need to resolve problems with the local gangs. Indian drug trafficking goes through extremists, and the angel of hell does not deal with terrorists. Iranian gangs are too religious and risky, and Mr. Suo Lin does not tolerate fanatics. Vietnamese gangs in Canada are powerful, but they are inferior in terms of military might. The main problem is the local Chinese groups who have rejected them the most. The elder places great hopes on Chen Yang to solve these 4 problems. He won't have to wash cars anymore, because now Tiger will teach him how to drive. Tiger began giving daily lectures, and the first topic was the history of the exploration of North America. In the 80s, the circle actively expanded its influence, forcing its way through with fists and weapons. The Tiger asks why the elder did not appoint him as an assistant, since he should trust him more. He smiles mysteriously and says that only the 8th elder knows the answer to this question. After the story, a new problem arose in the form of an English teacher, but Chen Yang realized the importance of language. A woman calls him and says she misses him, but he coldly asks her what she wants. She asks him for a favor and offers to accompany her to a meeting with someone very similar to him. She has heard about his dealings with her father and promises to put in a good word for him if he helps. At an elegant Chinese restaurant, they are met by a man waiting for his friend and a woman. The blonde says that she has become interested in him lately, and that with him, she will be able to forget about her. Hearing a familiar voice, the guy is shocked to realize that he has been recognized. An angry girl, Chow Chow, appears, accompanied by a man in a suit. Chow Chow hits him with her purse, screaming that she thought he was dead. She continues to beat him, screaming about how much effort they spent looking for him. The guy tries to calm her down, begging her to listen to him. With tears in her eyes, she reproaches him for not letting anyone know about himself, while everyone thought he was dead. Now that she has found him, she demands an immediate explanation. The blonde offers to tell everyone that he is alive, but Chow Chow ignores her. The man accompanying Chow Chow greets the boy, calling him Mr. Li Wenjing. Mr. Li gallantly kisses the blonde's hand, calling her, Your Highness. The whole company sits around the table, and Mr. Li calls it a great reunion. The blonde reflects that her plan to anger Chow Chow failed because she became friends with her companion. The blonde tries to ask Chow Chow about her acquaintance with Chen Yan, but she answers her rudely. The boy realizes that the princess is obsessed with Chow Chow, who in turn treats her coldly. The princess asks Chen Yang to teach her how to eat with chopsticks, which angers Chow Chow. The princess reminds Chow of the wonderful night they spent together, shocking the guy. Chow Chow shouts in rage that this woman is trying to seduce her father. Chow Chow asks the boy if he remembers her father, and he answers in the affirmative. He remembers her father as a very elegant and charismatic middle-aged man. She tells how her father met Princess Sophie, who immediately showed interest in him. Chow Chow recalls how she seduced the princess to lure her away from her father. She asks the guy with a smirk if the princess is good in bed, which greatly embarrasses him. Chow Chow forbids him to communicate with the princess, considering her abnormal, and he agrees. Left alone, she asks him to tell her what happened, but he asks about his family. She recalls his disappearance and asks about his relationship with his former boss. She ironically praises him for managing to get a top-tier girl. Suddenly, she gets angry again, grabs him by the collar and screams that he has gone crazy. She hugs him, tearfully telling him how they worried and tried to help him. Crying, she calls him a scumbag and can't believe she was so worried about him. Her sincere words melted the ice in his hardened heart. He tells how he escaped, encountered slave traders, and miraculously survived at sea. He admits that he became a different person and killed people for his own benefit. He screams that he became a murderer and a member of the underground world, so he could not contact them. Chow Chow slaps him to bring him to his senses. She asks if he will still be her friend if she becomes a killer, and he screams yes. She asks him never to say such things again, but she wants to clarify something. She demands to know why he didn't tell Jan Di that he was alive and what her current condition is. She remembers how they hid the news of his death from Jan Di, but the girl still cried every day. He explains that he will only tell everyone about himself when he gains power and is safe. After some time, he wakes up Chow Chow, who has fallen asleep on his shoulder, saying that it is time for him to leave. Chow Chow says that she has to go, as she has to be in Toronto in 2 days, and regrets that she promised to accompany Li Wenjin. Chen Yang asks how she ended up in Canada, and Chow Chow explains that it's a family act, and they're going to visit Li Wenjin's relatives. She tells Five that she has to go to Toronto, but will be back quickly, and he asks her not to put things off for him. Suddenly, Li Wenjin arrives, and a surprised Chow Chow asks how he found her. Li Wenjin says that his subordinate was following them and hurries her so as not to miss the plane. The subordinate assumes that the princess is upset, but Five tells him to take care of it, promising to find him upon his return. Li Wenjin tells Chen Yang that Miss Sophie mentioned him joining the circle and doubts that such a life would suit him. He offers Chen Yang a good position in his clan if he decides to leave one day. Chen Yang approaches the auto repair shop and wonders why the police are still guarding it. Shilo calls out to him, calling him the fifth, and asks what happened and where he is going in such a hurry. Shilo reports that the eighth elder wants to see him and suggests that something serious has happened. Tiger tells him to change into his tan suit and be in the conference room in 10 minutes. As Chen Yang puts on his suit, he wonders if this is related to negotiations with Chinese gangs. The eighth elder introduces the fifth as his assistant and asks him to greet the guests. Elder speaks of recent differences, but calls for cooperation for the sake of common origin. He explains that the angels of hell are in need of drugs and offers the guests 30% of the profits. One of the guests slams the table in anger, asking why the elder is now proposing negotiations. The elder replies that the dead shed their blood in vain because the survivors still hope to get rich. The guest shouts that he can't stand this because his brother's throat was cut open and now they have to make peace. The man demands an explanation, and Chen Yang realizes that the sand snake he killed was his brother. He demands the extradition of his younger brother's killer, offering his entire share of the business in exchange. The eighth elder, Fan Eight Fingers, sarcastically asks if he is serious about asking for one of his men to be handed over to him. The man then challenges the elder to a fight, inviting the others to bet on the outcome of the duel. Chen Yang steps forward and asks the eighth elder to let him sort this out. Chen Yang volunteers to fight, but the man laughs, asking by what right does some youth have to fight him. Chen Yang admits with a grin that it was he who slit his brother's throat. The next second, the man punches Chen Yang hard in the face. Rubbing his bruised face, Chen Yang once again asks the elder to let him fight the sand tiger. He swears he will return the blow 10 million times over for the disrespect shown. The sand tiger grins, saying that this is the first time he has seen someone in such a hurry to the other world, and accepts the challenge. Chen Yang reflects that the sand tiger is very dangerous, and his martial arts are abnormal. The elder agrees to the duel, putting the fifth's life and a generous reward for the union of groves on the line. He then asks what the Grove Triad can offer as compensation if they lose. The Sand Tiger laughs at the possibility of his loss and offers Eight-Fingered Fan to set any conditions. The eighth elder stares at his opponent, repeating the question of compensation. Those present begin to discuss a possible stake, all the stores of the Grove Association, a considerable territory. Sand Tiger agrees that if they lose, the Grove Triad will be disbanded. Later, the elder calls the fifth's actions impulsive and doubts his victory. But Chen Yang was sure that he had to accept the challenge, otherwise they would be looked down upon. The elder praises the fifth, saying that their circle has reached heights thanks to their fighting spirit and fearlessness. The elder says that the five's attack yesterday was beyond reason and asks if he understands the Sand Tiger's power. He explains that Sand Tiger, formerly Scarlet Pole, is now the dragon head of the Roche Triad. The hierarchy of Chinese gangs is explained, with the Scarlet Pole being one of the highest positions after the dragon head and the vanguard. Scarlet Pole is the strongest fighter among the thugs, named after the legendary weapon. In Canada's Chinatown, a duel is held annually, with the winner receiving the title of Terry Scarlet Pole. Sand Tiger won the title 4 times in a row before becoming a triad boss. The elder acknowledges Fifth's talent, but according to his calculations, the boy's probability of death is 90%. The fifth one is surprised by such a precise figure and thinks that he is being greatly underestimated. The elder shows a disc on which he recorded all of Sand Tiger's battles for analysis. The footage shows Sand Tiger kicking his opponent. The fifth one notes that Tiger's strikes are based on explosive power, but he doesn't stand out in any way in appearance. In the video, Tiger blocks a punch, and his opponent is sent flying with an injury. The fifth is struck by the force of the blow, causing Tiger's opponent to cough up blood. The elder confirms that all Tiger fights end with one blow. The fifth guesses that Tiger is practicing the Iron Fist, and the elder confirms this. The elder says that many know this technique, but few practice it correctly, believing that it is enough to immerse their hands in the sand. He reveals the secret of the Iron Hand, which lies in the use of special medicinal preparations. This training method uses the power of medicine to strengthen and transform the palms. The elder is surprised that Five knows about this and assumes that he also trained Iron Fist. The fifth recalls how his master had a hard time defeating the Iron Fist expert. The elder sternly states that the fifth was sentenced to death because Tiger is much more experienced and stronger. The fifth reflects on Tiger's skill and doubts whether he has any advantage. The elder takes out some kind of drug, saying that he prepared it for the fifth. He shows an ampule of painkiller so that Five does not suffer from his injuries. The fifth one asks to leave the drug and let him be alone, preparing for the fight. He understands that in this situation, the only thing left to rely on is the luck meter. The fifth one takes out his phone to look at the life bar. Sand Tiger meets Five in the arena with a threat to kill him today. The crowd screams for Five to be killed, and Tiger promises that he will not leave alive. The referee asks the fighters to sign a life or death contract, absolving them of any responsibility for their death. The battle in the arena of life and death begins. Five throws the first punch, but Tiger easily blocks it. The fifth is shocked by the speed of his opponent's reaction. Realizing that Tiger is stronger than he thought, Five decides to keep his distance. The Tiger closes the distance and delivers a crushing blow. The fifth one dodges and counter-punches him in the jaw. He continues the attack, striking from above to the back of the opponent's head. The Tiger withstands a series of blows and prepares to counter-attack. Fifth blocks Tiger's powerful blow with his palm. Tiger breaks through the block and delivers a powerful kick to Five's body. The fifth one dodges Tiger's attack by doing a backflip. He lands right on the opponent's outstretched arm. The fifth presses on Tiger's wrist, thinking about the power of the Iron Fist technique. The observer is alarmed by the strange expression on Fifth's face. His comrade explains that the Sand Tiger wounded Fifth in the leg. The fifth one understands that with an injured leg, he has almost no chance. The enraged Tiger lets out a deafening battle cry. He delivers a crushing slap to the Five. Five blocks the next blow, but Tiger calls his hand heavy. The fifth strikes back with the edge of his palm at Tiger's neck. Tiger smirks, admitting that the hit was pretty good. The fifth one is horrified because his move did not damage his opponent's hand. He realizes that Tiger is no match for him and can cripple him with one blow. The Tiger mocks him, asking what he will do with his sore leg. Tiger punches Five in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. He continues the beating with a series of powerful punches to the body. The Tiger ominously promises that his opponent will not die an easy death. He unleashes a barrage of blows on Five, intending to cripple him. A powerful hook lands on the fifth's jaw. Tiger delivers a knee strike to the stomach. With the last of his strength, Five manages to hit Tiger in the back. Tiger tells the defeated Five that his brothers are tired of waiting for death. The fifth one is lying on the floor, and his head is splitting with pain. The Tiger vows to avenge his brother, demanding that he bring him the sword. He raises his sword over the fifth for the killing blow. Shiloh shouts to his brother and rushes to help, but he is stopped. He shouts that Five has taken a lot of hits to the head and needs to be saved. His comrade warns that breaking the rules will give free rein to the enemies. Shiloh is furious because Tiger has already broken the rules by taking the sword. The fifth one throws blades from his boot at Tiger, who hides the knife behind his back. Pain clouds Five's mind, but he takes out the syringe he had saved. Tiger continues to kick the lying fifth. He stabs Five in the back and he screams in pain. The Tiger promises to cut the tendons on his legs first. As the sword comes down, Five turns sharply. Suddenly there is a whistle of air and Tiger freezes in amazement. The fifth one jumps onto Tiger's back in an incredible leap. He grabs Tiger's neck and brings the syringe to her. The fifth one injects the drug and Tiger screams, writhing in agony. The fifth one falls to his knees, breathing heavily after the last jerk. The fifth one shouts furiously at the crowd, which silently watches him after the fight. He grins evilly, remembering how he was hit, and promises to take revenge 100-fold. With a loud crunch, Five snaps his opponent's neck. The fifth stands over the fallen body of the Tiger, his revenge completed. The bandaged fifth asks with annoyance whether he won't be able to wash for a whole week. The doctor reports that fifth has multiple muscle and ligament injuries and several fractures. The older man orders to use the best treatment without worrying about money. The men leave, and one of them wishes Fifth a good rest. The comrades admire Five's victory and thank him for avenging their anger. Friends are curious to see how he turned everything around in the end, since all they saw was a blow to the back of the head. The fifth, with a bandaged head and arm, begins his story. He remembers how his mentor talked about a vulnerable point on the neck near the first vertebra. The fifth one modestly says that he was just lucky, and it was just a coincidence. The eighth elder, sitting behind the wheel, tells the fifth that they are going home. The elder reassures Five, explaining that the police will not investigate Tiger's death. The fifth one notices a closed auto repair shop and anxiously thinks about a new ambush. A crowd of people runs out of the workshop and Chen Yang rushes towards the car, shouting. The elder tells the embarrassed fifth that this is his well-deserved reward for regaining his prestige. A friend explains that everyone has gathered to set a festive table in his honor. The eighth elder raises his glass and makes a toast to the fifth, his pride. Everyone clinks glasses together with a joyful cry. One of the guys turns with excitement to the elder, who is calmly drinking. He tells Five that there is a girl waiting for him outside. Another guy excitedly asks if this is his wife and asks to bring her. The fifth one smiles shyly and suggests that she can be called his friend. An enraged Chow Chow appears, surrounded by a fiery aura. Her anger turns to concern when she sees his wounds and asks how serious it is. But the anger returns, and she slaps him, shouting that she had been looking for him all night. The fifth one tries to calm her down, calls her by name, and asks to let him explain. Chow Chow forcefully slams a plate of food into his face. She screams that if he wants to fight to the death, he should warn her. The fifth one is lying on a chair, and his friend is helping him while he mumbles that she is not his. Chow Chow is shocked that he drinks alcohol with injuries, but he says it is boiled water. The girl apologizes to the elder for the scene and offers to punish herself with a glass of liquor. The two boys watch in surprise as she drinks the liquor in one gulp. The elder welcomes her as a guest and asks him to bring a chair for her. One of the men praises her resistance to alcohol and offers to drink in her honor. She agrees with a smile, but sets the condition that they drink twice as much. To the guy's horror, she places a huge mug on the table and begins pouring alcohol into it. The elder tells Five that he will ask him for help when he recovers, and he agrees. The girl tells Fifth that she will personally walk him home. She helps him walk, declaring that she will take care of him 24 hours a day. The guy anxiously asks again what she meant. She declares that she will live with him in the same room. He sheepishly changes the subject and asks how she found him. The girl gets angry and asks how he even had the nerve to ask such a thing. She says that in order to find him, she had to quarrel with Wenjing's family. At a meeting with his family, she was forced to get married immediately. She refused and, to avoid a scandal, decided to hide at his place. The fifth one thinks that her family is incredibly wealthy and dangerous. He clarifies that she wants to hide, and she confirms this. She says that only Li Wenjin knows her whereabouts, so he is the safest person to be with. He asks seriously if she understands what his elder does. She confidently replies that she knows about his big circle gang and their base in the auto repair shop. The guy is perplexed as to why she still hasn't given up on the idea of living here. The girl smirks and says she knows something else. He asks in shock how she knows all this. In a flashback, another man advises her to learn about Five's entourage. The fifth one realizes that Li Wenjin has told her too much. She explains that he told her the gang's secrets for her own safety. He asks her not to drag it out, and she asks about airborne operations. There are no traditional leadership positions like the Vanguard in the Big Circle. Although their hierarchy is different from regular gangs, it is still very effective. Most of the gang members have combat experience, which helps them suppress other groups. In the 1980s, they were known as the Hong Kong Raiders. Their rapid response teams were made up of foreigners, and the police could do nothing. The diagram shows how, in the event of a conflict, a foreign circle comes to the rescue. After their attack, the enemy suffers losses, and the authorities can only fight local gangs. She explains that if something happens in America, the Australian Grand Circle will step in. He asks what else Li Wenjin said, and she mentions corruption. The gang's main problem is not the police, but the squads, which are the reason they don't have a solid foundation. She believes that the Big Circle has no future and the gang will not last even 10 years. Suddenly a voice is heard objecting that the gang is led by a far-sighted elder. The fifth one changes the subject again, saying that there is only one bed in the room and offers her the sofa. She waves it off, reminding him that they already slept together in Nanjing. He wakes up in bed and, finding her bra, thinks she went to take a shower. A girl in a towel climbs onto the bed right on top of him. She says he's not pretending to be asleep well and asks him to calm down. She offers to help him rinse off, promising to be careful with his wounds. The girl asks with a grin if he got turned on by the sight of a girl in a towel. He indignantly denies that he is looking at his girlfriend. The girl begins to undress him, offering to take care of him, and he screams in surprise. He asks her to stop, complaining of being incredibly tired. The next morning, his friend wakes him up, complaining about yesterday's prank, and the guy, half asleep, doesn't understand anything. Xiao Xiao brings him breakfast wearing just a shirt, and he panics and yells at her to put some clothes on. She explains that she was in a hurry and only took her panties with her, which are now in the wash. He thinks she's just kidding and suggests she clean the house out of boredom. He realizes that her real goal was his rose and begs her to buy herself some spare underwear. He sheepishly reminds her that they are best friends and asks if she is ashamed to seduce a friend. She sarcastically praises his intelligence and suggests that he think again about how he could have offended her. He remembers her asking him if he would date her if they were alone in the world. She says his words made it sound like he wasn't interested in her at all, leaving a shitty aftertaste. Looking at his rosy cheeks, she realizes that he was not entirely sincere in his answer. When the food arrives, the girl screams that they are naked and asks them to leave everything at the door, shocking the delivery man. He covers his face with his hand in despair, thinking about excuses, and the girl just laughs cheerfully. He says tenderly that she is still as playful as ever and thanks her for being there. She gets embarrassed and then teases him with a smile, calling him a pretentious boy. After a couple of weeks, his bones had healed and he began training again, practicing his punching bag. Tiger is now in charge of the elder's affairs, but still finds time to explain the intricacies of business to him. He got rid of the scarlet pole, and now everyone treats him like a boss and respects his strength. He is informed that after the death of the Sand Tiger, his gang disintegrated and the territories were left without an owner. Initially, they planned to divide his territory, which included a restaurant, a tea house, a hotel, and a brothel, between the gangs. But now the gangs from Chinatown are afraid to touch them, unlike others, for example, the Vietnamese ones. He adds that individual Vietnamese have already begun to operate and sell drugs in their territories. The fifth one considers whether to eliminate these people, but remembers the recent truce with the Vietnamese. The tiger relays the elder's words about weeds being pulled out by the roots and notes his ruthlessness. Tiger offers him to take control of the street into his own hands, but Five remains silent in response. The fifth one, with a slight grin, clarifies whether these are really the words of the eighth elder. Tiger says it's his personal request, but Five remembers that the elder had other plans for him. Tiger replies that it is his job to propose, but the final decision on the appointment will be made by the elder himself. Later, a man comes running to the fifth with the news that the eighth elder has arrived and wants to see him. The eighth elder greets him with a question about why he rejected Tiger's offer. The fifth one reminds that the elder himself ordered him to first study all the wisdom in order to become his right hand. The elder objects that, along with the territory, power will also pass to him, and this is more practical than the position of assistant. The fifth one understands that this is a test of lice, and agrees to carry out the order if it comes from the elder. The elder says that he has a different conversation, and he will hand over the territories to someone else, for example, Shiluo. The fifth one thinks that Shiluo is a good option, but the guy is still too young and inexperienced for such responsibility. The elder decides to appoint someone more senior to the position and make Shiluo his assistant. The fifth one says that Shiluo wanted to work with him, which surprises the elder. The elder gives him a test, promising to give him the street if he succeeds, and to send him to wash cars if he fails. The fifth one asks what they want from him, and thinks that it sounds extremely painful. The elder orders him to pack his things, because he is sending him back to China. The elder reassures him, saying that they will simply meet someone in China, and then fly to Vietnam. The fifth one understands that now is not the best time to return, but deep down he really wants to visit his loved ones. The elder reports that the mission is not an easy one, so he has assigned Tiger and their liaison in Asia to help him. The elder whispers that the following information is secret even for Jiluo and Tiger, and Five understands this. The man with wavy hair says that the plane leaves tomorrow morning, and that he has already sorted out the visa issue. He asks to prepare everything for Shiluo, reminding him that he shouldn't relax, even though the mission is not difficult. The man asks Five how long he has been with them, and notes that he has become more focused in 6 months. He puts his hand on Five's shoulder and promises that everything will go according to plan, and that he will look after him. The fifth one enters the room, and the girl with pink hair asks what happened because his face is gone. The girl anxiously asks if he will risk his life again, but he reassures her. At night they lie in different beds, and it is clear that both cannot sleep. The fifth one quietly gets out of bed, takes out a package from under it, and unwraps a pistol wrapped in newspaper. The girl wakes up and asks why he jumped up, and he, hiding the gun, replies that everything is fine. She asks Fifth with a smile to come to her for a second. The girl hugs him to calm him down and says that everything will be fine now, and he thanks her. The blonde guy puts his arm around Fifth's shoulders and advises him to relax, imagining that they are on vacation. The fifth one remembers the secret assignment from the elder, who asked him to help him eliminate someone. Arriving at the place, Five happily thinks that he is finally home, among people with dark hair. His companion in dark glasses tells him to stop staring around, because they need to meet their guide. A man with a tail on his head happily waves his hand at them and shouts the name Tiger. He hugs Tiger tightly, exclaiming how many years, how many winters it has been since they saw each other. Tiger introduces his companions, saying that this is Fifth, and with him is Shi Luo, their friend. The fifth one thinks that although Shi Luo looks weak, his strong muscles reveal that he is a martial artist. Ma Wei turned out to be an open person, and gave them a tour of Beihai, and in the evening, they had dinner on the beach. Sitting at the table, Tiger turns to Ma Wei and asks what their next plan is. Ma Wei says that they will go to Vietnam on a cruise ship, where their targets will be. Tiger raises his glass and says that he knew he could rely on Ma Wei, because they have been brothers for a long time. Ma Wei notices Shi Luo's silence and asks if he is used to barbecue. Ji Luo replies that he has lived in Canada all his life, and this is the first time he has eaten in such a place. Ma Wei laughs, apologizing for not thinking about his brothers who have never been to China, and asks Fifth the same thing. Tiger calls out to Ma Wei sternly, and he apologizes, offering to knock over the glass as punishment. Ma Wei receives a message and announces that their guests have already cleared customs and are on the ship. At the harbor, Tiger says that they are there and should be on the ship in 15 minutes. The fifth one says that he's going to go have a smoke, but he takes out his phone and looks at a contact named John Dai. Hiding, he thinks about Yandi and how they are now only a few provinces apart. Tiger appears from behind and warns Fifth against rash actions because an enemy awaits him in China. He adds that his family is probably still being followed, and one call could disrupt the entire operation. Tiger says that impatience will ruin their plans and advises them to gather strength, and Five thanks him. Five decides that he must overcome this challenge in order to return home with honor. The group is informed that their targets are staying in the next room and is ordered to be on guard. One of them sends the others to get settled, while he himself is going to confirm the location of the targets. The fifth one calls Shi Luo, and he readily responds. The fifth one reports over the radio that the targets are moving towards the casino and suggests splitting into two groups for surveillance. A partner reports that two of the targets are buying chips at a counter in the gambling area. The target turns out to be a man named Hong Da, who is accompanied by a bodyguard. The fifth recalls the dossier on Hong Da, a marginal of mixed descent who did not belong to any organization. Hong Da is a trusted confidant of Asian drug traffickers in North America through his connections. Previously, despite his Vietnamese origin, he only dealt with Chinese gangs. The destruction of the Roach Triad frightened the Chinese, and they meekly submitted to the Great Circle. Unwilling to swear allegiance, Hong Da defected to the Vietnamese gangs, which consisted of equal groups. Despite this, Hong Da continues to supply them with drugs. Their mission is not to simply kill him, but to follow him to Vietnam, in order to kill his contact as well. The fifth one understands that now the only thing he can do is to keep his eyes on the target. Hong Da complains about the boring games, so a casino employee offers him a special show with a limited rating. The fifth reflects that the Vietnamese are the main enemies of the Great Circle, so Hong Da must die. Hong Da snaps at the employee and leaves, and Five stops Shi Luo to avoid giving himself away. The fifth one smirks, saying that from the lustful expression on the target's face, he knows where he's headed. He explains that the ship will go out to sea to show a special program that is banned in China. The fifth one assumes that their target is heading to a strip club and drags Shi Luo along with him. The fifth one asks for 2 tickets with a good view, but the employee replies that they are purchased in advance. They are led into a dark room where Hong Da sits in the front row, but suddenly the lights go out. The fifth recalls his confidence that they would find their target in the strip club. Hong Da watches in delight as an armed man with an eye patch appears from behind the curtains. Shi Luo asks in confusion what is going on, and Five looks at the scene tensely. Five notices some movement behind the curtains behind Hong Da. He quickly gives the command to Shi Luo to come from the left, while he himself prepares for action. The fifth one jumps and attacks the man with the bandage, and the sound of a gunshot is heard. He throws his opponent to the floor and shouts at him angrily. It turns out it was part of the show, and the enthusiastic audience is demanding more. The fifth one realizes that he attacked the stripper with a toy gun. An embarrassed Five steps back, and the stripper clicks his fake gun back into place. Suddenly, the stripper points a toy gun straight at Five's head. The fifth one grabs a glass from the table and smashes it at the attacker with all his might. He continues the attack and deals a crushing blow to the enemy. With a powerful kick to the head, Five knocks the stripper out completely. He laments that he has already gotten into a fight and wonders who else might have a grudge against their target. Shi Luo reports that there are no accomplices outside and asks about his condition. The fifth decides that since the attacker was alone, he needs to be knocked out and taken away with him. The man with the cigarette finds out that the captured guy wanted to kill their target, Hong Da. Shi Luo suggests finding out who the attacker is working for, but his partner says their target is inside. The black-haired man asks to take care of the prisoner, and he himself is going to look after Hong Da. The man with the earring grins, thinking that their target has no idea about the life he saved. The captive, named Shi Luo, suddenly breaks free, shocking his captors. The mercenary pushes the red-haired guy with a scream, and he falls over the railing. The fifth one falls, but shouts at Shi Luo to hold on and not let the mercenary go. The eye patch-wearing mercenary desperately tries to escape from Shi Luo's grip. Shi Luo holds the mercenary tightly, promising that he will not escape this time. The mercenary delivers a powerful kick and breaks free from the hold. The fifth one climbs back and asks where the mercenary is, and Shi Luo replies that he jumped. Shi Luo seriously states that the mercenary signed his own death warrant by jumping into the sea. When asked by his comrade, Fifth awkwardly lies that he accidentally dropped his jacket into the water. The fifth suggests that the mercenary may have had accomplices on the ship, but there is no evidence. Shi Luo smiles as he shows the keycard he stole from the mercenary's pocket during the fight. The fifth is inspired by the find and is eager to fight, but Shi Luo asks him to wait. The fifth one reveals that he has a gun with him, but Shi Luo demands that he give the weapon to him. The fifth reluctantly hands the revolver over to Shi Luo. Shi Luo gives the fifth an order. He will go first, and he must catch everyone who runs outside. In the corridor, a ship's employee approaches Shi Luo and politely offers his assistance. Shi Luo tries to brush the employee off, saying that they are just going back to their cabin. The employee notices that the room is unoccupied and asks if they are lost. The staff member politely advises them to go to the front desk to confirm their cabin number. Shi Luo thanks them for their help, and the employee wishes them a pleasant journey. Shi Luo suggests that the utility room is a better hiding place than a regular room. The fifth one suggests that the mercenary could have hidden the weapon in the utility room in advance. Shi Luo agrees, since it would be difficult to carry a gun through security. Shi Luo deduces that someone very influential is hunting their target. The fifth one reminds them with a grin that their own mission is the same. Shi Luo reminds them that they cannot kill the target before meeting the contact, otherwise the mission will fail. Five laments that they will have to play bodyguards again, and Shi Luo confirms this. The fifth one blames himself for the fact that the mercenary pushed him because information could have been extracted from him. Shilo reassures him, suggesting that the mercenary was only pretending to be unconscious. Suddenly they hear a loud knock on the door, which takes them by surprise. A man named Tiger opens the door and asks in surprise what they are doing here. Shilo turns to the newcomer and asks if anything happened here. Tiger concludes that their enemy's mission is not to kill, but to protect the identity of the contact. Tiger states that their task is to complete the mission, and the 8th Elder will take care of the rest. Tiger orders them to return to the target and back up Ma Wei, who is on duty alone. One of the group asks where Hong Da is and learns that he is already at the casino with his new girlfriend. A man talks about a first-class dancer, a night with whom costs 3,000 yuan. The blonde asks 5 what they should do with the gun. The fifth one takes out a pistol, and his interlocutor, in a panic, advises him to get rid of the weapon. The blonde asks to play with the gun, but 5 promises to lend him his in Canada. The blonde again asks 5 what they will do with the gun. Ma Wei at the casino learns via radio that his target, Hong Da, is 2 hours away. He finds Hong Da dancing with an attractive girl with silver hair. The blonde notices that Hong Da is planning a hot night with a stripper. Ma Wei assures that he has an idea, and today the goal will not be to have fun. He explains that the best strategy is to keep the target away from his room. Ma Wei decides to play cards with Hong Da in order to detain him in the casino hall. He checks his luck level on a special device and sees that it is quite high. Ma Wei approaches Hong Da's table and invites him to play a game of cards. He thinks that Hong Da is a gambler and just needs to be beaten a couple of times. Hong Da happily agrees, complaining that he was upset because of the lack of daredevils. Hong Da screams in rage, not understanding how the guy was able to win 3 times in a row. Ma Wei calmly demands payment of the bills, boasting about past victories in Malaysia. A sweaty Hong Da excitedly demands that the cards be dealt for another round. Ma Wei realizes that he has hurt the gambler's pride and decides to take advantage of it. He notices that the girl is persuading Hong Da to return to the cabin to finish the matter. Ma Wei assumes that the defeated Hong Da will take out his disappointment on the girl. Having received a blackjack, Ma Wei unexpectedly says that he folds. Hong Da asks, surprised and mocking, why the guy is passing. Is it really because he was unlucky with the cards? Ma Wei replies with a smile that Lady Luck cannot always be on his side. Hong Da declares victory in the round without seeing what cards his opponent folded. A delighted Hong Da shouts that luck is on his side and demands more distribution. Ma Wei quips that luck is already on Hong Da's side since the goddess of eroticism is sitting next to him. Shilo contacts his man on the radio and asks how 5 is doing. They tell him that 5 has successfully approached Hong Da at the gaming table. At 6 in the morning, Hong Da invites Ma Wei to go have breakfast since they played all night. Hong Da is amazed at how anyone can win so many rounds of blackjack in one night. Ma Wei modestly calls himself lucky and asks where Hong Da's friend disappeared to. He explains that he gave the girl money and she promised to come by later, after work. At breakfast, Hong Da guesses that Ma Wei must be a big shot. Hong Da points to the bodyguard who has been standing behind them the entire time, and Ma Wei is shocked. Ma Wei quickly comes to his senses and admits with a smile that his interlocutor is clearly larger. He threateningly holds a fork to Hong Da's face and asks if he will believe the other version. Then he changes his tone and says that he is just on vacation and does not want to complicate things. Hong Da agrees, but notes that Vietnam doesn't look like a holiday paradise. After that, they started talking, and Ma Wei even began to like Hong Da for his straightforwardness. Early in the morning, Ma Wei invites Hong Da onto his rented yacht to spend the day there. Ma Wei asks if Hong Da will believe that he is being fed with a fork by an attractive bodyguard. On the deck of the yacht, Ma Wei and Hong Da are sitting at a table with other people around them. Hong Da mentally lists everyone present on the yacht and wonders if luck is on his side. Ma Wei asks why Hong Da has gone silent, and he attributes it to his impressions of Vietnam. Ma Wei promises with a sinister grin that something interesting will happen soon. Suddenly, small boats approach the yacht, causing Hong Da great surprise and suspicion. Ma Wei reassures him, explaining that it is simply local fishermen who have come to sell their fresh catch. Ma Wei says buying fresh seafood from boats has become a ritual for him. One of the fishermen offers to cook lobster for them, and Ma Wei eagerly agrees. Over food, Ma Wei invites them to get to know each other better, hinting at a possible business partnership. Suddenly, the fisherman serving the food starts to choke and falls right on top of Ma Wei. The man falls to the floor, dropping his plate, and a shocked Ma Wei jumps up from his seat. Hong Da checks his pulse and realizes that the fisherman is dead, poisoned by the food he ate. The next moment, the bodyguards and other guests on the yacht take out pistols and point them at the heroes. Hong Da's bodyguard takes aim at another guard and suggests that everyone calm down and talk. Ma Wei's guard aims his gun at him, and he demands that Hong Da order his man to lower his weapon. Hong Da nods, and his bodyguard, Shilo, reluctantly lowers the gun he was pointing at the other. Ma Wei says that he has shown his sincerity, and now it is Hong Da's turn to put away his weapon to talk. Ma Wei denies any involvement and says he can only vouch for his bodyguard. Hongda objects because it was Ma Wei who rented the yacht and he and the security guard were in plain sight the whole time. Suddenly, they both realize that there was another person who could have slipped poison into their food without them noticing. They are looking for that same bodyguard girl, realizing that she had nowhere to escape from the yacht. Hongda finds several sets of scuba gear and notices that one of them is missing. He shouts to the others to stop searching, as he has figured out where she is. It becomes clear that the girl has escaped underwater while scuba diving, and Ma Wei, furious, vows to find her. Ma Wei looks closely at Hongda and states that he believes he was the target of the poisoning. Hongda suggests that if the killer was targeting Ma Wei, it is related to the events of last night. Ma Wei is outraged that he was almost killed for the company and calls Hongda a dangerous person. Hongda demands to know who he is, but Ma Wei warns him of the consequences of such knowledge. Hongda confidently replies that no consequences could be more terrible than the death he escaped. Ma Wei objects and suggests being frank, since Hongda also seems like a difficult person to him. He points to the calluses on Hongda's hands that mark him as an experienced marksman. Ma Wei notices his calmness at the sight of death, and Hongda is amazed by such observation. Hongda admits that he is not who he says he is, but is angry that he was almost poisoned too. Ma Wei ironically asks if they should call the police, since everyone has their own secrets. Hongda replies that people like them never involve the police in their affairs. He advises Ma Wei to hire security or leave, and he angrily throws the food overboard. Hongda then offers an alternative, saying that he can help him personally. Ma Wei laughs, finding the offer of help very timely and funny. Hongda suspiciously states that he doesn't believe in coincidences. The black-haired man sees a threat and thinks that his partner Shiluo is not around. He rushes forward and with a deft movement, knocks the pistol out of the attacker's hands. With one blow of his fist, he blows the weapon to pieces. Then he pins the red-haired man against the wall and begins to strangle him. He calmly says that their meeting was accidental. Taking the killer hostage, he tells Hongda that he could have killed him long ago. He lowers his weapon and says that he doesn't work for free. Later, Ma Wei apologizes for not being there, but Five reassures him. Ma Wei whispers, doubting that Hongda trusts them, but Five is not surprised. The fifth one explains that he put on a show to prove his usefulness. He is sure that Hongda will ask for help because the Vietnamese are hunting him. Hongda decides to call his Vietnamese friends to find out everything. During the call, he becomes furious at what he hears on the phone. Realizing his hopeless situation, Hongda decides to accept their help. He says that he is being persecuted, so he cannot trust anyone. He needs to get to Saigon and is willing to pay handsomely for an escort. Ma Wei, after some thought, agrees to help Hongda. Meanwhile, a man on the phone orders that Hongda be protected. Hongda kindly suggests going to Hanoi and relaxing. He puts his arm around Fifth's shoulders, anticipating an eventful journey. In the city, Ma Wei rudely pushes a passerby away, provoking his anger. The local boys surround Ma Wei, aggressively asking if he is looking for trouble. Hongda intervenes, offering money and apologizing for the newcomers. He scolds Ma Wei for his recklessness, warning him of the dangers of the crowd. Ma Wei mentions that they have weapons, but Hongda only laughs in response. He reminds them that they are in Vietnam, a country that has experienced a real war. Hongda claims that many people here have weapons and lawlessness reigns. After the translator's note, Hongda invites everyone to a familiar bar to relax. Hongda takes Five aside for a talk as a gesture of goodwill. Left alone, he offers to speak frankly with the fifth. Hongda says she knows he is innocent but still doesn't believe it was a coincidence. He asks directly what the fifth wants, since he is not interested in money. The fifth one reveals that he knows Hongda's identity and his business. Hongda is in complete shock and can't believe how he knows everything. The fifth one shows the main drug trafficking routes on a world map. He explains that Hongda's distribution channels are tied to Asian gangs. The fifth one says that this year Hongda has a unique chance. Due to crop problems in South America, markets have become interested in his product. But to do this, he needs to cooperate with the Vietnamese, becoming an enemy to others. Hongda suspiciously asks Five who he works for. The fifth one replies that he can't say, but they have common interests, so he won't let Hongda die. Five notices that something is wrong with Hongda's lighter and asks about the strange spikes on it. Hongda is shocked because there were no spikes before, and Five yells at him not to touch the lighter. Hongda realizes that the lighter has been switched and assumes that the spikes are laced with snake venom. Enraged, Hongda wants to find the culprit, but Five stops him, warning him of the danger in the bar. Shilu reports that the bodyguard noticed the suspicious waiter and chased after him. The fifth one thoughtfully repeats the word waiter, thinking about something. The fifth one sees an ambush below and suggests that everyone leave through the back door. While the Vietnamese deal with their own people, Five can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Hongda is eager to fight again, and Shilu explains that the bodyguard was chasing a suspicious waiter. Hongda punches the wall in despair, and Five calmly asks about what to do next. Hongda curses the waiter who switched the lighter, but Five holds him back again. Hongda boasts about his experience, and 5 teases him ironically. Once in the room, Hongda confusedly calls 5th bro, and 5th suggests that they stick together. The 5th one tells the others to sleep on the couch and to be careful, because there are potential killers lurking around. Hongda complains of fatigue and asks if their plan is to just hide in the room. The 5th one warns that Hongda won't be able to get a good night's sleep, which leaves him puzzled. The 5th one explains that they have been followed from the very beginning, which means their location is known to the enemy. Hongda suspects that there is a rat among them and asks Shilu to give him a gun. Suddenly, the bodyguard appears and indignantly asks why he is being suspected. The 5th one takes aim at the bodyguard and orders him not to move, as he is not finished yet. Hongda stands up for his man, wondering why only his bodyguard is suspected. The 5th one says that if the guard wanted to kill Hongda, he would already be in the grave, and shows that the gun is loaded. The 5th one accuses the bodyguard of calling the thugs at the bar to catch Hongda. He explains that the waiter, who was allegedly being chased by the security guard, moved in the opposite direction. Moreover, the bodyguard blocked the gangster's path, and now in despair he shouts that this is slander. In a rage, the guard rushes at 5th, screaming that he will kill him. The 5th one pushes Hongda away with his foot so that he doesn't get hit. The 5th one dodges the attack and intercepts the bodyguard's pistol. He deals the guard a crushing blow with the handle of his pistol. The guard falls unconscious onto the bed, with 5 holding him at gunpoint. The 5th one turns to Hongda and says that he is alive again only because of him. Hongda explodes in anger, screaming about murder without evidence, but 5 asks if he is completely dumbfounded by fear. The 5th one explains that he was only provoking the guard, but he seriously pulled out a gun and aimed at the boss. The 5th one promises to help Hongda get out of the trap he fell into. Hongda clutches his head in despair, unable to believe his man's betrayal. The 5th consoles him, saying that he is not the first boss to be betrayed by a subordinate. The 5th one confidently states that he guarantees Hongda complete safety. Shilu asks 5th about his plans, and he replies that he wants to cut off all escape routes for Hongda. The 5th one takes the phone from the bodyguard to find out who he was calling. He explains that he will insert the SIM card into his mobile phone and check the calls. The check showed that no one had called from the SIM card, and the bodyguard was innocent. Shilu shouts in rage, asking why the 5th killed a man without being sure of his guilt. The 5th one replies that he needs Hongda's absolute trust, otherwise he will suspect them. Shilu asks if this means they can kill all the people they don't like. The 5th one reassures him, saying that he is not that cold-blooded. He admits that he did not shoot, but only stunned the bodyguard with a blow to the back of the head. Shilu asks with relief if this means they are both just passed out. Shilu is happy, but asks 5th, as a brother, not to cross the line in the future. The 5th one confidently promises that he has principles and there is no need to worry. He offers to carry the unconscious Hongda out through the back door. As they carry Hongda, Shilu asks how they were tracked so easily back then. Shilu suspects that one of their own is constantly revealing their location. The 5th one grimly admits that all the evidence points to him. He reminds that they called Tiger, who knew their every move and room number. The 5th recalls how the Elder assigned him a surveillance mission. Hongda comes to in a taxi and asks confusedly where he is. 5 explains that he knocked him out because his panic was hindering their escape. Hongda mourns the loss of the guard, and the 5th advises not to pity the man who betrayed him. The 5th one says that he understands the feelings of the guard because he was also suspected by someone he trusted. Shilu asks about future plans, and 5th suggests finding a new place to spend the night. Hongda suggests a secret boarding house, but 5 thinks it's a bad idea. The 5th one recalls the shootout and the cameras that are now making them wanted as criminals. Instead, he suggests going to the most elite nightclub. He explains that such establishments have patrons, and the police don't go there. At a club called Paradise, they are met by a whole group of attractive girls. The employee escorts them to the VIP room and says that the selected girls will be arriving soon. The 5th one gives the employee money and orders him not to let anyone in without his permission. The club employee assures that they have a special approach to VIP guests and they will not be disturbed. Hongda tries to cheer up the tense Shilu by suggesting that he relax a little. Shilu is outraged that they are on the run, and 5 makes fun of his inexperience. The 5th instructs Shilu to keep an eye on Hongda so that he does not leave the room. The 5th one takes the microphone and asks the girls which of them speaks Chinese. One of the girls answers him, and 5 asks her for one favor. He announces that whoever can get Hongda drunk until she passes out will receive money, and the one who takes off at least one item of clothing from him will receive 1,000 yuan. The girls immediately pounce on Hongda with drinks, offering to drink to his health. The 5th hands over the intoxicated Hongda to the care of Shilu, who accepts the task. After telling everyone to have fun, 5 goes to the restroom and discreetly makes a phone call. The 5th one tensely asks on the phone if his interlocutor knows. On the other end of the line, Tiger, in pain, asks where 5 is. The voice on the phone explains that suspicions are growing, and this is a chance to lure out the traitor. The traitor was an important leader, and his open assassination would cause controversy. The fifth invites his interlocutor to meet and talk face to face. He makes an appointment on 36th Street to discuss the details. After hanging up, he realizes that he named the street at random and has no idea where it is. Not knowing the city, he asks a local girl to keep him company and help him. Seeing her doubts, he offers her money for help so that she agrees. The girl sheepishly explains that she is not allowed to leave with clients. An irritated Five pins her against the wall, demanding that she simply show him the way. He asks if there is anyone here who speaks Chinese well. He grabs the hand of a girl with short hair and demands that she take him away. The fifth one remembers how Tiger treated him like a brother and helped him. He bitterly thinks that he hoped for the elder's mistake, but Tiger confirmed his suspicions. In the car, he thinks that the girl thinks he is a scoundrel and decides to talk. They drive silently in the car, looking at the lights of the night city outside the window. The girl smiles and offers to show him the city since they are going together. He thinks about meeting Tiger, while the girl offers him Vietnamese food. At the cafe, he says he needs to go away and leaves her money to pay the bill. He coldly replies that if he were a drug dealer, she would already be dead. He is confident that the girl will not run away, because he has not yet paid her for the guide's services. The fifth one goes into a souvenir shop and buys a bamboo hat and underwear. Then he goes into a bakery and buys himself a flatbread with milk for dinner. He is met with the news that Ma Wei is in league with Tiger and that they were trying to poison them. The security guard stops him at the entrance and says that he will first conduct a search. During the search, Five asks the guard to be careful with his souvenirs. He enters the room where Tiger is already waiting for him, inviting him to sit down. Tiger, without preamble, demands that Five surrender and hand over Hongda to them. Tiger confidently declares that the eighth elder has already told him everything. The fifth does not understand why Tiger betrayed the elder he had served for so long. The Tiger says with bitterness that he gave 20 years of his only youth. He recalls how influential the eighth elder was in North America. But even having achieved a high status, he still remained an errand boy. His face is distorted by a grimace of anger and resentment from the realization of injustice. The fifth tries to get through to Tiger, saying that he doesn't know the main thing about the elder. He reminds us of the Trinity that helped the elder and how they were forgotten. The seventh uncle survived only by becoming crippled and leaving the criminal world. The Tiger shouts that for the elder they are just hired thugs. He admits that he is sick, and doctors give him no more than 5 years to live. He says he's tired of competing with the eighth and dreams of a comfortable old age with money. The Tiger suggests that he retire, as the eighth elder will provide him with a comfortable old age. The man laughs at the proposal and reminds him of the sad fate of his seventh uncle. He tells how the once worthy boss ended up confined to a wheelchair. The eighth repaid his loyalty with a small sum and exile, as if he were trash. Tiger pauses, realizing just how stern and calculating the eighth elder truly is. He asks how the eighth elder will deal with him, his sworn brother. He shouts in rage that he didn't spend his whole life fighting to run some dive bar. He admits to having connections with the Vietnamese and passing them information about prices and clients. Tiger again tries to convince him that the eighth elder pays his subordinates well. He explains that if Hong Da makes a deal with the Vietnamese, he will be left with nothing. Once Hong Da dies, he will receive money from the Vietnamese and go into hiding. The Tiger angrily calls him selfish and reminds him of the spilled blood of his brothers. He offers to join forces with Tiger and promises to share half the amount as compensation. He guesses that Tiger has already eliminated Hong Da and has now come to kill him. He draws his weapon, acknowledging Tiger's agility but declaring his numerical superiority. He takes aim at Tiger and says that he values him, but he has the courage to kill him. Tiger asks if he will hand over Hong Da if he is alive, but is refused. Tiger asks him to back off, but he firmly states that he is not going to do so. He suggests that Tiger leave and find a place to stay where the eighth elder won't find him. He explains that without killing Hong Da, the Vietnamese will not pay, and the island is expensive. The Tiger clenches his fist and says with cold determination that all he can do is kill him. The man asks with a grin how Tiger plans to do this and takes aim at him. The Tiger spits out the cigarette with such force that it flies like a bullet, shocking the enemy. The cigarette butt flies quickly across the room and hits right into the hand holding the gun. The man cries out in pain and realizes that he cannot move his trembling hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Tiger rushes at his opponent with incredible speed. He grabs the man by the head and plunges some sharp object into his neck. Tiger says that he returned to him the poisoned needles that he had prepared for Hong Da. After this, Tiger quickly drinks something from the bag and spits it on the floor. He explains that he took a risk by hiding the poison needles in his mouth under a piece of bread. He ate bread to absorb the poison and drank milk to buy time to get to the hospital. The Tiger listens to the sounds outside while the poisoned man lies motionless on the sofa. The weakened man, with the last of his strength, grabs Tiger from behind and screams for him to kill him. An armed man bursts into the room and, in a panic, shouts at Tiger to let his boss go. The Tiger uses the man as a human shield, snatches the gun from him, and shoots. Both men, the traitor and his subordinate, lie lifeless on the floor. A girl with white hair appears, initially worried about Tiger, but then frozen in shock. Seeing what happened, the girl immediately turns around and runs away, and Tiger tries to stop her. Tiger is left alone in the room and thoughtfully notes how quickly she ran away. The killer tells his victim, lying on the floor, to rest in peace. The hero thinks that it's all over, but the waiter who comes in screams in horror that there's a corpse here. He approaches the blonde and tells her to come with him, and she is surprised to recognize him. He drags the girl along with him, thinking about completing the mission and the need to escape. The girl hears police sirens and panics and asks what he has done. The girl abruptly pushes him away from her, which causes his confusion. The policeman notices them and shouts, and the girl demands an immediate explanation from the guy. Unexpectedly for the guy, the girl pulls him towards her and kisses him. The policeman turns away in embarrassment, and the guy tells the girl that she vilely attacked him. The girl whispers in his ear that he is handsome and offers her services for money. He pulls away and coldly replies that he had no such intentions. She asks, embarrassed, if he doesn't want to which he irritably replies no. He wearily asks her to keep quiet, and she is surprised that he will not file a complaint against her. When he returns, he meets a red-haired guy who asks if it's all over. Shiloh reports that everything is fine inside, and notices that his friend does not look well. The protagonist takes the bottle and offers Shiloh a drink, surprising him. Shiloh is glad that Tiger didn't betray them, but Five grimly declares that he got rid of him. Shiloh jumps up and screams in horror, "Did the fifth really kill the tiger?" He angrily shouts that Tiger was one of his own and asks for evidence of his betrayal. Five explains that the elder gave them different missions, and his task was to eliminate Tiger. The fifth one philosophically notes that this world is at once simple and devilishly complex. A man in a robe appears and praises the local beauties for their skills. The man asks why they are so gloomy, and asks Shiluo where he went. The fifth one tells the man that he has sorted out the problem, and that he is now safe. A man named Hong Da wipes his mouth and announces that he has decided not to go to Saigon. The fifth one is furious and wonders why he tried so hard to save Hong Da if he cancelled the meeting. Hong Da admits that he is afraid of death and recalls his long journey in the criminal world. He says he survived thanks to luck, and Five asks why he is the only supplier. Hong Da boasts that all his more daring and ruthless competitors are long dead. He explains that he is simply delivering the goods, not trying to expand his influence. Hong Da says he wondered who would benefit from his death. He comes to the conclusion that the fifth was ordered to kill him by people from the Great Circle. He notes that not only did Five not kill him, but he did something else. The fifth calmly replies that the time for murder has not yet come. Hong Da shouts that life is more important and offers to work with them, shocking Shiluo. The fifth asks Hong Da if he understands that this decision could save his life. They discussed the details at length, and Hong Da repeatedly confirmed his willingness to cooperate. The fifth one says that he needs to report the situation to his superiors, because he is not the one making the decisions. He ponders how Hong Da's change of side will affect the mission and takes out his phone. Remembering how he was given a satellite phone for emergencies, he starts calling. The fifth one angrily shouts into the phone that the call is completely at the wrong time. Shots are heard on the other end of the line, and Five recognizes the familiar voice of Fang Dahai. Five happily greets Fatty Fang, who remembers the warning about the troubles to come. Fang wonders with annoyance whether Five has done the same thing again as last time. Five chuckles, saying he didn't think he'd need help again, and offers to explain everything. Fang agrees to discuss everything when they meet, mentioning that he is in Vietnam, but Five is worried about the gunshots. Fang dismisses it as just a skirmish with the locals and continues firing back. Suddenly, there is a powerful explosion, and communication with Fang is cut off. The fifth one decides not to call back, guessing from the sound of an explosion, and hopes that his friend is okay. The girl approaches Fifth and asks what his superiors told him. Hong Da says goodbye, getting ready to return to life, and the red-haired guy advises Shiluo to rest. The girl stops him, and he gives her his personal business card with his real name. Hong Da remarks with a grin that the guy is always lucky with women. He pays the girl for her work and orders her to remain silent, thinking that he has generously paid for her efforts. The red-haired man tells Shiluo that he will understand if he doesn't trust him after everything that happened. The red-haired guy hugs him, calling him brother, and says that he trusts him completely. Hong Da again remarks that Five is always lucky with women, but he remains silent. Five calls Fang again, and they exchange questions about how he is feeling, with Fang in Hanoi and Five in Long Bay. Fang admits to being injured while another person tries to give him medical attention. The man from the boat waves to Fifth and his companions, inviting them on board. The guide leads them down the gangway onto a moored boat. In the cabin, they are met by a wounded but cheerful Fang who welcomes the guests. Fang shows off his wounds and jokes that they are just in time to help with the healing. The fifth one looks at the wounds in horror and asks if there are needles to stitch them up. Fang refuses, claiming to be aware of his poor suturing skills. He invites guests to make themselves at home while his arm is bandaged. Five bandages Fang's leg, and Fang remarks that his friend has matured since their last meeting. After the jokes, Fang becomes serious and suggests getting back to business. Fang apologizes to Hongda for not being able to shake hands and says that they are on the same page now. He reports that he has contacted management and that their man will arrive soon to discuss matters. Fang again brushes off the offer to stitch up the wounds and invites the guests to settle in. Fang declares the mission accomplished and warns that a storm will soon begin at sea. Fang gets serious again to discuss important issues. Hongda thanks him for the explanation and says that he will go to the cabin to rest. Fang asks Five to help him get to the deck for a walk. The fifth one supports Fang, who complains about losing weight after drifting at sea. The fifth one helps his weakened friend sit down on the sofa on the deck. Fang warns him about the problems in Canada and advises him not to repeat Tiger's mistakes. Five is confused and doesn't understand what Fang is hinting at when he talks about betrayal. Fang again warns of the complicated situation in Canada, recalling someone who served for 20 years. The fifth realizes that Fang's hint about the tiger means trouble with the eighth elder. Fang says he can't say everything out loud, but he's sure Five understood him. Five confirms that he understands, and Fang cheerfully pats him on the back, offering him a drink. On the ship, Fang boasts about Russian delicacies, black caviar and vodka. Fang sternly warns Five that he and Shiluo need to fly out of the city immediately. Fang explains that Five is in no danger, and Five, understanding, wishes him to take care of himself. Fang hugs Five goodbye, promising that they will get drunk the next time they see each other. Shiluo is worried that they have shifted responsibility to Hong, but Five trusts him. At the airport, the heroes learn that the flight departs at dawn, and Five suggests going for a coffee. The fifth one finds a coffee shop and asks Shiluo to take a seat, while he himself goes off to the toilet, pretending to be going there. Left alone, Five takes out the note from Fang, realizing that the information was not for Shiluo. In the note, Fang advises them to flee as the Great Circle has changed and mourns the loss of Tiger. The fifth stands in the corridor, pondering Fang's secret message, which he hid from his companion. The note contains the password to the locker, and Five goes to the storage cells to open it. Opening the cell, he is surprised to find a bag filled to the brim with bundles of dollars. Five realizes that Fang is an escape artist, since he has cash stashed at every airport. He is hesitant to follow Fang's advice and give up on returning to Canada. Five decides that Fang hasn't fully understood him and begins to zip up the bag with the money. He decides not to waste his life wandering and believes that Canada, even if it is hell, is right for him. He returns to Shiluo, who makes fun of his long absence, and they leave. The fifth one asks Shiluo to go ahead, saying that he wants to buy something, perhaps for Xiao Chao. Left alone, he suddenly sees a woman with white hair and freezes in surprise. Fifth is shocked to recognize her as a hired killer known as Tiger's Mutt. He wonders what she is doing here and assumes that she has come to avenge her boss. He doubts his guesses because she would not have waited so long at the airport for the sake of reprisal. Suddenly, a girl with white hair quickly attacks him, forcing him to dodge. Seeing the broken glass behind him, he realizes that she really did want to kill him. The girl starts to run, but Five immediately begins pursuing her to prevent her from escaping. The guard tries to stop her, but she knocks him out with one blow and continues on her way. The girl runs out into the street and jumps into a taxi, and Five rushes after her, not lagging behind. The fifth one also jumps into the car and, throwing money to the driver, orders him to step on the gas. A fight breaks out in the cramped interior of the taxi, and Five dodges her kick. He manages to grab her by the arms and pin her to the seat, completely immobilizing his opponent. The fifth one shouts at her in rage, demanding to know why she is following him. He accuses her of taking revenge for Tiger, and she says she thought he was the one who tracked her down. Both heroes are horrified to realize that their meeting at the airport was just a ridiculous coincidence. The fifth one sees a plane flying away in the sky and realizes with annoyance that he is late for his flight. He's angry that she's the reason he's late to Canada, and she yells back that he started it all. The fifth one complains about his bad luck and takes out his phone to find out the schedule of the next flights. The girl timidly asks him for a favor, but he sarcastically replies that he has already left her alive. The girl begs him to lend her money because her purse fell during the chase. She says with a smile that she only knows how to kill and suggests that this be considered a tribute to Tiger. The man replies that he will consider this compensation for the damage to Tiger and hands her the money. He hands her a wad of cash and she asks what he plans to do next. He replies that he will buy a new ticket, and she in turn advises him to stay away from the airport. She explains that she is wanted by the Hanoi police, and he will be noticed too since he was chasing her. He screams in shock, not understanding why they could be looking for her. The girl says that the Vietnamese are looking for clues in the case of Tiger's death, which is why she is targeted. He questions why they would go so far as to monitor the entire airport for simple leads. She sheepishly admits that she injured one police officer during the pursuit. The man grabs her in a rage, shouting that now he won't even be able to return home. She asks him to wait, and he mentally orders himself to calm down before he loses control. She asks if he's just going to leave after she shared valuable information. The girl shouts that she knows where Tiger hid the money and offers to split it if he helps. She explains that the boss had a key to the safe deposit box, and this key was in her dropped bag. She says it wasn't hard to get the key, but he remembers her running away at the sight of the corpse. She explains that she ran away, afraid of him, but returned for the key when she saw him leaving. She continues her story, smiling confidently. He coldly replies that he is not interested, leaving her confused. The man thinks about escape routes and realizes that he needs to act quickly to escape. The girl catches up with him and offers him a deal, 70% for him, 30% for her. He warns that his patience is not limitless, and he is letting her go only out of respect for Tiger. She repeats that she came back for the key, and adds that the woman is ready to do anything for money. He asks with disdain if things are really so bad that she puts a price tag on herself. She desperately screams that she desperately needs money. He reminds her that he is going to leave Hanoi, and that to survive, she needs to know how to spend money. He decides to first catch a taxi and get out of the city. 20 minutes later, he notices someone driving towards him. A man on a motorcycle wearing a helmet is rushing towards him at full speed. He sees that there are several more bikes following the first one, and is surprised by their appearance. He thinks it's strange, because during his entire time in Vietnam, he never saw anyone wearing a helmet. The bikers open fire on him and he barely manages to dodge. He curses, realizing that he has run into a dead end. He sees the bikers again approaching him down the narrow street. One of the pursuers takes out a machine gun and aims at him. Suddenly a girl appears, saving him, and screams that he now owes her. The bikers order them not to resist in Vietnamese, and the man is surprised that they speak that language. The girl translates that they want them to come out with their hands raised. He shouts in Vietnamese for them not to shoot and asks the girl for razor blades. He understands that the bikers are not trying to kill them, but want to take them hostage. The girl proposes a plan, saying to stick with her, she will take the right one, and he will take the left one. They come out with their hands raised, and the guy sarcastically remarks that they have already reached their pursuers. The girl asks in bewilderment who's the one standing in the center is. One of the bikers replies that whoever gets shot is a loser. Suddenly, the boy and girl rush to attack the armed men. One of the bikers shoots, but the guy is shocked that it wasn't him, and the girl screams in pain. The guy takes the weapon from one of the attackers and orders the other not to move. He shoots the last enemy in the leg, immobilizing him. He runs up to the wounded girl, who asks him to hurry. They ride away on a motorcycle. The guy is driving, and the wounded girl is sitting in the back. He shouts at her to hold on. He notices a car in the mirror, and the next second a bullet breaks the mirror. They are racing down the alley at full speed, and the guy is cursing under his breath. They find shelter on the ledge of a building where a guy is holding a weakened girl. The guy says the wound is too deep, and he'll go get something to treat it. The girl replies that she will understand if he doesn't come back, because it's not worth risking his life for her. He asks her to stop manipulating him, saying that he is only helping her because she saved him. He walks down the street at night, doubting that he will be able to find an open pharmacy at such a time. He walks into a convenience store and decides he'll have to do things the old-fashioned way. When he returns, he wakes the girl up and says that he will treat the wound with vodka since the pharmacies are closed. He cauterizes the wound, and the girl screams in unbearable pain. He offers her to drink some from the bottle to ease the pain. The girl, with a grimace of pain, takes the bottle and drinks straight from the bottle. She says that she should have left immediately and suggests that her pursuers are from Vietnamese gangs. She asks who they are chasing, and he asks where she got the information about the key to the cell. After a while, he says that the shops should open and he will go get medicine for her. As the guy leaves, he is watched by a man who reports on the phone that the target has been found. He senses something is wrong, remembering how the girl gave him a gun just in case, and runs back. Two suspicious-looking guys are standing in an alleyway, one of them holding a bat. The protagonist sees two bandits, one with a machete and the other with a bat, approaching. He takes the stairs in one leap to get back faster. Through the window, he sees a girl on the street being surrounded by a group of men. The girl takes out a gun and shouts at the men surrounding her to get out. The men easily overpower her, grab her arms, and take away her weapons. Seeing the guy, she shouts at him to run and not to worry about her. The boy looks on with determination as one of the bandits with a knife sneaks up behind him. The bandit swings his knife, but the protagonist deftly dodges the blow. He counters with a kick straight into the attacker's face. Having defeated the first enemy, he is faced with a whole group of bandits. He runs away from the crowd pursuing him and jumps over a brick wall. The hero lands on the ground with a thud, escaping from pursuit. The pursuer falls to the ground, stunned by the blow. A new enemy armed with a knife awaits him around the corner. He meets the big guy with a powerful punch to the face. The next bandit takes a crushing blow, flying to the side. Dodging the knife, he intercepts the attacker's hand and hits him. Having taken the knife, he runs further and runs into an opponent with a pistol. At the last moment, he dodges a shot to the head. The order is given to seize him, and the chase resumes with renewed vigor. The bullet hits him in the arm, but he continues to run. He screams from the piercing pain in his wounded arm. Cornered on the edge of the roof, he considers whether to jump into the river. Deciding to take a risk, he jumps from the roof with a scream straight into the water. He dives deep underwater, trying to escape from his pursuers. Gasping for breath, he realizes that he cannot surface while there might be enemies above. Having reached the shore, he falls to his knees and coughs up water. Lying on the grass, he figures he has time while the gang crosses the river. He remembers with alarm the girl who warned him and understands that he will have to lie low. Fortunately, he had taken care of money in advance, which was now vitally needed while on the run. To bandage the wound, he tears off a piece of his shirt with his teeth. He decides to first find shelter, treat the wound, and call his man. He needs to lay low until the elder finds a way to get him out of Vietnam. He understands that, as a foreigner, it will be difficult for him to hide from both gangs and the police. He changes his torn shirt for a whole one and asks a local resident for a phone number. To his chagrin, the old phone does not support international calls. He doubts whether it is worth the risk of going into crowded places like a post office or a hotel. On the street, an unfamiliar blonde approaches him with an unambiguous offer. It suddenly dawns on him that he has a friend in this city. He finds a business card and dials the number on the old phone. He calls her, assuming he has woken her up, and hears a sleepy female voice. The girl, half asleep, does not recognize him when he introduces himself as the fifth. Finally, she remembers him and asks in surprise why he is calling. He asks her to be his guide and offers double pay for the inconvenience. He says he is lost and asks her to pick him up, to which she agrees. An elderly man notices blood on his hand and offers to help with the bandage. While the man is treating the wound, the hero suspiciously wonders if he is connected to the bandits. The man finishes bandaging and offers him a clean shirt to replace the dirty one. He follows the man with distrust, reminding himself to always be on guard. The man leads him to the display window of a sportswear store. Having changed into new sports clothes and put on glasses, he is ready to move on. He arranges to meet the girl and says that he will wait for her in a telephone booth. The girl comes to the meeting and is surprised by his strange clothes, but he thanks her. In response to her question, he says that the sun is too bright today. The girl doesn't understand his answer and looks at him in bewilderment. He hands her a wad of money, but she gets scared, thinking that she is about to do something dangerous. He calms her down, and she takes the money and offers to treat him to lunch. The man refuses lunch, citing fatigue and an injury, and asks to come to her home. The girl misunderstands him again, and he mentally laments that he was misunderstood. With a sly smile, she suggests that he go to a hotel instead of her house. He irritably rejects her offer and insists on going to her house. The girl reluctantly agrees, but sets the condition that he must leave before 5 in the evening. In the taxi, he hides his face under the hood while she gives the driver the address. She whispers to him that it seems the driver was talking on the radio about looking for someone. To distract the driver, the girl suddenly pulls him towards her for a kiss. The driver reports on the radio that he did not see anyone suspicious, only a couple in the car. They continue to feign passion until the driver complains that they kissed the whole way. Getting out of the taxi, he asks her if everything is okay, and she nods sheepishly. He remembers her words and asks why her house would be uncomfortable and if anyone else lives there. She confirms that she does not live alone, but her flatmate has not returned yet. They approach the door of her apartment, preparing to go inside. Entering the apartment, she pins him against the wall and begins to seduce him. He pulls away and washes himself in the bathroom, trying to recover from her actions. She offers him food, but sees a knife in his hand and freezes in bewilderment. The girl looks in horror at the knife in his hand, not understanding what is happening. He tries to calm her down, assuring her that he is not a psychopath and will not harm her. Taking off his jacket, he shows his bandaged hand and explains that the knife is needed to treat the wound. She is shocked to realize that it is a gunshot wound and demands an explanation. The girl panics and screams at him to get out, but he offers her a generous reward for her help. He points to his wound again, trying to prove that he really needs help. He explains the seriousness of the injury, but she screams at him to stay away from her. Frightened, the girl tries to run away, but he rushes after her. He catches her and covers her mouth, assuring her that he doesn't want to hurt her. He promises to let her go if she doesn't scream and remains calm. As soon as he removes his hand, she immediately begins to loudly call for help. Irritated by her scream, he grabs her again and warns her not to force him to use force. Out of fear and hopelessness, the girl begins to cry, looking at him. The girl loses consciousness from fear, and he, having laid her down, begins to search the room. He finally finds the first aid kit, but is annoyed to discover that there is no gauze in it. In a critical situation, he decides to use a sanitary pad as the most sterile thing in the house. He prepares everything necessary to treat the wound, laying out a knife, a lighter, and a pad on the table. Gritting his teeth and biting the cloth, he prepares for the painful procedure. Holding back a scream, he begins to cut something out of his wound with a hot knife. He uses tweezers to remove cotton wool from the pad and soak it in antiseptic. With a trembling hand, he cauterizes and disinfects the deep wound on his shoulder. Breathing heavily from the pain, he realizes that the only thing left to do is stitch up the wound. The girl comes to and sees a wounded stranger who shushes her. He tries to calm her down, but the girl admits that the sight of blood makes her sick. She vows not to call the police and begs him to leave quickly. The man agrees to leave as soon as he finishes treating his hand. The girl is pleased with his answer and offers to bring him some bandages for the dressing. She locks him in the bathroom, and he panics when he realizes she has decided to call the police. He easily kicks the door down and sees a frightened girl with a phone. The girl screams in horror that she didn't call the police at all. He grabs her, and she explains that she only wanted to warn her sister not to come home. In tears, she adds that it is too early for her little sister to see such scenes. He asks again in surprise about his sister, and the girl confirms that they live together. His gaze falls on a photograph of her standing next to a little girl. He lets her go and apologizes, explaining that calling the police will get them both into trouble. He asks her not to do anything stupid again, and promises to leave as soon as he bandages the wound. The girl offers her help, saying that first the blood needs to be washed off the wound. While she treats his wound with a trembling hand, he asks her to tell him about her sister. The girl replies briefly that her younger sister is currently studying at school. He asks about his sister's age and where their parents are now. With a sad look, she briefly replies that their parents died long ago. He apologizes, and she explains that her sister has no one but her. After finishing stitching the wound, she receives a compliment from him for the even stitch. Now he asks her to find some clean cloth to make a bandage out of. In addition, he asks for a cigarette to dull the pain, and she agrees. She reaches for the far drawer, and he wonders why she would hide the cigarettes like that. The girl explains that she doesn't want to set a bad example for her sister. She adds that the little girl thinks all girls who smoke are bad. He praises her for caring for her sister and wanting to provide her with good conditions. She thanks him for the praise and reminds him that he promised to leave after the bandage. He agrees to leave and leaves a wad of cash on the sofa as payment. Opening the door, they both see bloody bandages on the table in horror. The younger sister stands at the door, and the girl hastily throws the evidence into the trash. A girl with a prosthetic leg notices a stranger and asks if he is her sister's boyfriend. The older sister sends the younger one to her room, and the man is interested in their conversation. After the girl leaves, he decides to ask what happened to her leg. She replies that it is a congenital disease that can be cured with an expensive operation. The girl admits that she agreed to a dangerous job for money, and the guy begins to understand her motives. She thinks that her job at KTV is also dangerous, but for her sister, she is ready to do anything. He offers a deal, but the girl screams in horror that he promised to leave because her sister has already returned. He asks how much money it will take to send the girl abroad and whether she will have time to earn it. The girl is stunned, and he offers to make a deal, hinting that he has no problems with money. He offers to pay for all the costs of the operation if she allows him to stay with her for a couple of days. She asks again incredulously, and he, pulling her towards him, assures her that he would never lie about such things. In tears, she agrees and asks him to stay if he can really save her little sister. She asks him to take the day off to help, but warns him that 2 regulars are expected to come to her. He gives her a business card with a friend's number, asks her to memorize it, and destroy the card immediately. She tells him to rest and not to worry, assuring him that she and her sister will do everything themselves. Shia's younger sister complains of leg pain after physical education and wants to go for a walk. The older sister decides to go herself, but before leaving, she sternly warns the boy to take care of the girl. The girl timidly asks if she can go out, and he wonders why she is asking permission in her own home. She sheepishly explains that she is afraid to go out because her older sister might get angry. He sits down and asks her name, to which the girl replies that her name is Jia. Shia asks if he likes her name, and he replies with a smile that he does, looking at her sore leg. The girl says that she has gotten used to her sore leg, and he notes to himself her strong spirit. Xia dreams of studying abroad and healing her leg, and he, surprised, praises her Chinese. She happily dreams of saving up money and moving with her sister to a big house abroad. Xia asks him point blank if he and her sister are dating, and he knows he'll have to play along. He hesitantly confirms, and the girl is genuinely happy that her sister will finally be taken care of. The girl hugs him and asks him with a smile to only treat her sister well. He says that his arm hurts, and the girl, noticing this, kisses his sore spot. She explains that her sister always kisses her wounds to stop them from hurting, and asks if it helped him. He touchingly calls her an angel, and promises that her dream will soon come true. A little later, the older sister returns home and calls Zia. Receiving no answer, she cries out in concern, asking why Jia isn't responding. She walks into the room and sees Jia cheerfully showing the guy some book. The older sister gets angry, and sternly tells Zia to immediately return to her room and start doing her homework. Sinus says that she has already finished everything, but her sister is adamant and urges her to get down to studying. The guy says with a smile that her sister is very sweet and was just telling him her story. She asks him not to get close to Zia, and he agrees, admitting that he is not the best person. She hands him the medicine she bought, worried about infection, and offers to help treat the wound. He asks about the number, and she replies that the phone is most likely just turned off. He wonders why Shiluo turned off his phone, because he is definitely worried now. That night, she gives him her bed and asks again if he is sure about paying for the operation. Lying in bed, he decides that tomorrow he will find a way to contact Shi Luo, because this is all temporary. Suddenly he feels hot and realizes with horror that his wound is infected. The next morning she finds him feverish and blames herself for leaving him sleeping on the couch. When he wakes up, he feels terrible weakness throughout his body and cannot even move his hand. The pink-haired girl hands him a glass of water and anti-inflammatory tablets. He looks at the medicine with suspicion, realizing that in this state he will not be able to resist. She insists that he hurry up and take the medicine, but he remains silent. He has difficulty swallowing the medicine she gave him. The girl asks him with a smile, who is John D., whose name sounds like a woman's. He, shocked and confused, sharply asks how she knows this name. She sheepishly explains that he kept repeating that name while he was unconscious. He remembers Yandi, thinking that he has lost the right to even think about her after becoming a murderer. She teases him, calling him Casanova, because he also called out to a certain Fan Nans in his dream. He asks if she is angry with him for yesterday, because he was completely defenseless. She replies that she is not angry, because he is their only hope, and she always considered him good. He wonders if a murderer can be considered a good person, and why she thinks so. She thinks he's good because he didn't violate her dignity, but he calls himself a scumbag. The girl agrees with a smile, and then remembers that in his dream, he called someone else. She calls out Chow Chow's name and he chokes in horror, not understanding what she has to do with it. He is in a panic and cannot believe how he could fall in love with a lesbian girl who looks like a guy. His scream is interrupted by a loud knock on the door and a demand to open it immediately. The girl, horrified, says that they have come for her and they are looking specifically for her. He calmly gets out of bed and, going to the table, picks up a large knife. Hiding the knife behind his back, he orders her to open the door with a determined look. There are 3 men standing behind the door, and their leader greets the girl sarcastically. The leader notices the guy and mockingly asks if she has started working from home. He calms the girl down and asks her to briefly explain what is happening. She explains that she owes them money and assumes that they found out her address through her work. He understands that these are debt collectors and asks her about the amount of the debt. She replies that she owes 20 million Vietnamese dong, which shocks him. He quickly converts the amount into yuan and realizes that it is about 10,000. The debt collector threatens to take her sister into slavery if she doesn't pay today. He reminds her of the $10,000 he gave her and tells her to give them part of it. The girl takes out a wad of money and he reproaches her for flashing cash. She hands the money to the leader and asks them to leave quickly. But he, with an evil grin, declares that this is not enough because interest has accumulated over a long period of time. She translates that the bandits are now demanding another 20 million dong in interest. He gets angry, thinking that these scumbags are acting against the rules of the criminal world. He explains that she made a mistake by showing the money, and now they will ask for more. He tells her to demand a promissory note and say that they will not receive any more money. She boldly shouts for them to return the receipt and declares that she will not give them a penny. The leader orders her to be beaten, but the guy manages to intercept the blow intended for the girl. He easily twists the bandit's arm, and he screams in pain from the fracture. Another bandit with a knife attacks the guy, who looks surprised. The guy manages to stop the blade with his bare hands right in front of his face. He throws aside one attacker and grabs another, who begs for mercy. The guy demands some document from the bandit, asking if he knows Chinese. He approaches the bandit's face menacingly, scolding him for extortion. Holding a knife to their throat, he announces a fine for violating the rules of their cult. The frightened bandit begs him to take the money, and the guy asks where his arrogance went. He lets them go, threatening them with violence if they return without a promissory note. Left alone, he leans against the wall and notices that his hand is wounded. The girl runs up to him asking if he is okay, and he calms her down. She notices his wound, and he looks at her in surprise, not understanding what she is talking about. He promises to sort everything out before leaving, but the girl had something completely different in mind. For the next 2 days, the girl carefully looks after him, even helping him in the bathroom. Thanks to her efforts, the wound quickly heals, and she feeds him with a spoon. He can finally call Shi Luo, but an evil red-haired girl answers the phone. He recognizes a familiar dialect and realizes that his friends are also with her. The guy asks them to stop fooling around and return the phone to Mr. Ajai and Miss Chow. Shilo picks up the phone and asks excitedly if his brother is okay. Jiluo reports that they are already flying to Hanoi to pick him up and will land soon. The guy is surprised by such speed, and his friend replies that he was afraid for his safety. A friend says that Hanoi is dangerous and asks me to dictate my address. The red-haired girl snatches the phone and shouts that she will deal with everyone herself. He calls her Chow Chow, and she orders him to remain still and wait for them. 2 hours later, there is a knock on the door, and the guy goes to open it, thinking it is friends. There is an angry cry from outside the door, and he sees his friend Chow. He says that he can see in her eyes how worried she was, and the girl becomes embarrassed. She grabs him by the shirt, scolding him for his recklessness, and notices another girl. Chow approaches the blonde and starts flirting with her, calling her an angel. She offers the girl a coffee, or teaches her Vietnamese lesbian language. Xiao tries to kiss the blonde, but she pushes her away, and the guy laughs. Two more of his friends, Muto and Eiji, arrive and are happy to see him. He notes with a smile that all members of the Four Wolves of Nanjing are back together. Xiao tells how she waited for him, but only Shi Luo returned, saying that he had lost him. She realized that something serious had happened when Shi Luo started looking for the 8th elder. Soon, Cao Cao told her everything, and the three of them went to return it. The guy asks where Shi Luo is, and Cao replies that he stayed at the airport. He clarifies how many people have arrived and mentally assumes that they are paratroopers. At the airport, Shilo leads a huge crowd of determined people. He is amazed that the 8th elder sent half of his paratroopers for him. A friend notices that his wound is healing before his eyes, and he jokes about his youth. The guy asks the girl to run for groceries because there is nothing to eat at home, and she agrees. The red-haired girl bursts in and furiously accuses him of being a cheater and having affairs all over the world. He justifies himself by saying that he is simply hiding from her, but she declares that his pulse betrays his love. His two friends joke that love is like a cough, you can't hide it. Enraged, she pushes the jokers aside and asks Fifth to come over to talk. Xiao yells at him, asking why he always acts so recklessly and risks his life. She remembers how the three of them went on a mission, but only Shiluo returned. The girl was afraid that he would bring bad news, because his face was very strange. She cries in tears that she would avenge him, even if she had to marry someone she didn't love. He comforts the crying Cao Cao, takes her hand, and allows her to lie on his shoulder. Two friends watch them from a distance, noting that they are not at home. The blonde returns with groceries and chicken, preparing to cook dinner for the hungry guests. Friends ask in surprise what they are doing here, and one of them offers his help to Miss. The guy gallantly takes the knife, not wanting the girl to get blood on her hands. He immediately cuts his finger and screams that his scalpel skills are not for birds. Cao says that if he stopped getting involved in dangerous things, this could happen every day. He promises her to be extremely careful, and after thinking for a bit, she agrees. The redhead enthusiastically volunteers to cut up the chicken, saying that she has no equal in this. Soon a delicious dinner appears on the table, and everyone is invited to the table. One of the friends raises a glass of beer, addressing the main character with a toast. In his presence, such moments of calm and peace never last long. Suddenly the phone rings, and the blonde excuses herself to go answer it. She rushes back in a panic and screams that her little sister has been kidnapped. The girl, in tears, explains that they are loan sharks and they are demanding 10 million in compensation. One of the kidnappers says that the girl is pretty and that in a couple of years she can be sold profitably. The head of the loan sharks, Li Wenyan, declares that he will sell the little one in front of her sister. The girl blames herself for what happened and, in despair, thinks about whether she should call the police. He asks her to calm down, warning that calling the Vietnamese cops will only make the situation worse. The guy promises to help and assures that her sister will return home safe and sound. Chow looks at the photo and, in a rage, vows to castrate the scum who raised their hands against Lolita. He calls Shiluo and asks him to come over, saying that his help will be needed this evening. His friends say they are also going with him and do not intend to miss out on all the fun. He says that they will be of little use, because they can neither fight nor move. Chow counters that there will be more of them, and dealing with a couple of loan sharks is as easy as pie. He agrees, and says that he will take a taxi with the beauty, and the rest should follow them. At the car dealership, Chow bribes the clerk with a wad of cash when he refuses to give him a car without documents. The whole company travels in a van and finally arrives at the desired building under cover of night. He asks if she is sure this is the right place and suggests that she wait for Shiluo. A taxi pulls up, and the guy who gets out of it joyfully shouts that the fifth is alive. A friend who arrived hugs him, and people get out of several taxis ready to help. The leader orders everyone to listen only to him and divides people into groups to carry out serious work. He admits that the mission is personal because his friend's sister is being held hostage and he is indebted to his friends. His comrades enthusiastically declare that they are ready to do anything, even rob a bank or save a person. The guy points to the building, saying that the target is on the roof and that only 7 or 8 loan sharks are guarding it. He warns that the enemies may have weapons, and one of his men asks about a map of the area. The leader shows a plan of the building, sketched from the girl's words, noting her phenomenal memory. Red-haired Shiluo is ordered to take someone and block 2 iron doors from the outside. Another guy suggests using nylon ropes from his car to climb onto the roof. He instructs Jai to wait in the car with the engine running and 2 others to stay with him. The purple-haired guy counters by saying he's a doctor and is better with a knife. The red-haired girl also angrily declares that she will not stand aside and will go with them. The leader understands that it is useless to argue and agrees to take them because he will be able to protect the girl. He gives the final command, telling everyone to check their watches and come inside in exactly 5 minutes. A subordinate informs his boss about the guest's arrival, and he, with a malicious grin, allows them to enter. A boss named Wen Yang meets the group and asks who beat up his men while a hostage is shown. The protagonist admits his guilt, but clarifies that the boss's guys tried to extort money beyond the debt. The boss calmly replies that he is aware of his people's misdeeds and has already punished them as they deserved. He states that only he has the right to educate his employees, and anyone who touches them will be held accountable. Wen Yong demands 100 million dong as compensation for the moral damage caused to his boys. As an alternative, he offers to choose one of the girls to keep him company for the night. The villain laughs loudly and offers a discount of up to 50 million if the hero agrees to both conditions. The enraged girl rushes forward with threats, but the leader manages to stop her. The boss smirks and says that he has heard about the hero's fighting skills, but they won't help him today. His henchman holds a knife to the hostage's throat, threatening to kill her at the slightest move. The hostage's friend screams in panic, but the hero calms her down, promising to sort everything out himself. The blade of the knife comes dangerously close to the neck of a frightened girl, with her eyes and mouth tied. The hero promises the hostage that he will save her, but the boss orders his men to shut him up. Two bandits approach the hero, and he shouts loudly, signaling his men. At that moment, one of his friends bursts into the room with a bang, breaking the window. The reinforcements immediately engage the boss's stunned guards. The boss shouts in rage that the hero has brought reinforcements and orders him to be killed. The hero grins, noticing a bandit sneaking up behind him with a broken bottle. Another opponent attacks with a knife, but the hero deftly dodges the blow. He grabs the attacker's arm and twists it with force, causing him to cry out in pain. Having neutralized the first one, he calmly turns to the second bandit, who has brandished a knife. The hero dodges again, and with one movement brings the second opponent to his knees. He punches the enemy in the face while the third bandit prepares to attack. A powerful blow reaches its target, which is shown in close-up with a speed effect. The third bandit swings his machete, and the hero realizes that he won't have time to dodge. Suddenly, the attacker is knocked out and falls unconscious to the floor. The purple-haired man prepared a tranquilizer, and the blonde man angrily demands that the girl be brought. The black-haired hero rushes at the blonde man, who shouts at him to stop. He intercepts his opponent's hand with a loud crunch. With a sharp movement, the hero twists the blonde's arm, causing him to lose his balance. The opponent, dressed as a clown, parries the blow and taunts that the hero cannot surpass everyone. The hero winces in pain, realizing that his old wound has reopened. Dodging the blow, the hero performs a powerful throw over his shoulder. The blonde lies on the floor, and the hero, clutching his wound, thinks that the enemy would already be a corpse. Suddenly, the blonde jumps up and stabs the hero with a bayonet. The hero looks at the blade in surprise, realizing that it is a modified version. The blonde says that only those who have been through the Vietnam battlefield have such skills. He explains that it is a brutal Vietnamese dagger fighting technique. The hero blocks another attack and prepares to strike back. He stops his hand with the knife and delivers a precise blow to the opponent's face. A struggle ensues, with both trying to gain control of the knife. The hero manages to turn the blade and wound the blonde in the side. The blonde takes out a second knife and, with a grin, rushes into a new attack. The hero tensely dodges the quick blows that flash like red lines. Having cornered the hero, the blonde threatens to skin him. The hero blocks the knife strike by placing his forearm under the blade. The blonde is amazed, not understanding how this brat managed to interrupt his reception. The hero declares that he has already adapted to his tricks and is ready for battle. The veteran laughs at the idea that some youngster could surpass him. The blonde attacks again, but the hero catches him by the wrist, stopping the blade. Having disarmed the enemy, he delivers a crushing kick to his face. Having defeated everyone, the hero realizes that the girl has disappeared somewhere. His comrade notices a girl being held hostage by another man. The hero screams at him not to touch her, but the kidnapper responds in Vietnamese. He realizes with annoyance that the enemy does not speak Chinese. The hero grabs the blonde man and orders him to tell his accomplice to drop the knife. But the blonde screams not to let go, for which he gets hit in the face. The hero asks his friend, hiding under the table, to become a translator. A friend translates that the kidnapper demands that his brother be released first. The hero laughs at this condition and drags the blonde to the table. He pins the blonde's hand to the table with a bayonet, causing him to scream in pain. The blonde screams in pain, and the hero gives his friend new instructions for translation. He threatens to cut off her left hand and then her right if the girl is not released. The kidnapper screams, and the hero twists the knife in the wound, and the blonde begs for mercy. The kidnapper orders her to be released, and the hero begins to count to 3. The hero pulls out the knife, and the blonde falls to the floor, poisoned by the venom from the blade. The hero looks at the purple liquid on his finger in surprise. The kidnapper holds the girl hostage, threatening her with a knife and shouting for everyone to back off. The dark-haired hero stops his friend, suggesting that they wait and let the enemy's guard down. A red-haired man with a threatening look appears behind the nervous kidnapper. He grabs the blonde man by the hair and forces a poisonous liquid into his mouth. Shiloh appears and says that he knew about the red-haired man's ambush. The poisoner lies unconscious on the floor, and his savior holds the girl in his arms. The redhead is shocked to realize that for the first time in his life, he has killed someone. The fifth one reassures him, saying that one can get used to anything. He looks seriously at his friend and says that they need to leave immediately. The fifth gives instructions to Shiluo and then gets into the van with Ajai. In the car, 5 asks why his companions are so tense. Muto notices that 5 has changed, and 5 asks him to look after the girls. In the room, 5 asks Shiluo where the others are, but he remains silent. Shiluo suddenly attacks 5, who blocks the blow in surprise. Shiluo apologizes, but 5 reassures him, saying that they have survived everything. Red explains that he told everyone to wait in the car so as not to attract attention from the crowd. The 5th asks if the 8th elder explained to them how to get out of Vietnam. Shiluo relays the escape plan to the north through the port, and 5 covers his face tiredly. Muto informs 5 that the rescued girls have come to their senses. The younger sister hugs her older sister with tears, who consoles her. The 5th one tells the girl who has woken up that she has been examined by a doctor and that everything is fine with her. He explains that they had to kill people, and now they are targets for bandits and the police. The girl is in despair, but 5 promises to take them with him, as he needs to return. She doubts it, because she has never been abroad and knows nothing about it. The 5th one asks her not to worry, and promises to help her settle into her new place. He urges her on, saying that their pursuers are probably already on their trail. The girl looks at him resolutely, and agrees to go with him. The 5th one jokes about her frightened look, and promises to find her a job. He gives Shiluo final instructions on how to organize the column before leaving. The 5th one tells the driver to drive faster, and the passengers look out the window with concern. Their van is driving across the bridge at night, and 5 hopes to leave the city soon. The driver reports a problem. A police officer on the road demands that they stop. Ajay explains that ignoring the police officer is dangerous and will make their situation more difficult. The 5th one orders to slow down and asks the pink-haired girl to get out of the car with him. He realizes that the police officer is already transmitting their location over the radio. The 5th one apologizes to the officer for speeding and winks discreetly at the girl. The girl plays along with him, screaming that she dropped a contact lens. She bends down to look for the lens and distracts the police officer with her cleavage. Taking advantage of the moment, 5th snatches the officer's pistol and orders him not to move. The 5th one orders the soldier to be dragged into the car, saying that he will be back soon. He sinks a military jeep in the river to cover his tracks. In the car, the driver complains about illegal activities, and Xiao Xiao tells him to go. The driver asks why kidnap a cop, and 5 explains that it will buy them an hour. If they had left him, he would have woken up and raised the alarm, surrounding them with police. Now he will be considered missing, and the search will begin in the wrong place. The blonde thanks 5 for playing it out so well. The driver sarcastically remarks that women are ready to do anything for the sake of their beloved, which angers Xiao Xiao. He tells Xiao Xiao that she's not even 5's girlfriend, so she shouldn't get so worked up. Xiao Xiao angrily shouts that it is none of his business and turns away. 2 hours later, they left the tied-up police officer at a bus stop. The group arrives at abandoned ruins near Haiphong. There are several vans parked near the building. The 8th elder pointed them to this place. The red-haired guy explains that the burning light is a secret security signal. A man comes out of the door and sternly asks who they are. The redhead says the password, and the man replies that they will leave after packing. The men exchange another phrase, confirming that they are one of their own. Later, 5 stands on the deck of the ship, thinking that the mission is finally complete. He looks at his hand and realizes with bitterness that there is even more blood on it. Muto approaches him with beer, offering to talk. Muto assures that they are all his best friends. The 5th one asks what Muto means by this, and he says the name Xiao Xiao. The 5th one reflects that Xiao Xiao has changed, and their friendship is not what it used to be. Muto drinks beer and asks 5 if he remembers their first meeting. The 5th one replies that of course he remembers, and a flashback to a Nanjing nightclub begins. At the club, 5 notices a couple arguing in the distance. He decides not to interfere in other people's squabbles, even if he feels sorry for someone. Some guy orders 10 bottles of expensive liquor from the bartender. The 5th one watches in surprise as Muto drinks the strong alcohol from the bottle in one gulp. A girl runs up to the 5th and asks him to deal with the villain, recognizing him. She cries and complains that the guy cheated on her, slept with her, and then left her. Ji, the same driver, calmly replies that he does not consider himself guilty. He continues to argue that in such relationships both people contribute equally. The girl screams in despair that he left her immediately after the news of her pregnancy. The 5th one, in a rage, hits Ajay in the face, shouting that he is trying to shirk responsibility. Ajay flies back from the blow, but there's only slight surprise on his face. The 5th one is perplexed why his opponent doesn't even try to fight back. Remembering that he was drunk, he prepares to hit again, not intending to show mercy. Suddenly Muto stops his hand, advising him not to hit him on the nose. The 5th one angrily asks the stranger who he is and why he cares. Muto explains that the cartilage on the bridge of his nose is already damaged, and 5 sarcastically asks if he is satisfied. He continues, cautioning against hitting other places to avoid damaging nerves and bones. An irritated 5 asks what the stranger does for a living, since he is so persistent in trying to dissuade him. Muto sadly admits that he is a doctor, and in his words, a bad one. The man who was being held by Five asks to be released since they are not going to beat him. A girl appears and encourages Fifth to continue, but he silently lets his opponent go. Having freed himself, the brown-haired man calmly approaches the bar and orders a glass of rum from the frightened waiter. He then approaches Five with a cryptic offer to enjoy the show. He writes a check, gives it to the girl, and tells her to take the money and leave forever. The girl leaves, and the brown-haired man comments on the power of money, which angers Five again. Brown-haired advises Fifth not to interfere in other people's affairs without understanding the situation. He explains that the girl turned out to be a gold digger and tried to deceive him with a fake pregnancy. The fifth one doubts and asks how he can be so sure that she is not pregnant. He cynically replies that for such women, pregnancy is just a tool for making money. He thanks Five for the blow that helped him come to his senses, and Five calls him strange. The brown-haired man replies with a smile that he is still far from the fifth's strangeness. He reproaches them for attacking him as strangers without knowing the whole truth. The fifth one apologizes, admitting that he was too impulsive and simply rushed to help his friend. Shaitan introduces himself as AZ and, impressed by their actions, invites everyone to become friends. The fifth says that his name is Chen Yang, and to his friends he is simply the fifth, after which he introduces himself to Mutu. So three strangers unexpectedly become friends and sit down at the bar together. Muto turned out to be a doctor on the verge of dismissal who had recently broken up with his girlfriend and was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He admits that the alcohol was disgusting and he was simply looking for drinking buddies. And Se was an elegant and wealthy ladies' man with a very unique outlook on life. He says that he is not really that unhappy, but decided to test his attractiveness on girls. The fifth one is surprised that such a womanizer can worry about love and asks to tell about that girl. Ozzy remembers a special girl who amazed him, but in her eyes, he wasn't even worth dog experiments. Having intrigued his friends, he promises to introduce them somehow, mentioning her strange name. He says Chow Chow's name, and a sleeping red-haired girl appears in the frame. Sometime later, Muto and Five are sitting on a boat, and Muto says that he never thought they would become best friends. Five agrees, but Muto remarks that he has changed a lot since they met. Muto clarifies that although they are still friends, he liked the old fifth more. The fifth one thoughtfully asks again what he was like before. Mutu replies that he was an impulsive and very stubborn person. He was also kind and wouldn't break even a scumbag's nose, and the fifth realizes his mistake. He recalls how friends traveled from China to Vietnam, and he drew them into murder and kidnapping. He thinks that Muto and Azeh, unlike him, are ordinary people, but for his sake they did not hesitate to get their hands dirty, going against their principles. He understands that true friends are known in times of trouble, and he mentally thanks them and asks for forgiveness. Back in China, Five tells Chow Chow that he will fly to Canada alone and that she should return with Muto and Aze. Chow Gao yells at Five in a rage, and he challenges her to guess the correct answer out of two. He explains that she is bothering him, and in the future, this could be dangerous for her. Five asks if she really wants him to get hurt, and a confused Chow Chow gives in. The fifth one goes to his friends, and they ask how his farewell to Chow Chow went. Muto teases him, saying that Five actually doesn't want to part with her. The fifth one becomes serious and asks his friends to look after his sisters in his absence. One of the sisters says that he promised to help cure the younger one's leg, and they are indebted to him forever. He says with a guilty look that he will have to bother them again. His friends assure him that they are ready to help him throughout his life, and AZ turns to the fifth. The fifth one promises with determination that the old him will return very soon. The fifth one changes into a formal suit and comes out to his team, ready for business. The team gets into the car, and the driver enthusiastically greets Big Brother 5. The driver admits that Fifth is his idol, but he asks him to watch the road. The companion says that everyone admires the Fifth after he defeated the Sand Tiger. The fellow traveler expresses regret, and the Fifth confirms that Tiger used to deal with such things. The Fifth reflects that Tiger is officially dead, but only he and Ziluo know the truth. A driver nicknamed Pig asks to be taken along if there is a chance to fight. The fifth one promises that such an opportunity will present itself, and they get out of the car on the pier. On deck, the eighth elder meets them and greets the fifth. The elder talks about the need to monitor nutrition and invites the fifth to sit down. The elder praises the fifth for his excellent work, which exceeded all his expectations. The elder suggests moving on to discussing the reward, avoiding talk of Tiger's death. He again praises Fifth and Shiluo for their work in Vietnam and promises a fair reward. As a reward, the eighth elder gives the fifth the keys to an expensive car. The fifth thanks him, and the elder explains that he wanted to make Shiluo Tiger's assistant. Now he assigns Fifth and Shiluo to manage the territory together, since they are still young. Fifth and Ziluo agree at the same time, then exchange tense glances. The fifth ponders the elder's intentions, who did not specify which of them would be in charge. He understands that the territory cannot have two leaders, as this will lead to conflicts. The fifth guesses that the elder is deliberately setting them against each other so that they will restrain each other. The elder continues, saying that now it is necessary to decide who will take over the management of the auto repair shop. The fifth one hopes that this matter will be entrusted to him because he has a good reputation among the brothers. The elder confirms that he wanted to entrust this to the fifth, but considers him too young. He leaves Old Man Yellow in charge and appoints Fifth as his temporary assistant. Five nods, thinking that Old Yellow is loyal, but his abilities leave much to be desired. The elder suggests that they choose people and take control of the territory tomorrow. As a parting gift, the elder invites the fifth to come for soup in the evening. The camera shows a view of the garage with parking from above. The friends admire the Jaguar they were given and ask Fifth to take them for a ride. Five smiles and throws the keys to Muto, letting him take the new car for a spin. The fifth one generously offers his friends a ride in his new car, calling them bros. The fifth takes Shiluo aside to talk to him about something important in private. On the roof, Five seriously asks Shiluo what he thinks of him as a friend. Shiluo replies with surprise that, of course, she treats him very well and gives him a friendly nudge on the shoulder. The fifth says that Shiluo is his first friend and asks his thoughts on the eighth's orders. Five doubts the need for two leaders, and Shiluo anxiously asks if he trusts him. Shiluo admits that Fifth is superior to him in everything and is more suitable for the role of leader, yielding the title to him. The fifth one thinks about his friend's simplicity, but says that he trusts him like a brother and meant something completely different. He asks why the eighth elder appointed the two of them if only one leader was needed to govern. Shiluo begins to realize that his friend suspects the eighth elder of some kind of cunning trick. Shiluo frowned and silently considered what he had heard, not knowing what to answer. The fifth one tells how the elder promoted him to restrain the tiger and sees it as a calculation. He suggests that after Tiger's death, the elder secretly regrets his too rapid career advancement. The eighth elder mentally acknowledges that in order to maintain power and control people, sometimes one has to be cunning. The fifth one decides that he understands the elder's motives and that for now, it would be better for both of them to just lie low. The fifth one says that he has become the new tiger and Shiluo has taken his old place, but he does not believe in such a calculation. The fifth one reassures his friend, saying that he is the most capable one, so the elder simply had no choice. He is disappointed that the elder to whom he was loyal is now trying to suppress him and sow discord. The fifth declares that he completely trusts Shiluo and that no intrigues of the eighth will destroy their friendship. The fifth calls for rejoicing in the territory he has received, but Shiluo remains silent, lost in his thoughts. Shiluo calls out to Fifth, about to tell him that he will have to choose between friendship and loyalty to the elder. The fifth interrupts him, assuring him that he understands his thoughts, but the situation has not yet become critical. Tiger's territory was small, but now they had a team of 9 people from the auto repair shop under their command. Previously, the Tiger's people ruled here, many of whom Five sees for the first time in his life. The eighth elder built a system with the inner circle elite from the auto repair shop and the outer circle. The outer circle recruited Chinese people who had grown up in Canada to better adapt to local conditions. After Tiger's death, the elder took over management and, through a lawyer, transferred the restaurant to Fifth. The restaurant is the triad's only property, and the other establishments pay a percentage for protection. The brothel also belongs to him, but he prudently did not register it in his own name. To celebrate his appointment, the fifth held a banquet on the second floor of the restaurant, inviting all his people. In total, they had 20 people under their command, whom they divided into a core and an outer circle. The brothel's income dropped, so Fifth decided to close it, as he had other plans for the place. Local establishment owners attended the banquet and, despite their wariness, brought gifts. The fifth is not interested in communicating with the Tiger's people, and he does not intend to win their favor. He reflects on the problem of Chinese gangs, where everyone thinks only about themselves, forgetting about the organization. He understands perfectly well that the locals fear him as a new boss who could affect their interests. The fifth one addresses the guests, acknowledging that his appearance has caused them anxiety and fear of reform. He assures everyone that he will not ruin their business, and the rules will remain the same for their convenience. Holding a folder in his hands, he hints at studying accounting, but promises not to stir up old affairs. He says he plays by the rules, doesn't want to ruin someone else's business, and the past doesn't concern him. He says that the past is in the past and throws the ledger into the fire. Standing by the fire, he declares that all debts and accounts will burn along with this book. He warns that if anyone breaks his rules, he will burn more than just a book. He introduces his brother Shiluo and says that his word is equal to his own. The fifth one announces that from this day on, Shiluo will be in charge of this quarter, which surprises him. Shiluo asks if he is giving him power, out of fear that he will distance himself from him. Five reassures his brother, saying that this is just an opportunity to polish his skills before the storm. A car pulls up to the building and someone calls out to Fifth, informing him of fresh fish from the elder. In the car, the subordinate tells his brother that he thinks he saw the eighth elder crying. A voice comes from the yacht, remarking on the courage of the act of burning the ledger. The eighth elder tells the fifth that he is the strongest, but still too young and inexperienced. The fifth one modestly replies that he is a newbie and is glad that Old Man Yellow will be heading the auto repair shop. The elder sadly recalls that there are fewer and fewer old faces around, and now even the tiger is gone. He asks with pain in his voice if Tiger suffered before his death. The fifth one assures him that everything happened quickly, and Tiger felt almost no pain. The elder feels relieved and invites him to dinner, talking about nostalgia. The fifth recalls that before his death, Tiger spoke about the death of many leaders in the struggle for power. He looks at an old photograph of 4 men in uniform, wondering about their identities. His subordinate recalls seeing the eighth elder crying alone. The elder orders a report on the situation in the territory and preparations for a trip to Toronto. He reports that the issue with the Vietnamese has been settled, so the deal cannot be postponed. The fifth one wonders why the elder needed him if he already suspects him. He remembers how it was used to restrain the tiger, but now there is no need for it. Deciding not to ask directly, he agrees to prepare for the trip. At Toronto International Airport, they are met by a laughing man named Martin. The fifth and the elder get out of the car, where Martin and his companion are already waiting for them. The eighth elder introduces the fifth as his nephew, Chen Yang. Martin winks at Chen Yang, calling him a handsome young man. Chen Yang is confused. He doesn't understand why Martin winked at him. Martin invites everyone to a banquet organized by Mr. Suo Lin on the lakeshore. Chen Yang feels something is wrong because of Martin's strange look and sudden glint. A stunning blonde emerges from a red sports car and greets them. A girl who called herself Sophie invites Chen Yang to go with her. Martin notices that the young man will not go with them, and Chen Yang realizes that he knew everything. He politely declines, citing the need to accompany the eighth elder. The elder allows him to go, and Sophie promises to return him by the start of the banquet. Chen Yang agrees, thinking about the girl's powerful father. In the car, he asks where they are going, but she only smiles mysteriously. Sophie replies with a smile that they are going to relax and have fun. They drive up to a tall building and head to the 13th floor. Sophie smiles and shows Chen Yang the VIP card, promising that it will be a lot of fun. She leads him into a secluded room, saying that no one will disturb them here. Chen Yang looks on in confusion as she takes out some rags. Sophie, wearing a black hooded cloak, mockingly asks if he's chickened out. She hands him a mask and tells him to put it on while he stands in a white robe. Dressed in mysterious clothes, they walk down the corridor, and Sophie tells them to follow her. She warns him not to take off the mask, and he notices a secret door. He asks where they are going, but she only promises that he will find out everything soon. Sophie makes a secret sign to the masked guards, and they let them inside. Chen Yang is surprised to see other people wearing robes and masks. He is horrified to think why she brought him here, while someone is calling for prayers to begin. The woman in the yellow robe orders those in white to come forward. Sophie nudges him, saying this is his test. Another girl in a white robe notices that everyone in white seems to be new. A woman in yellow is preparing some kind of green drink by squeezing juice from a plant. Chen Yang watches her actions with suspicion. A maid in black carries cups of green drink to the newcomers. He wonders what kind of poison it is and decides to break the cup if he is forced to drink it. The newcomer next to him downs his drink and immediately falls into the arms of the woman in yellow. Chen Yang tries to understand the meaning of the ritual by observing what is happening. He understands that the people in black are former newcomers in white. They surround him, demanding to drink a cocktail, and he realizes that it is a conspiracy. He knocks the cup out of the hands of another new girl and is ordered to be captured. The girl screams that she doesn't want to do it, and her voice seems familiar to him. She is carried away, while begging to be let go. He catches up with her and rips off her mask. Under the mask is a crying Niduo, and he screams her name in rage. He pulls her away, shouting that he left his family and friends because of her. He remembers how he was persecuted because of her, and how his best friend betrayed him. The woman in yellow allows them to leave, and he thinks that Niduo ended up in such a place anyway. He drags her along with him, asking what was the point of all his suffering. Nido screams and asks for help, but he calls her life a joke. He slaps her, screaming that his whole life is a fucking joke. The girl falls to the floor from a strong blow. She is shocked when she recognizes him and calls him by name, and he orders her not to touch him. She cries with joy that he is alive, but he says with bitterness that he was blind and wrong about her. He leaves, saying that she doesn't deserve to see his face, and she asks him not to leave her. He remembers their past and looks at her with hatred before leaving. On the street, Sophie picks him up in a red sports car. He gets into the car, thinking that he will have to rely on it to meet Master Suo Lin. Sophie says she sent the girl home and asks with a smile if she was his girlfriend. The man coldly replies that the girl was his friend and thanks Sophie for her help. Sophie informs him that the girl is studying at the University of Toronto and offers to give him her address. He refuses, but Sophie, leaning over him, suggests that this was the girl's first such meeting. He furiously orders her not to say another word about the girl or that meeting. Sophie is surprised by his conservatism and apologizes, thinking that he will enjoy such meetings. He says it's not his conservatism, but her overly free views. The car rushes forward, and Sophie regretfully thinks that her good intentions have been misinterpreted. She explains that their organization is strict in selecting members, and he asks with interest about the criteria. Sophie explains that a new member can either be a rich person or someone recommended by someone from the top. The identities of the members are kept secret, and only after initiation can a newcomer exchange glances with another member. He begins to understand and remembers the first woman in a white robe he saw at the meeting. He guesses that the ceremony gives her a status equal to that of a man, and she confirms his words. He calls it blackmail, but she sees it as a mutually beneficial alliance where both parties have dirt on each other. Sophie asks with a sly smile if he doesn't find such an organization extremely useful. He acknowledges the benefits of an organization that brings together rich people, although he finds it disgusting. Sophie offers to introduce him to this social circle if he becomes her close friend. He thinks that power, money, and beauties are wonderful, but his thought is cut off. Sophie interrupts him, informing him that his villa is ready and suggests they go there today. He stops her, addressing her as Your Highness, and says that he has not yet finished his thought. He refuses her offer because there are things much more valuable than her services. He tells the princess that they are too different and offers to return, to which she calls him ungrateful. They arrive at the villa on the beach, and she says that the house is now at his complete disposal. He wonders if he was too harsh, and the princess, in a rage, orders him to get out of the car immediately. He comes out and thanks her for the ride, and she warns him that her father is not expecting him to show up at the meeting. She tells them to stay away from the left side of the hill where her father's honored guest lives. That night he dines alone, remarking on the excellent service of the princess's butler. The butler approaches him and hands him a small card from the princess. He looks at the card and realizes it's the address and phone number of Niduo at the University of Toronto. He thinks that the princess keeps her promises even when she is furious, and she grows a little in his eyes. He opens the bottle and drinks its contents in one gulp, clearly excited about something. A man in a robe stands by a huge window, thoughtfully looking at the starry sky. He reflects that there was no call from the Eighth Elder, which means he has some free time. He decides to take a night swim in the sea and notices many villas on the shore, wondering which one is his. He decides to swim to the shore to figure out exactly where he is. Coming out of the water, he is attacked, but easily defeats the opponent in a business suit. He grabs the attacker in a chokehold and sternly demands an answer from him as to who he is. Suddenly he is surrounded and raises his hands, assuming that the princess wants to get even with him. The headguard wonders if this man is from Mr. Suo Lin and if their masters have made peace. They order him to search him, but he only smirks because he is only wearing swimming trunks, in which there is nothing to hide. The guard searches the guy, noting that their leader is a real pro and that sometimes a little game is enough to deal with an enemy. After searching him, the guard reports that he found no weapons and the guy is clean. Another guard appears, and the guy, introducing himself as a guest, is surprised to recognize him as someone he knows. Suddenly, a girl appears, surprised to meet Chen Yang, and he happily greets her. Yang Wei orders the guard to let Chen Yang go, calling him his friend. Chen Yang asks if she lives in this house, but the girl replies that her villa is on the top of the hill. She asks him to stay away from the left side of the hill, and he realizes that she is the guest of honor. The girl offers him a drink, mentioning that she just happens to have 2 bottles of excellent wine. Chen Yang calls the meeting quite unexpected and gladly accepts her offer. He is surprised that they are not going to the top, but she explains that her subordinates live here. They sit down at the table, and security guard Hansen pours Chen Yang a glass of red wine. Chen Yang notices the rough calluses on the guard's hand and realizes that he is an excellent marksman. Yang Wei asks Hansen to leave them for a moment so she can talk to a friend. Left alone, they simultaneously ask each other how they ended up there. Chen Yang takes a sip of wine from his glass and replies that it is a long story. The girl is indignant that he just drinks her precious wine from 1986. He reminds her how she drank all the beer from his fridge while he was away, and he didn't complain. She jokingly offers to trade his sofa and fridge of beer for the glass he drained. He pours himself another drink, deciding to drink more of the expensive wine, and feels relaxed next to her. She laughingly offers him another drink, and their meeting increasingly resembles a meeting of old friends. Yang Wei notices his wound, but he laughs it off, and she seriously replies that people are not dolls. She says people can die, and admits she heard rumors about his death. Luckily, she learned through her channels that he was alive, which greatly surprises Chen Yang. She didn't believe he was dead, so she decided to visit his girlfriend, who was being guarded by his friends. In his girlfriend's eyes, she did not notice the pain that a woman experiences after the death of her lover. Then she realized that he had faked his death and disappeared, surprising him with her insight. She remembers how they drank wine, and he told her that he was carrying out the Eighth Elder's assignment. She replied that she had come for family reasons, but could not disclose details due to the rules. He is lost in his thoughts, remembering his girlfriend's sympathetic look, and decides to remain silent. Yang Wei guesses that the princess brought him to the Golden Union of 13, and he is surprised. She explains that the princess once tried to recruit her as well, which shocks Chen Yang. The girl always acts cautiously, so she found out everything about the organization and refused. She asks if he is disappointed to meet that girl in such a place, but he denies it. Yang Wei raises his glass and offers to tell him a story, which leaves him puzzled. She begins a story about a farmer who locked a pig and a milk cow in a barn. One day, a farmer tried to pull a pig out of the barn, but it resisted with all its might. The cow advised the pig not to resist because the farmer often takes her out and she is fine. But the pig cried out that their cases were different because they wanted to slaughter her for meat and milk the cow. Chen Yang takes the hint and says that she doesn't know all the circumstances she had to go through. He doubts whether he should trust a girl who is stepping on the same rake and whether she deserves sympathy. Yang Wei guesses that Chen Yang has been through a lot, and he confirms this. She believes that he should know right from wrong and asks if the princess brought him here too. Chen Yang says he was tricked by a friend and makes an unpleasant analogy with her family. Chen Yang thanks for the hospitality, and Yang Wei suggests meeting and having a heart-to-heart talk. He promises to treat her to some good wine next time, and she shyly agrees. Yang Wei talks about tomorrow's dinner at Mr. Suo Lin's, where both she and he were invited. Chen Yang explains that he didn't know about the dinner because the princess picked him up straight from the airport. She warns that there will be many guests at the dinner and she will need his help. Yang Wei hopes that he won't need help and gives him one last piece of advice for today. She advises him to call Duo, assuming that the girl is now in great pain. Chen Yang reflects that after talking with Yang Wei, he is less angry with Duo. He hesitates to call and remembers that she is still Huan's brother's daughter. He pushes away strange thoughts and does not understand where they come from. The next day, the princess drives up to Chen Yang in a red convertible and invites him into the car. He gets into the car and asks if they are going to meet Mr. Suo Lin. Chen Yang reminds the princess that he is her father's guest, not a servant obliged to obey her. He urges her on, reminding her that her father values punctuality, and she chuckles in displeasure. The princess is perplexed why the car won't start, and another car drives past. Yang Wei greets her from the white car, and the princess is surprised to recognize her. Yang Wei asks the princess to call her Miss Yang, rather than the nickname she was given. Chen Yang, sitting next to the princess, is surprised to see that Yang Wei is also here. The princess is amazed that Chen Yang is acquainted not only with Xiao Chao, but also with Yang Wei. Yang Wei hurries them, reminding them that Mr. Suo Lin does not tolerate tardiness. The princess panics and explains that there is some problem with her car. Yang Wei invites Chen Yang to go with her since the princess's car is broken. Chen Yang remarks that the breakdown is very timely, and the princess allows him to go. Already in the car, Yang Wei Chen Yang asks why the princess is so afraid of her. She replies that she allowed the princess to taste suffering, which surprises Chen Yang. Yang Wei explains that the princess showed interest in her and decided to teach her a lesson. Chen Yang recalls the dire consequences for someone who once tried to attack Yang Wei. Now he understands why the princess acted so quiet and obedient when she saw Yang Wei. He suggests that the car breakdown was also a lesson, but Yang Wei denies it. She takes out an EMP device from her pocket, effective within a radius of 2 meters. Her man shot a signal jammer into the princess's car, disabling the ignition. She explains that the expensive performance was necessary in order to talk to him alone. Yang Wei reminds him of yesterday's request and hands him a large envelope with documents. He asks with interest what it is and begins to look through the contents of the envelope. Inside is a detailed dossier in English on an elderly man. Chen Yang, shocked, asks who it is and realizes with horror that the man in the file is Japanese. Yang Wei doesn't understand his surprise and reads out the data. He is an American of Japanese descent. Yang Wei explains that the man in the file is an American with Japanese roots and asks not to react so harshly. Chen Yang, horrified, asks if she is asking him to kill a man to clear the way for his family. Yang Wei denies this with a smile, saying that he is looking for his cooperation, not death. Yang Wei explained everything, and Chen Yang's prejudice was dispelled as Nakata turned out to be a worthy partner. It turned out that financial groups in Japan and the United States had turned Nakata down, so he came to Canada to get Song Lin's capital. But if Song Lin decides to finance Nakata, he will need the approval of the 8th Elder. After all, the 8th Elder is about to become a major shareholder, and Nakata will only be paid after the contract is signed. Yang Wei clarifies that in fact the Elder will not participate in the affairs of the conglomerate. His role is nominal. The situation is that investing in Nakata is profitable, but not tempting enough, so Mr. Song Lin is hesitant. Chen Yang estimates that there is a 50-50 chance that Song Lin will agree to invest. And then, according to Chen Yang, the 8th Elder comes onto the scene. Yang Wei agrees that his objection as a shareholder may influence Mr. Song Lin's decision. She asks Chen Yang to influence the Elder to advise Song Lin to reject Nakata's request. If Song Lin refused, she could approach Nakata in a dead-end situation and negotiate better terms for herself. Chen Yang wonders why she doesn't talk to Song Lin herself, as he will definitely do her a favor. She refuses, explaining that Nakata is not interested now, but her initiative could ruin everything. Song Lin is an old fox, and if he notices her interest, he will decide to take a bite of this pie himself on principle. Chen Yang doesn't understand how he can influence Song Lin, but Yang Wei has a clear step-by-step plan. The first thing he needs to do is show off at Song Lin's banquet and earn his recognition. Chen Yang stares thoughtfully at his phone, and Yang Wei says that the reason for his influence lies in the guest list. She asks with a sly smile if he has figured out what the matter is. Chen Yang sees only noble people on the list and asks her to stop speaking in riddles. Yang Wei explains that most of the names on the list are second-rate, and there are only 2 or 3 truly important people. She explains that the list itself proves Mr. Song Lin's desperate desire to enter high society. Although the angel of the underworld is influential in Canada, compared to American families, he looks poor. Old families were built over generations, but the angel of the underworld is in too much of a hurry to achieve success without having gone the long way. If she were Song Lin, she would have drawn up a 10-year plan and rebuilt the conglomerate step by step. She would raise heirs who would start a clean business, gradually moving away from dirty deeds. But Mr. Song Lin has no time, and his only heir is a useless daughter. Chen Yang is amazed at how she dug up all this from just the guest list. Her thinking is beyond anyone else. He thinks that Song Lin would be taken aback by this, and Yang Wei asks if it's strange. She laments that the head of the clan should think about this, and she is just a woman. Chen Yang tries to encourage her, but immediately scolds himself for his awkward attempt at a compliment. Yang Wei looks at him with surprise and embarrassment, asking again if he really thinks so. She gets back to business, explaining that Song Lin wants to turn the angel of the underworld into a clan, but he doesn't have much time. Moreover, he faced a talent shortage, since clan structures are based on blood, and he only had a daughter. Chen Yang quips that it's easier to raise an orangutan than to hope for a princess, and Yang Wei laughs. Any dynasty that relies on blood will sooner or later face a problem, but there is a solution. The solution is assimilation, attracting talent from outside, and she hints that the princess is not indifferent to him. He understands that since the evening, the 8th and Song Lin have been deliberately pushing him aside and not remembering him. The woman is confident that he can influence Song Lin, who sees him as a candidate for a son-in-law. In the car, she congratulates him because he has a great chance of becoming the chosen one. He is unhappy because he realizes that the 8th elder brought him to Toronto to marry him. The girl says that this situation played into her hands and gave her a new opportunity. He asks why she needs his help and what exactly he can do for her. She explains that he is currently a highly sought-after candidate on Song Lin's list, although he is not at the top. He needs to make a good impression at the banquet, because the more he is liked, the higher he will be appreciated. She warns that the 8th elder doesn't trust him, even though she shouldn't have said that. She asks him to help her, promising to play along with him later, since Song Lin's high rating is beneficial to both of them. At the banquet, they are met by Mr. Song Lin, who compliments her companion Wei Wei. Song Lin is surprised that the hero did not come with Sophie, as he asked. The hero lies that Sophie's car broke down, and Miss Yang Wei gave him a ride so that he wouldn't be late. Song Lin notes with a grin that the elder's nephew is very popular with women. The elder asks his nephew in surprise if he knows Miss Yang Wei. He understands that his uncle is afraid that he might miss the chance to become the princess's husband. He confirms that he and Wei Wei are friends and says that he met her by chance last night. Song Lin asks Wei Wei how she rested and whether she liked the accommodation provided. She thanks him and says that she is lucky to live in the same place as Chen Yang. Song Lin is so impressed that he offers to give Wei Wei one of the buildings in that place. She says she's leaving soon and invites Chen Yang to come with her, and he admires her lie. Song Lin suddenly asks Chen Yang if he likes to play cards. The hero replies that he played a couple of times, and Song Lin rejoices, talking about his love for cards after the banquet. Song Lin offers his nephew to play cards instead of Mr. Fan, who refuses. The elder agrees, calling it a great honor, and Chen Yang accepts the invitation. Chen Yang notices that the elder is not actually happy about this turn of events, although he tries to hide it. Unexpectedly, Yang Wei asks permission to join the card game too. He realizes that Song Lin invited him to play to separate him from Yang Wei, who was acting too close. This behavior threw Song Lin off balance, which was part of their prearranged tactics. In a flashback, Yang Wei explains that he will act familiarly with him in order to arouse Song Lin's interest. She will pretend that she wants to take it away from him, because people value most what they are trying to take away from them. So Song Lin will begin to unconsciously protect him, and he will become much more important to him. Sophie shows up, and Yang Wei immediately starts teasing her about the car and yesterday's fight. Sophie immediately grabs Chen Yang's hand, assuring him that they have a great relationship. She calls him dear, and he is amazed at how quickly she suppressed her anger at Yang Wei's words. The princess becomes jealous and asks how he even met Yang Wei. He rejoices internally, because the princess has begun to get jealous, which means the plan has worked. He answers evasively that they just happen to know each other, which infuriates the princess. She doesn't believe him because Yang Wei is known for her coldness and inaccessibility. Yang Wei's advice to treat such female hunters with coldness comes up. He coldly replies that he is not obliged to report, and the princess immediately softens, proving Yang Wei is right. The older man tells Sophie that she has taken up too much of his time, and she agrees to bring the man back for a man-to-man talk. The man approaches the young man, offering to talk since he went to see Sophie right after the plane. Another man invites him to a game of cards in 20 minutes, leaving a seat for him. The protagonist understands that the real important guests have gathered in the living room, and the rest of the crowd is just for show. An elderly man invites Yang Wei inside to introduce her to some interesting guests. The hero grins, guessing that Song Lin took Yang Wei away to limit their communication. The man with blue hair asks Five how he met this woman and if he knows who she is. He replies that he met Yang Wei in China and knows that she is from some Chinese clan in the US. The blue-haired man notes with suspicion that they seem to be in very close contact. The hero claims that they are just friends and mentally wonders what his interlocutor is getting at. The interlocutor puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that Yang Wei is a complex person and getting to know her will be useful. Then he smiles slyly and asks if the hero spent last night with the princess. The hero denies this, explaining that they had an argument immediately upon arriving at the villa, and she left. His interlocutor is horrified by the news of the quarrel and exclaims that now is not the time to anger her. He corrects himself that he is not calling for her to coddle him, but simply advising her to avoid trouble. The hero replies with a smile that he understands everything and guesses about the attempts to bring him together with the princess. The blue-haired man says it's time to go and advises not to stick your neck out since all the guests have serious connections. They enter the living room where they are informed of the imminent arrival of two more important Asian businessmen. The hero wonders who the second guest is besides Nakata and, turning around at the click of the door, recognizes the one who entered. He is shocked to see Li Wenjing and does not understand what he is doing here. The host introduces the elderly guest as Mr. Nakata, who apologizes for being late. The second guest is introduced as Tony, and he says that he was in a hurry to play cards with Mr. Song Lin. The hero notes that Li Wenjing is clearly not a stranger here, judging by his familiar tone with Song Lin. Tony notices Yang Wei, kisses her hand, and says that he was afraid of being late and not seeing her today. The protagonist is stunned because he didn't know that Li Wenjing knew Yang Wei. Tony notices Chen Yan and asks if Mr. Song Lin will also be participating in the game. Song Lin explains that he is Mr. Fan's nephew and asks Tony if he knows him. Tony confirms their acquaintance and mentions that the princess recently brought him to her restaurant. Tony states that since Chen Yang is here, he will not participate in the game, causing surprise. He explains that, having played with him once in China, he vowed never to sit at the same table with him again. Song Lin puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if this means Tony is not playing today. Tony replies that there is no point in participating in a fight that is obviously unwinnable, hinting at Chen Yan's strength. Chen Yang sheepishly says that one victory is not a reason to push him into the thick of things now. Yang Wei asks Tony when he met Chen Yan, as he doesn't remember him having any particular talent in cards. She recalls that when they first met, he played like a beginner and is surprised by Tony's fear. He thinks she's angry because he's keeping quiet about his talent, but he can't tell her about the luck ring. One of the men at the table says with interest that he is intrigued. Mr. Nakata suggests playing a game to test Tony's words, and Song Lin hopes for a surprise. Suddenly, Sophie appears and shouts loudly for everyone to wait a minute. Sophie announces that she will also join the game, and although she cannot play, she can deal the cards. Sophie flirtatiously approaches Chen Yang, offering to brush a non-existent speck of dust off his shirt. Yang Wei frowns at Sophie, and Tony suggests that the winner should receive a kiss from the princess. Sophie agrees to the condition and whispers to Chen Yang that he simply has to win this kiss. Another player notices that Chen Yang has become motivated, but he just wonders who needs a kiss from this woman. Sophie asks Yang Wei who will win, and she confidently answers that Chen Yang will win. An elderly man reproaches Yang Wei for betting on her opponent as a gambler. Yang Wei smiles happily and says that she will only be happy if he wins. An irritated Sophie impatiently rushes everyone and demands that the game begin immediately. Half an hour later, Chen Yang looks tense, losing game after game at the gaming table. A friend is surprised that Chen Yang has lost more than 10 times, and he complains about the terrible cards. Tony decides that Chen Yang is simply a rookie since he gave up without even checking his opponent's cards. One of the players tells Chen Yang that there is no point in playing if he is giving in on purpose. Chen Yang thinks it's social death because without his lucky ring, he can't win. Yang Wei and the other player unanimously demand that Chen Yang stop being shy and show his strength. Chen Yang decides to go to the restroom, thinking that Yang Wei is counting on his help. In the restroom, he puts on his lucky ring and takes out a special device to test his luck. The device shows that all indicators, except wealth, are at their best, and he decides that he is lucky. He wonders why his romance index isn't the highest, given how much the princess fawns over him. He casts aside his doubts, confident that the luck meter never fails. Upon returning, Chen Yang says that he washed away the bad luck, which surprises the other player. After putting on the ring, he began to win again and again, and fortune seemed to turn in his favor. Suddenly, he loses the most important round to Yang Wei and can't believe what happened to the ring. He notices Yang Wei's strange look, and the other players remind him of the princess's promised kiss. Yang Wei kisses a shocked Sophie, whispering that she didn't want Chen Yang to kiss her. In the banquet hall, the elder asks Fifth why he played so masterfully, contrary to their agreement. The elder guesses that everything was planned, and the surprise at the end was a perfect game. Chen Yang is glad that the elder thinks that he gave up on purpose, because it will make things easier for him. The elder says that the princess will visit him again, and Chen Yang asks if he is being asked to become a gigolo. The elder waves it off, explaining that Song Lin only has one daughter and they cannot cause trouble. Chen Yang thinks that this lady is not herself, and Sophie is looking for him and calling him darling. Sophie comes over and asks why he relaxed at the end, and the elder tactfully leaves them. He thinks that he himself does not know the answer, and the sudden failure of the luck ring frightens him much more. Chen Yang snaps at Sophie and yells that he is not her servant and she has no right to interrogate him. Sophie's expression immediately changes. She apologizes and offers him a glass of wine as a sign of reconciliation. He is amazed by her lightning-fast change of mood as she hands him a glass of wine. He remembers the elder's words that it is better not to offend her and decides to drink wine. He asks her why she is smiling, and the next second his face contorts with shock. He falls to the floor, dropping his glass, and realizes with horror that this crap has drugged him with something. He later comes to in a hotel room and, in his delirium, utters the name Yan Di. Suddenly his eyes widen, and he screams out Fang Nan's name in horror. He comes to his senses and is horrified to see Yang Wei, who is speaking sarcastically about his girlfriends. He asks in confusion what happened, and Yang Wei silently points him to look down. He looks down and sees a tied-up, unconscious man lying on the floor. In complete bewilderment, he tries to understand what actually happened here. Yang Wei explains that he was drugged by Princess Sophie and leaves it up to him to figure out the rest. Yang Wei smiles and says that she is lucky to have saved him, and he asks who is that guy on the floor. She assumes that this is one of the princess's many high-ranking lovers. He asks why she thinks so, and Yang Wei replies that she found something important. There is a golden robe and mask hanging in the closet, and he recognizes them as the attire of a priest. Yang Wei says that the bound man's name is Pierre. He is the son of a count and a very influential man. She says she always thought well of him and had no idea he was a key member of the Golden Alliance. He smirks that some big shot dared to attack him and swears that he will not leave alive. Yan Wei stops him, saying that he shouldn't be rowdy because Hansen has already taught Pierre a lesson. He thanks her, but she replies that they are partners and that she injected him with the antidote. He drinks water when she suddenly asks him about the ring, causing him to choke. He thinks his ring is just ordinary and doesn't understand why Yang Wei is interested in it. He realizes she knows something, and she asks if he has heard of the Society of Supernatural Researchers. He calmly confirms that, of course, he has heard of this organization. She says she immediately found their website and realized that the ring's creator was from this organization. Yang Wei shows him her own golden ring, which glows in her hand. He remembers her victory at cards and realizes that he has not seen a similar ring in the catalog. He recalls that all official rings were luxurious, and the only exception was his prototype. He notices that Yang Wei's ring is rougher and less elegant than his own. Yang Wei tells him that she got her ring about a year ago. She got it completely by accident from some weirdo in Los Angeles. She tells the story of a client who was incredibly lucky and won every round. The man beat all the dealers, refused to leave, and ended up with a broken leg. She wanted to lure him away, but in the hospital he began to beg for mercy, arousing her suspicions. Fearing that they wanted to kill him, the guy began to reveal the secret of the ring and gave it to her. He understands what she was hinting at the card table and realizes that there is a third ring. She continues the story by saying that she thought he was crazy, but she put the ring on anyway. To her great shock, everything he said turned out to be true, and now Chen Yang understands everything. He asks her excitedly what the function of her own ring is then. She asks them to stop testing each other and confirms that the rings increase luck. The guy told her about the site, and she sent her people to check everything out. He wonders if she's managed to dig up anything on the Society for Supernatural Research. She replies that nothing could be found out because even her influential family did not find a single crumb of information. She fears that such rings will become a curse for her family, but he reassures her. He says that the materials for the rings are not from this planet, and there are only 2 of them in the world. One of them, the prototype, is in his possession, and the second one he had seen before, but it disappeared in China. He is curious to know something about the rings. He asks why he has never heard of her ring, although he has seen the other 2. She replies that her ring is not actually a good luck ring. The girl calls the artifact the Eye of the Storm, which shocks the guy. Both rings are made of a rare substance, extracted from a meteorite. But for the Eye of the Storm, they used a different mineral, useless in itself. Its true power is only revealed when combined with the Ring of Fortune. The boy is horrified to learn that his ring completely neutralizes the luck ring. It prevents the absorption of luck elements, but does not affect the wearer of the Eye of the Storm. As in the eye of a hurricane, its bearer always remains calm and unshakable. It's a pity that it doesn't bring good luck, but only protects the owner from electronic waves. Its only role is to harm others, but it has no side effects. Since she was frank, he also decides to tell how he got the ring. The girl reflects on the mysterious organization that creates such artifacts. He realizes that she has been studying his ring for a long time and jokes that he could have died. She screams excitedly that she would never harm him. Embarrassed, she corrects herself by saying that she never harms her friends. He smiles and offers to give her this ring if she likes it. She asks him to keep the ring for himself because he is in danger and without protection. The girl advises to be careful because where there is happiness, there is also envy. He also asks her to be on guard because the ring makers are very dangerous. They decide that information about the ring will be their little secret. She smiles happily and agrees to keep their shared secret. He changes the subject and asks about the princess, and she takes it upon herself. An acquaintance meets him and informs him that the 8th elder is waiting for him with a guest. The guest turns out to be Mr. Nakata, and his nephew introduces him to Chen Yang. Nakata says he understands why they came to him today. The boy is confused as to why Nakata is asking the elder for 10 million. Nakata is surprised that they didn't go directly to Mr. Song Lin. The elder replies that it is easier for them, Asians, to find a common language. Chen Yang realizes that Nakata is lying, and the elder shows no interest. The elder promises to think it over, and Chen Yang understands that this is a signal. Chen Yang volunteers to escort Mr. Nakata. As he leaves, Nakata notices that Chen Yang seems to be quite familiar with Tony. Nakata says he just didn't expect to see Tony today. Chen Yang recalls the card tournament and how Li Wenjing ignored Nakata. It suggests a conflict of interest between clans, but Wenjing and Song Lin are close. Nakata seems to feel threatened by Li Wenjing. Nakata invites him to tomorrow's feast, where the 8th elder will also be present. He is surprised, and Nakata asks him to bring Princess Sophie with him. Nakata sees the guest off, and Li Wenjing is suspicious that they want to use him to get closer to the princess. An excited man runs into the room and asks what happened to the 8th elder. Li Wenjing screams in horror as he addresses the elder. The elder angrily reports that he received news from Vancouver while he was seeing his guest off. He throws the phone on the table and angrily suggests that I see it for myself. On the phone screen there is a beaten man and a message on the wall saying that revenge is just beginning. Li Wenjing is shocked to recognize Hong Da in the photo, whom they once protected in Vietnam. He remembers how Hong Da dreamed of quitting crime and cannot believe his death. The elder angrily shouts that this is the work of the Vietnamese and that the death of Hong Da is tantamount to the loss of a smuggling channel. He laments that now he has nothing to bargain with Song Lin and suddenly remembers Old Yellow. The elder is furious because he ordered Old Yellow to deal with the man whose corpse now lies on their doorstep. He furiously orders that everything be sorted out immediately and that they find out what happened. The elder tells Fifth to book tickets immediately, but stops him at the last moment. He changes his mind and says that 5 should stay, as they need their own man here. The 5th is puzzled by this order and does not understand why the elder decided to leave him. He reflects on the fact that after Tiger's death, he is the only young fighter left and does not understand why he is being left in Toronto. The 5th one tries to object, but the elder waves him off and orders him to carry out the order. The 5th one instructs his subordinates to prepare for the flight with the elder and asks them to buy 3 tickets. The subordinate asks in surprise about the 3 tickets, but the 5th simply sternly orders him to do as he is told. At night, 5 calls a certain Shiluo and tells him that they have an emergency. A sleepy red-haired guy answers the phone and is shocked to learn that Hong Da is dead. The 5th one reports that Hong Da's body was dumped at the gate of the auto repair shop last night. The 5th one is angry that he was not informed and asks if their guys in the auto repair shop are alive. He adds that Old Yellow didn't even call the elder and asks where he is now. Shiloh says that last night they had a drink with Old Yellow to celebrate leaving the workshop. That night, someone called Old Yellow, and he left with his people straight from the restaurant. Shiloh doesn't know who Yellow was talking to, since he was following the elder's orders, and he didn't bother asking questions. The 5th one orders everyone to be immediately gathered and return to the auto repair shop, rushing him with a call.